Yes. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah. Then police. Can I speak to Mr. Avinash, please?
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Avinash,
Yes, ma'am.
I have a small PPT to present
Yes, ma'am.
during the
Okay.
IDA oration. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I don't know whether it's because of the music or my volume is low. Okay, I have a small PPT, some
I'm
5
calling you.
slides. We share that post at that time so that I can share my slides, or shall I send the slides to you so you can run it from there only?
You can run the slides on from your, the access is given to you.
Okay, thank you, Avinash. Thank you. That's during the Nitya oration. Okay?
Yes, madam. Yes. During the
Thank
Nitya oration, you can run your slides.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Esteemed guests, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of the organizing committee of the 12th National Airway Conference of the All India Difficult Airway Association, AIDA, I, Dr. Pallavi Sahu, along with my colleague, Dr. Shikra Roy, would like to extend a warm welcome to you all. The 12th National Airway Conference is being organized by the Jodhpur City branch of AIDA in association with the Department of Anesthesiology and Critical Care, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Jodhpur.
Airway management is a skill, mastery of which is crucial not only for anesthesiologists, but also for all specialities in the medical field. Often, when faced with a difficult airway, we begin to perceive it as an insurmountable challenge, converting what was an anatomically or physiologically difficult airway into a psychologically difficult airway. The NAT 2021 is our humble attempt to change this by building on the best practices and best evidences. First, I would like to invite on the stage Dr. Pradeep Kumar Bhatia, Organizing Chairperson, NAT 2021, and Head of the Department, Anesthesiology and Critical Care at this institute, to welcome the gathering.
Good morning, all of you. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome to our chief guest, CEO and Director of Institute, I also welcome the President of the Society, IDA Society, Dr. Sheila Mehta, Secretary of the Society, Dr. Sumalata Shetty. I welcome all the faculty delegates to this virtual conference. Had it been a real physical conference, everyone would have enjoyed the weather over here, which is just perfect for Jodhpur, and the hospitality, and of course delegacy in Jodhpur is famous for. So anyway, there is always next time. We'll organize some other time physical conference and we'll meet each other and enjoy the weather and hospitality, everything. So this conference on airway this management. So airway management is a skill which every doctor, every nursing staff should know, whosoever is attending the emergencies. But management of difficult airway is not only a skill but an art also, which at least all the anesthetists should know. So gone are the days when airway management or mismanagement used to be the main cause of the perioperative morbidity and mortality. Because of the availability of new gadgets and training, teaching, and formation of guidelines by societies such as AIDA and the Difficult Airway Society internationally, and by training of the young doctors, the mortality, morbidity, difficulties have come down tremendously. So yesterday we had a workshop on difficult airways and various gadgets and modalities and how to manage, and it was a huge success. More than 1,300 participants were there in this workshop, and they all learned all the tricks and tricks how to manage the difficult airway. So today and tomorrow it's a two-day conference after the workshop, and hope everyone, all the delegates will be benefited with this informative lectures of the experts in the field. So once again, I welcome you all and enjoy this conference and learn whatever you have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. Now, I would like to request Dr. Sanjeev Mishra, our distinguished chief guest, Dr. Pradeep Kumar Bhatia, Dr. Rakesh Kumar, Dr. Manoj Kamal, Dr. Sadiq Mohammed to kindly proceed for the lamp lighting ceremony as we seek the blessings of Ma Saraswati to mark the start of the National Airway Conference 2020. Sir, please.
Yes, sir.
I would like to request Bhatia sir to present the memento to our esteemed chief guest. We have the pleasure of being joined today by Professor Sumalata Shetty, General Secretary, IDA. Ma'am, we would be honored if you could say a few words.
Thank you. Respected dignitaries on the dais and also online, a warm welcome to all of you. I hear and I forget. I see and I remember. I do and I understand Confucius. We at IDA, the All India Difficult Airway Association, believe very much in these words of Confucius. IDA had a humble beginning in a silent town of Mangalore, Karnataka, where a group of people, including Dr. Ravindra US, Dr. Ramkumar V, Dr. Anand Bangera, Dr. Shripad Ji Mehendale, and others joined hands to organize workshops to train in airway management. Today, we are a group of more than 1,250 members from all over India and some abroad. It's very heartening to see IDA grow and make its presence felt world over with stalwarts like Dr. Ram Kumar, Dr. Power, Dr. Divatia, Dr. Sheila Mayantra, Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Pankaj Kundra, to mention a few. IDA has strong support and is well rooted in values and training. IDA stands strong because of commitment of all the members to take it forward. The conference and the deliberations here are meant to develop our knowledge and skills to be prepared for any airway disaster. It's not only a platform for learning, but for understanding and learning team spirit, human values, and mentoring. The IDA Jodhpur branch and the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, AIMS Jodhpur, have done all possible preparations and they have been able to provide us a world-class experience. From what we have seen yesterday, I'm sure we will be served an excellent learning experience, even though it is a virtual conference due to pandemic. My only regret in NAC 2021 is the lost chance to visit this beautiful historic place and its people. Hope we meet again in safer times in the future. I thank the director, Professor Dr. Sanjeev Mishra, for sparing his valuable time to be with us and support us. Special thanks to Dr. Pradeep Bhatia and Dr. Rakesh Kumar, who streamlined this program and are making it a grand success. I wish all of us a great success. Thank you.
have the privilege to have with us Professor Sheila Nanan Mehta, President IDA. Ma'am, we would like to invite you to share your thoughts.
Good morning, everybody. Greetings from IDA, Professor Mishra, the entire team, organizing committee at Jodhpur, and the IDA members and all the faculty and delegates both present on the dais and online and offline. Greetings from IDA, welcoming you all. It is indeed a very proud moment for me as I stand here before you on behalf of my colleagues in the All India Difficult Airway Association to address all of you. It is really a very proud moment for me. This is my last year as president of IDA, and Professor Sumalata has already outlined the journey of IDA and what a great organization this has been and our achievements over the last 12 years. The pandemic has resulted in unprecedented challenges, not only in the healthcare system, but also with teaching, training, and education. And it has been the mission of IDA throughout this pandemic, despite the hardships that were faced by the clinicians and the educators, to make sure that our academic activities continue. And we've had guidelines that were published to help clinicians during the COVID pandemic. And we continued with webinars and CMEs so we can continue our training during the pandemic and in these difficult times. And it was really a challenge for this meeting because we were not sure whether this would be online or offline, this meeting. And we really were very excited about coming to the beautiful city of Jodhpur and having a face-to-face meeting. And like Professor Sumalata has just said, this has been our one regret that we've not been able to come to Jodhpur and have a face-to-face meeting. I wish to thank Professor Bhatia, special thanks to him and Dr. Rakesh Kumar and the entire team of AIMS Jodhpur, who has in a very short time been able to put together this fantastic meeting and program, and for the tremendous support that they have provided. I wish to thank all my colleagues on the executive committee of the IDA and other members who have, other faculty members who have tremendously supported us and helped us take this meeting forward. I wish to inform the dignitaries and all the delegates and faculties that we have an excellent lineup, a program for the next 2 days. Yesterday, we had very successful 6 workshops, which was really appreciated by one and all. A lot of hard work from the faculty, and we have excellent feedback. Over the next 2 days, we have planned a very nice meeting. We have world experts in airway management, both internationally and nationally, and very carefully selected topics. And I'm sure this will benefit one and all. So thank you very much. Thank you, Team Jodhpur. Thank you, Team IDA. And thank you to all the faculty for the tremendous support that you have given to IDA. As president of the All India Difficult Airway Association, I hope all of you have a great meeting and we are all enriched at the end of this. Thank you very much.
For your encouraging words. We have the immeasurable honor of having amongst us as our chief guest, Dr. Sanjeev Mishra, Director and CEO, AIMS Jodhpur, who is a great visionary and a deeply learned educationist. It would be our profound pleasure to have him grace the stage.
Morning, everyone. Dr. Maitra, President of IDA, Dr. Shetty, General Secretary of IDA, Professor Bhatia, Head of Department of Anesthesia, AIMS Jodhpur, Dr. Rakesh, the Organizing Secretary, Nikhil, Manoj, Sadik, and all the other faculty in the Department of Anesthesiology, all the residents in the Department of Anesthesiology, all the staff working in the department, all the distinguished faculty, the guests, and the delegates attending this meeting. AIMS Jodhpur feels privileged to host this meeting, and as its director, I also take this privilege to invite you on this virtual platform. But as your president and secretary have expressed, it would have been great to have you all here physically at AIMS Jodhpur and the city of Jodhpur. We will definitely, I'm sure Dr. Bhatia will create some opportunities so that all of you can visit Jodhpur. The difficult airway or management of the airway, I think it not only concerns the anesthetist, it concerns everyone, especially me being a surgeon, know the importance of the airway. And when you are doing a difficult case, especially for being a head and neck cancer, and you have an airway, and what is as a surgeon you want a safe, secure airway, and that's something which everybody is paranoid. There are extremely great, skilled people that are in anesthesiology who are gifted and they will intubate anything in whatever you give them, but then everybody is not having that gift. So it's very important to have trainings and workshops and different gadgets to help out and make everybody learn so that they all come on the same level. Difficult areas when you are in an emergency situation, I think that's one scenario also that the difficult areas. And I think it's not only the anesthetist, I think everybody should know in an emergency about difficult airway, what you can do and what you should do, and how you should go about it. And I think that's where the role of the anesthetist comes. Also to train and educate the other people working in emergency about managing difficult or airways. Again, what I've been told in yesterday's workshop, there are over 1,000 people attending the workshop online. Seeing that, ensure that carrying it forward today and tomorrow, also for the constitutional meetings, it's definitely going to be having a full house or on a virtual platform attending, and everybody will definitely gain by the talks of experienced faculty from national and international institutions and organizations. Department of Anesthesiology at Jodhpur, as the director said, they're extremely proud of everybody in the Department of Anesthesiology. Every single member contributes more than 100% to working in the institution. And all of them work as a team and have been able to get the department on the national platform and also international. So I congratulate the Department of Anesthesiology again for working so fruitfully, efficiently, and also in the academic flavor of work alive, and also taking part in CMEs and training of human resources. In this COVID time, everybody, whether the faculty, the residents, every single person in the department has put in exemplary work. And they've been doing it as an institution. We are extremely proud of all our anesthesiologists who are there, and buddies also who are under training. And with these few words, again, I would congratulate the department and the IDA for giving AIMS this opportunity to host this meeting. And welcome to all of you on behalf of everyone at AIMS. We would love to have you here in the institution. Thank you so much.
Sir, your words of support and encouragement means a lot to us. Now, I would like to call upon our beloved Professor Dr. Rakesh Kumar, Organizing Secretary, National Airway Conference 2021, to propose the vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Good morning to all. On the behalf of Organizing Committee, I convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to Dr. Sheila Mendra, President IDA, and Dr. Sumulata Shetty, General Secretary IDA, for gracing the inaugural ceremony for NAC 21 and share their vision. I am thankful to our chief guest, Dr. Sanjeev Mishra, Director and CEO, AIMS Jodhpur, our pillar of support and guiding lights, who is known for his selfless commitment in designing state-of-art facilities. I wish to express our gratitude for encouraging us by his gracious presence. I am grateful Dr. Pradeep Bhatia, our organizing chairman, for his encouragement and guidance. Yesterday, we conducted workshop that was huge success, and I thank all the faculty for wonderful session and all delegates for their participation. I really hope now that upcoming session will really informative for all of us. Thank you, everyone. Let's commence our scientific session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात उत्तर गंगा इंद्र हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मन भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Sumalata Sethi for the NITI orientation.
Thank you. Welcome. Good morning. We had a beautiful inauguration in a hybrid mode of online and offline. Now we go on to our next session, the NITI oration. I am Dr. Sumalata Shetty, General Secretary of IDA, and the NITI oration was instituted by NITI University. NITI University is in Mangalore, and it was started the founder was Justice K.S. Hegde, and NITI has risen from 2008, where it became, it had a dental college. Then it expanded in 2009 into medical, pharmacy, nursing, and physiotherapy institutes. And in 2012, it was placed in category A, deemed to be university. 2013, it got accredited as grade A by NAC. In 2015, we had a new program in architecture. We ranked the top 100 in 2017, and 2019, we are ranked in 250 to 500 band in QS in Asia rankings. 2020 saw us being ranked in 401, 450 band by QS World University Rankings Asia 2021. 2021, we were accredited with the grade A+ by NAC. Our vision is to build a humane society through excellence in education and healthcare, and a mission to develop NITI as a center of excellence, imparting quality education, generating competent, skilled manpower to face the scientific and social challenges with a high degree of credibility, integrity, ethical standards, and social concern. We are now headed as a chancellor. We have Sri NITI Vinay Hegde, who is a role model for all of us. Able leadership and commitment to the society is the story of NITI's journey, with 3 campuses, 36 institutions, 22 rural satellite centers, offering 130 persons and having 4,500 faculty and 20,000 students. NITI oration today will be given by Professor Dr. Syed Moeed Ahmed. He is the professor and in charge of ICU, former chairman from JN Medical College, Aligarh Muslim University. I welcome Dr. Sheila Mahentra to introduce the NITI orator for 2021. Over to you, Dr. Sheila.
Good morning, everybody. It is indeed my great honor and privilege to introduce Professor Syed Moeed Ahmed. for the Nitya oration. And it is such a great moment for Ida to have Professor Syed Moed Ahmed. He is one of the very close, we can say almost a family member of Ida, and he's been very closely associated with Ida right from inception. Professor Moeed is going to give us the Nitya oration today, and it is indeed a real pleasure for me to introduce him. As you know, he's been the former head of department at the JN Medical College and Hospital, Aligarh Muslim University. He is now the professor in the Department of Anesthesiology and Critical Care. He has several achievements. He has been very active in clinical practice and an educator for the last 30 years. He is the teacher in charge of the ICU at the moment. He is also the coordinator of the SIM lab. He is the convener of the hospital infection control committee, and his special interest has been airway management, critical care, and resuscitation. Tremendous research experience. And many of you might not know, but Professor Moeed is a PhD. Very few anesthesiologists have a PhD, and he has a PhD which he has quite recently completed. He has several books, book chapters and papers that he has published. He is the editor-in-chief of the IJ Central Supplement. He's also the airway section editor of the Indian Journal of Anesthesia. From Medical Council of India, he's been an assessor for MCI as well as for National Board of Examinations, also for Aligarh Muslim University. And as an educator, he has given several talks nationally and internationally, and he's passionate about teaching and has conducted many workshops on CPR, mechanical ventilation, and of course, airway management. And he is the director of the scientific committee of the Indian Resuscitation Council. His contribution as an academician and towards research teaching has been exemplary. He's very passionate a teacher for postgraduate students especially, and he's involved in developing various refresher courses. And I have seen his passion and enthusiasm for teaching in his involvement with IDA right from inception. He has tremendous academic administrative experience, of course. He is the deputy MS of the emergency services of and in charge of the intensive care unit. He's also the member of the AMU court, coordinator for the simulation lab. He's also the national officer of the Medical Council of India for JN Medical College, AMU. He's received several awards during his professional career. He's been felicitated by the Honorable President of India Vice President of India in 2019. He's also received the ISA Bhopal Academic Excellence Award, Indo-US Distinguished Academician and Researcher in 2008, Commonwealth Fellowship in Leeds, which he did in UK. And he's also got the ISA President Award in 2015 and again in 2017. He's got the the Bhojraj Award for his review article, and he's also been felicitated by the Vice Chancellor of AMU University both in 2008 and 2010. There's a whole list of achievements of Professor Syed Moed Ahmed, both as an academician, as a researcher, as a clinician, and as a teacher. But, I can just go on and on telling you about all his achievements in the last 30 years. But I would like to say that above all, Professor Moeed is a wonderful human being. And I'm sure everybody will vouch for this. He is a family member of IDA. And not only within IDA, but in his institution and across the country, everybody knows Professor Syed Moed Ahmed as a wonderful human being, as a researcher, as an educator, and he's like a family member for us. And I want to tell you that it's not only about his professional career, he's a family man. He's always talking about, oh, I have my daughter's admission, my son's this thing, my wife is not well. So, as a member of the family, we are always seeing that Moeed is really, sort of involved academically in his, not only in his professional life, but also in his personal life and everywhere. So I would say he is a classic example of a multitasker. And sometimes I wonder, I call him a juggler because he's able to do this jugglery and be at 3-4 places, which is quite possible with online meetings today. and also manage his family and other personal life. So without any delay, with great pleasure, my very close friend and a person I'm very proud of his achievements, I welcome Professor Syed Moed Ahmed to deliver the IDA oration, the NITA oration today. Welcome, Professor Moed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sheila. You really made me emotional from the very first go. I would like to share my screen and then yeah, is it visible? So, respected chairpersons, the senior faculty members, the executive committee members of the association, the delegates in the audience, a very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I must thank the Chancellor of the University, NITI University, Sri N.V. Hegde, the chairperson or the head of the Department of Anesthesiology, Dr. Shripad Mahendale, Dr. Ravindra, Dr. Shumalata Sethi, the whole community of NITI University, the past presidents of the association, President Dr. Sheila Nayan Maitra, the most dynamic president under whose leadership we've achieved the milestone, the landmark in our association. The executive committee members of the association and all the airway fraternity, I must thank you all for giving me this honor to deliver the NITI oration. It is really a real honor for me. I would be speaking on my journey of the airway, my thoughts. You know, way back in 1987, I was really desperately looking for a specialty which I would like to make a profession. Because I was already an exhausted gynecologist for the 6 months. During our time, we had house surgeonship. And so naturally, we are supposed to do 1 year of senior house surgeonship. And so I came across to one specialty, which is Department of Anesthesiology, because we did not have much idea about anesthesia during our time. There was no undergraduate course or class as such to that extent. So the first time when I met my then HOD, so he said, "Was it your first choice?" So I said, "No, sir." Then he said, "I think you're a failed surgeon or a failed physician." But then I said, "Sir, I'm actually an exhausted gynecologist. I just need to change my side." So the next day, I started my journey. When I started, there was no algorithm, no guideline. There was limited literature on airways, anesthesia as well, not much of gadgets available with us. But the first lesson which he told me was that 2 skills you need to learn, and that will be your bread and butter throughout your career. The first thing is bag mask ventilation. This you have to adapt, you have to learn, and intubation. And if you can learn bag mask ventilation, you'll never let a patient die. And which holds true even today. And second concept which he gave me was, don't take away anything that you cannot give it back. So these 2 things which are still with me, and I think it's still with most of the anesthesiologists and airway manager as well. So the armamentarium which I had was just an endotracheal tube, a laryngoscope, an airways, and a resuscitator. But we could really smell something going on in the rest part of the world. There was a revolutionary change in the airway management. And it was no other than Professor Archie Bain, who came out with a revolution in airway by inventing the supraglottic airway, the LMA airway. And there was a paradigm shift in anesthesia from intubation to supraglottic airway devices. And till 1994, I met the person, Dr. Rashid Manzoor Khan, who was the inspirator or under whose guidance, who inspired me to learn anesthesia, to learn airway management. He was in fact, a role model for me. And he was very fond of two gadgets, which he used to always take it or carry it along with him. Even in the conferences we have seen him, I've seen him carrying it along with him to show the resident doctors, to conduct, solo demonstration as well. And that one was track light. And what I felt that it was really an excellent device, wonderful device. And it used, what I felt at that time also, that it was really filling the gap of a fiber optic. And we could do miracle with that, especially in patients who did not have mouth opening, adequate mouth opening. And intubating such patient was not, it was just a simple, easy task for me. It was never, not only me, for all our departmental faculties. And we could really easily intubate any patients who had especially temporomandibular joint ankylosis, no mouth opening, even to a pediatric patient as well. So this was one gadget which was really handy to us. Despite not having fiber optic in the department way back in 1994, we really could intubate any patients with this device. And the most important thing is, this was a semi-blind technique, which we were being guided by a globe right in front of the neck, which with the help of which you can assess that the tube is right in front of the larynx, and you can just railroad your tube over the stellate. So this is one a very handy device which told us, and we still remember, it was a bit expensive for us at that time, but we had made a lot of innovations on that, and we could purchase it very easily. So this was one device which was very handy to us, and we really could intubate any patient with this device. The second gadget which he had and which he was very fond of was the intubating laryngeal mask airway. And we were all very fond of it. And we went on to any workshops, any conferences, we used to carry with that and go for a solo demonstration. The armamentarium was not much with us. Most of the institutions did not have much of the gadgets, but we used to show. And the other thing which we had was the TrueView. And most importantly, what he did a lot of innovations with this, and he could make it into a form of video laryngoscope. So the concept of video laryngoscope probably was there, which was cropping up, which was evolving, and during those days, and we could attach it with the camera and then focus it on the monitor. So this is one thing which we were really fond of. One very important teaching he gave us was, you always try to be calm and never panic whenever you're having any difficulty, especially during anesthesia and maintaining an airway. And the other teaching he gave us was, the best airway manager is not the one who knows everything. The best is the one who brings the right person and the right equipment for airway management at the right time to the bedside. So this was something very important. And we always used to find out one person whom we could train and keep it at our side whenever we had any difficulty. So in 2003, for the first time, American Society of Anesthesiologists, they came up with the guideline, and we came to know what is the importance of a guideline. It is something which is very important for a better outcome of any patient. It tells you, leads you, and helps you to go in a sequential manner, in a stepwise manner, what is to be done in the subsequent if you fail one technique. But the problem was that it was so complicated, and we were not very well acquainted with any sort of guideline. Probably we were not being able to adapt it. We were not being able to recollect all those guidelines, the steps, and this was too heavy for us during those days. But the concept of airway management workshop was coming up. It was evolving, because most of the institutions, they did not have all those gadgets which were available in the rest part of the world. So there was a concept which was coming up that if we can somehow bring all those gadgets in under one platform, and the best of the best teachers, if we can bring him under one platform and then give those resident doctors to anesthetist, to airway manager, operator, or you can say airway giver. So if we can train them under one roof, probably that would be a very good sort of education or teaching to the people. So this was the best thing which we are trying to do it. We were giving for a comprehensive mannequin teaching and training, and the most best experienced people and the best teacher was trying to give the most important technique how to go ahead with. In 2007, 2003, 4, 5, I did my fellowship in critical care in intensive care unit and Gangaram Hospital. I had faced a difficult situation there. In fact, 2 cases. And I was really in a very bad shape, especially because I was from an anesthesia background and I was already a consultant here. So we had faced a difficult intubation. And somehow we could manage with the help of this gadget, which is ILMA, which was there in the intensive care unit. And the concept of something which I faced during that managing that patient was that was it a bit different what I used to face in an anesthesia OT? Because my 2 important point what I faced was, one is that I did not have a very good assistant beside me. And the second thing was I did not have the OT ambience, which was there, which is always there in an operation theater. Probably it is not there in intensive care, especially the table, the OT, the beds, the equipments, the person who's giving you the timing. Probably they are all there when I was intubating such patient. So the thought which was there in my mind, I tried to bring it in the black and white. So I wrote an article which was airway management in ICU. Should it be different than in OT? And this was published, but this was not that much well taken by intensivists because it was nothing to be, very great for them because they were not that much concerned about airway management in ICU. So 2008, DAS came out with their guideline, and they had a lot of things to tell us that we need to not have more than 4 attempts. We did not have so much of supraglottic airway devices those days. So ILM and LMO was mentioned there, and not more than 2 attempts. They came up with the concept which is you've got to revert back if you're not being able to intubate. And one very important terminology they came was the cannot intubate, cannot ventilate in situation. So in 2008, again, it was a substantial jump for me and my team as well, because we, for the first time, the intensivists, the Critical Care Society, Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine, they got the importance of airway management. They came to know the importance of airway management, and they gave us the whole responsibility to conduct the National Airway Workshop in Bhopal for the first time, and it was a full day workshop. It was really a successful workshop. We did all video-based clippings, live patients, and we could show, we could demonstrate all the things which was there in the armamentarium. So this was a substantial jump in my career that we could really start doing workshop even in Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine platform. 2009, we wanted to extend our horizon. Now, since I was a deputy medical superintendent in emergency medicine, so what I faced and what I saw that most of the physicians, the surgeons, the orthopedicians, the physicians, the pediatricians, the gynecologists who are managing the patients in the emergency, they were not very comfortable and they were not compatible, with all the gauges, and they never knew what is the basic technique of airway management. So under the guideline or under the aegis of the Academic Council for Emergency Trauma, because I was also a member of the emergency trauma, and under the guidance of All Indian Institute of Medical Sciences, we started a course which was known as Emergency Trauma Airway Course. And we, for the first time, we conducted this course in our institution. It was a real grand success, a lot of enthusiasm among the residents of all specialty. And we could find out people also, the legends of the airway management coming to our institution, and really they got the enthusiasm, saw the enthusiasm of the resident doctors, and they really delivered their best to train them and teach them. And this is one of the most important event in my career. Even it is now also it is being conducted, but it is one-day course, and it is under the name of NEET. Now, what did NAP4 reveal? Now, if you see NAP4 in way back in 2011, Tim Cook published this article, and he said that most of the events, the catastrophic events which took place was airway related. And 50 to 60%, 60 times more major in intensive care unit, and 61% mortality was in ICU compared to 14% in anesthesia. And out of that, 38 deaths, 18 deaths were in ICU, which were all preventable. And what was the reason behind it was a poor assessment of difficult airway, leading to a poor backup plan and ultimately having a poor outcome. This was one of the most important findings in this NAP4. And subsequently, they also said that fiber optic intubation, which has to be a very good, important, expertise, people should be develop expertise on this. This was not at all there. And people went on taking multiple attempts while intubating, resulting to a lot of trauma, edema, and subsequently deteriorating the patient's condition and not being able to intubate. One of the most important gadgets which was there with us way back since 1983-84, that was poorly utilized, that was not adequately utilized and not appropriately utilized, that was supraglottic airway device. So this was an eye-opening for us, and the learning points was very important for us, that poor assessment leads to poor planning and leads to poor outcome. So with this concept again, the ASA, they came up with the practice guidelines in 2013, where they said that if you are really comfortable with a device which is video laryngoscopy, if you've learned it, you can take it as a first choice. And they divided they classified the difficult airway in 6 areas, starting from the psychological preparation and taking difficult to take consent and cooperation. So naturally, and at the same time, they divided the laryngoscopy intubation into two components. They divide laryngoscopy, difficult laryngoscopy, and difficult intubation. So in 2015, again, we saw a substantial jump or change, a real change in the guidelines which was made by the Difficult Airway Society, where they said that now they came up with 3+1. They have reduced the number of attempts. They went with the second generation supraglottic airway device instead of saying LMA and ILMA, because a lot of supraglottic airway device has come in the market by that period. And they made it, they went for us 3 attempts instead of 2 attempts, which was in the initial guideline, followed by oxygenate and ventilate. And very importantly, they were very silent on intubating through the supraglottic airway device. One very important change in the concept was that you should not revert back. If possible, you relax the patient and go for a best mask ventilation, rescue mask ventilation. And they came up with a new term coining, they cannot intubate, cannot oxygenate. And of course, surgical cricothyroidotomy was already there. So seeing the changes, seeing the importance of airway, the Indian Society of Anesthesiology, they thought that probably because everywhere, all through the years, all through the past period, everywhere, every time there were airway a workshop, but there was not a very definite pattern, framework, or module which was existing in conducting those workshops. Anyone could conduct workshops in their own way. So for the first time, the president of then, Dr. Bhaskar, he gave us this responsibility, me, Amit, and Apex, to develop an airway module which can be utilized during this conduction of National Airway Workshop in every conferences, and wherever there is an ISA conference, this can workshop. So we conducted for the first time. We developed an airway module which is still prevalent and is being used in most of the ISA workshops. So that was again a substantial jump for all of us. Now let us talk about the IDA, and I would fail if I don't mention about IDA, because this is what is my it's a family, as very rightly said by Dr. Sheila Nanamatra. For the first time we came up with guidelines, and 2016 was a landmark achievement for IDA. And we had 5 guidelines, and it was a teamwork. Let me tell you, a lot of research work, a lot of video conferencing, a lot of meetings, daily, monthly meetings, a lot of discussions, and ultimately we gave birth to the 5 guidelines. And it was just because we had a divided task, we had a multi-brain coordinated inputs, and multiple chances of successful and uneventful airway management was there. So these are the 5 guidelines which we had. The 2 most important guidelines which I'd like to focus was, one of the most important guideline was the airway management in intensive care unit. Now, we were the first leader, you can say we were the leader in coming up with this guideline. Before this, there was no guideline in intensive care unit. And very importantly, we came up with 2 important concepts. Let me tell you, in this guideline, one was the assessment of difficult airway, which was Makocha scoring system, and the physiological difficult airway, which was given, what is the concept of physiological difficult airway, which is very prevalent in intensive care unit. Along with it, pre-oxygenation and peri-oxygenation was very important, which came up, which we coined in difficult airway. So the second component, the second term which we coined was the complete ventilation failure. Now, this is a situation where intubation, ventilation, and ventilation by using your supraglottic airway device or face masks have failed. After giving your best attempt, but you are still being able to oxygenate. That means we are a bit aggressive in managing these patients. Before the patients goes to hypoxia, we will step one step ahead and go for any surgical management. So this was the trigger for our surgical management. It is well accepted, not only in India, throughout the world. And it is a very prevalent term which is being used nowadays. And obviously, the concept of surgical airway was there. The other thing, which was again a very different concept, which we brought in extubation guideline, was the case-based extubation. Depending upon the case scenario, you can extubate the patient according to those to the limbs, to the protocol of extubating such patient. And here, for the first time, we came up with the leak test, which was really very well accepted. So, keeping in mind the technique, the thought process, the teaching, one important teaching which we don't get it regularly, we don't practice in our daily day-to-day life, was the surgical airway. And AIDA always gave preference. Even this time, even in this workshop, we must have seen that difficult airway, most important emphasis has been given on surgical airway, because this is a technique, this is a method which probably we don't get to experience. And touch wood, I would say that people should not experience such a situation, but one has to get a heck of it, has to know the technique of it. And because if situation arise, crisis arise, you need to do it as and when needed. And as I said, as Dr. Sheila very rightly said, the teaching, research, publication is one component of AIDA, which they always foster people, they always sponsor people, they always motivate people, young people, to go with teaching, research work, and publication. Even in this conference and the previous conferences also, we have seen that we always encourage the resident doctors, the junior consultants, the young anesthetists to publish, to deliver, to submit abstracts which are being published in the dedicated journal, airway journal. So naturally, it is something which we always go ahead with it, and we train our resident doctors, train the people as well, because we know AIDA has the motto has the aim to train people and teach people. I have always a passion, as I said. I went to all institutions, even hospitals, and teaching the DNB students how to go ahead with a difficult airway. Some of the thoughts which were there during my this learning process or teaching process, I always wanted to convert it into black and white. And these were some of the publications which we started, I did, and it was all published. Some of them are really well accepted and being published in one of the reputed journals. This was a device which came up during those days, way back in 2007, 2008. We published it in the anesthesia journal. So the combi tube we also used, and we saw that really it works, but if it has to be, if we placed in the center, probably it causes a lot of edema. So there were a lot of studies which we did on Goodell's, on a laryngeal mask, then Ambu mask, and the CMAC along with AirTrack, and the CMAC with King's Vision. So we compared a lot of these things. What we found was ultimately the CMAC is the gold standard. We did MacRath also. And lot of studies which we said, as Dr. Sheila very lightly said, that I was very enthusiastic in doing a lot of research work. IDA is a family, as very rightly said. We really work as a family. We share our views, we share our problems, and we share our visions. We share our whatever hands we could do it, and it is a real bonding, and we have a strong bonding with each other. And this is the time, once in every year, IDA comes up with an amalgamating all the people in one platform, that is the NAC conference. We also have the passion to enjoy, recreate ourselves after we do a lot of brainstorming sessions or academic sessions. So IDA is the strength, and this strength, I think every Indian, every anesthetist, every airway giver, every manager should have. NAC 2020 was the first. It was a team approach, and for the first time, we did it online, and it was a grand success. We had more than 3,000 delegates attending that conference. We had 13 international faculties, more than 1,100 national faculties, and 165 abstracts. And let me tell you, these abstracts were again published. We had a lot of prizes, around 1 lakh prizes were given, cash prize, and it was very well appreciated, and the resident doctors were very enthusiastic and thankful to us. So naturally, this was again a landmark achievement for us, because this was the first time we went for an online conference. For the future thoughts, I would say that IDA should be a part of, everyone should be a part of IDA. And IDA should spread from every town, every cities, every district, every state. It should be in mouth of every people, every anesthetist. It should be a part of a part of their career. IDA should be a part, and it should be. We should spread. We should encourage the young students, young residents, young consultants to spread the concept of IDA. IDA is a concept. It is something which is, it's an academic movement. We have to keep that in mind. And airway registry should be something which you really try to incorporate more research on airway. And we have a dedicated airway journal. So I would encourage, I would motivate, I would request all the young anesthetists, young airway manager to do research work and publish in one of the most important journal, the dedicated journal on airway. And it will really upgrade the confidence and upgrade the status of the standard of the journal as well. So over the years, what I've gained, that I started with only, airways, endotracheal tube. Then we came to supraglottic airway device. We did not have any difficult airway cart, but now we have a difficult airway cart, which is there so handy for us to manage any critically ill patients. And I started with my journey with a laryngoscope. Now you have video laryngoscope to help you out. We did a manual intubating system that every manager used to intubate this patient. Now we have an robotic intubation. So naturally you can see the substantial change, the overall change. We used to go for an manual assessment of difficult airway. We have ultrasonographic assessment of difficult airway. We used to go for a bag mask ventilation. Now we have the high flow nasal oxygenation, and most importantly, we did not have much of guidelines. Now we have guidelines, the IDA guidelines, which is one of the best guideline, robust guideline. We did not have much of literature to go help us out, but now we have a lot of literatures. So these are the changes, and these changes and these thoughts are achievable. It's achievable because if you have blessings from the core of your heart, from the core of the heart of your parents, if you have guides, if you have mentors who can guide you, especially Dr. Rashid and Dr. Diveti and so many people, Professor Ramkumar sir. So they are all your guides. You can just talk to them. They'll help you out. And if you have friends and colleagues who are there to share their hands in your difficult times, and there are societies who are there to appreciate your work. And the most important thing, the reward, if you have associations who are there to reward you, we are there. I'm really thankful for the honor the association has given me by giving me this most prestigious or the award of the society association, that is the NITI Oration. I would like to recall one moment, an entertaining moment in our life after achieving the success of our guideline. Professor Ramkumar sir and I sang this song, Zindagi Ek Safar Hai Suhana, Yahan Kal Kya Ho Kisne Jana. So I stand in front of you, most humble. Thank you all of you. Oh, thank you all for giving me this for honoring me and giving me the best moment of my career. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much, Professor Moeed. That was really an excellent oration. And thank you so much for your kind words on behalf of for all the IDA members that you have spoken about. I wish to thank you for the words of praise, both for the association and for the various members which have gone through the executive committee of IDA. Thank you very much and wish you all the success. Over to you, Professor Shetty.
It was great listening to you. Thank you, Professor Sheila, for the words, and Professor Dr. Saeed Moeed Ahmed. Thank you. The most important thing that you spoke in your talk, oration, was IDA is a concept. Yes, IDA is a concept. And like what Dr. Sheila said, IDA is practical. Thank you for that beautiful oration. From the DAY University as a representative, I thank you for this beautiful oration that you have read. Thank you. Now we'll move over to the IDA Fellowship session. I invite Dr. Rakesh Gar to take over the stage. Over to you, Dr. Rakesh.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, and very good morning to all of you. Let's come to this fellowship session, which is one of the very, very important session after this Nitya oration as a part of IDA ceremony. So special thanks to President Dr. Sheila Nayanan Mitra and Secretary Dr. Shuma Sethi. Also thanks to the organizing team, Dr. Professor Pradeep Bhatia and Dr. Rakesh Kumar, for such a good start with a wonderful inauguration and an excellent Nitya oration by Professor Syed Moeed Ahmed. I think it's really mesmerizing to listen to the words, the journey of the airway. And it's really for youngsters like this, for students of Dr. Moeed, it's really glad to know that how the airway has progressed over years and over decades. And this progression has made people, youngsters like this, more confident into the airway management. And the All India Difficult Airway Association also always believe that not only we learn from our experiences, but also IDA firmly believes that this learning of the seniors should be disseminated to all those who want to learn. And with this aim and mission of the All India Difficult Airway Association, this fellowship was started, and a lot of fellows has come into this journey. So if you just compare with the journey of Dr. Moeed, starting from a small equipment of laryngoscope and then with bag and mask ventilation, now I could see that his hospital has full armamentarium of difficult airway card with everything, tools, techniques, and teachings. I think same will be with these fellows who are joining the IDA Airway Fellowship, that again they have started their journey at this platform, from wherein they probably would have initiated from a basic thing. But I'm very sure that with these type of fellowships, these youngsters, these fellows, IDA fellows, will be able to take the airway management to a greater heights in many aspects. What I mean to say is in many aspects, it's just not that they will be doing the wonderful airway management for their patients, but I also believe that will be, these fellows will also be ambassadors for IDA, that they will be spreading and disseminating the knowledge, skill to others also. And not only this, if you see the venture of this fellowship by IDA, they also promotes that a lot of research work needs to be done in this field, so that the persons who are coming to us, they have some research framework into their mind. We can have more research. We are getting more equipments, more techniques, the guidelines. So I think these fellows will be an asset to us. They will be an ambassador to us. So I think this session is specially dedicated to all the fellows. It's really a pleasure for me as IDA Vice President and IDA Fellowship Coordinator to present in front of you this Airway Fellowship Award session. As I just mentioned that a couple of years back, when the IDA Executive Committee was thinking of that how can we more strengthen the dissemination of knowledge, and that is how the IDA Airway Fellowship was started by all the esteemed members of the Executive Committee at that point of time. And they all believe that the IDA should have an aim to train anesthesiologists, and not only anesthesiologists, but other specialties also who are involved into airway management, maybe the critical care, maybe the emergency medicine, in the skills of various basic and advanced airway management. Now, if you see the airway management tools and techniques that are available in India, across India and across globe, they have a lot of variability. There will be some equipment at some point of time, which we have just heard from Dr. Mohit in the oration also, and you will be listening more in the subsequent conference sessions also by the experts. The variation is too much. So there has to be some conglomeration of all those techniques at a single platform wherein they can learn the skills, the knowledge, and probably the execution of these skills and knowledge in the correct context, which the IDA guidelines has also mentioned, so that this becomes in a good platform. Now, this to start with, the IDA Airway Fellowship was started primarily. The first center to be opened up was at Muni Seva Ashram at Kailash Cancer Hospital and Research Center, Goraj, Vadodara. And this is one of the good center with not only having good airway armamentarium, a good working place, a living place, and they have a lot of tools, techniques, and expertise in the form of Dr. Amit Shah and Dr. Apix Patwa as the course director. And this center has taken up a lead into providing the fellowship in advanced and difficult airway management under the ambit of All India Difficult Airway Association. And this IDA would also like to have more centers. A couple of centers are working on this. They have shown their interest to become the IDA Airway Fellowship Training Center. Just to inform others, those whosoever wants to become the training center, if they have the sufficient facilities for various aspects of training, that is particularly if they have the experienced faculty, they have the armamentarium of different airway gadgets, so that the fellows who comes to them, they have the exposure of gadgets in the mannequins, in the animal models, in the real-time patient scenario. And they should have the mix and match of various difficult airway-related cases, anticipated and unanticipated. So in case if any of the centers have these options, and I'm very sure any of the hospital who are having good number of operation theaters, they definitely would be having all those facilities. So IDA is always happy to help them up to open up their fellowship training center, so that we can train more fellows, we can train more good airway managers in this field, and so that our patients gets benefit and our India gets shine. In case anybody is interested, they can write to for the center affiliation to Secretary and President of All India Difficult Airway Association for further information, and we'll be more than happy to give permission and help and support for opening up Airway Fellowship Training Center. Now, for the candidates, many of the participants must be listening, and they definitely would be interested to see this such a good program of structured training program of fellowship. How to enter it? This is through application. I'll show you the email ID a little later. So this is on first come, first serve basis, because the IDA believes that it has to be a small group. It has to be have one-to-one interaction, a lot of interaction and discussion, and hands-on also. And that's why we have kept 2 students per batch for this fellowship program, so that these over duration of the fellowship program, they have an extensive involvement into the academic skills, teaching, training, discussion, and also on the hands-on skill. So that's why we have kept a small batch presently at the ongoing fellowship program here. But in future, we are having more centers, so I'm sure more candidates will get an option to appear for this fellowship program. Now, whenever a candidate joins to us, he has to work at least physically 3 months of training at a particular designated center. And during this minimum of 3 months of training, they have a lot of didactic lectures, which are very well structured by the experts in the airway. There are interactive sessions to interact with the fellows for various plans that we'll be discussing in the conference also, plan A, plan B, how to execute the guidelines, the IDA airway guidelines. There will be a group discussion, case presentations, video-based teaching, and definitely practice on mannequins and animal models also. Like for example, the surgical airway is practice on animal model. And it's a very good confidence to the candidate, and then they practice on the real-time scenario on the patients under the supervision of the experts there, and this creates a lot of confidence in them, and that's why they become a wonderful airway manager, a successful airway manager. It includes all the basic to begin with, but with time, the advanced concepts, planning techniques, and the equipments of airway management, along with appropriate execution. And that is the important aspect, because in one of the session in the conference, we'll be talking about the human factors. So this training is also incorporating that human factors into the airway management, so that a person becomes an holistic airway manager, a successful airway manager. So these fellows who joins after completion of minimum requirement of training, exam is conducted, and once they clear the exam, certification of fellows, as in this session will be done, is done by the All India Difficult Airway Association. Also, it needs to be remembered that the minimum duration is 3 months. It could be a little longer in case if they are not able to complete the minimum requirement. But most of our fellows are able to complete because the center presently working has a lot of infrastructure and a lot of patients, so they are able to complete them. They have to complete minimum number of airway management cases and equipment says, and most of them are able to do it. And once they do it, 3 months of minimum the fellowship training program, internal assessment is done. They have to maintain the logbook, which includes the cases, which includes the video recording also at the center of fellowship training. And then they appear for the exit exam, the final exam at the end of 3 months. The exam is conducted by 2 examiners. One is from the center of fellowship training itself, for a local examiner who is an expert in the airway, and one is an external examiner from the IDA faculty. The examination pattern is very structured, which assesses the candidate very holistically, and the assessment is based on logbook, the theory exam, and the practical exam. The marking scheme, I think that nothing is confidential because we are keeping everything very, very transparent here. We have a logbook which is assessed for cases, videos, and procedure. The internal assessment is made on monthly assessment as per the logbook and OSCE conducted by the training center faculty. That is, would have 3 such assessments. The total proportionate marks to be given and assessed by the internal examiner as a part of internal assessment. Once the internal assessment is done, they will have for the exit exam a theory exam, which is primarily MCQ based, and the short answers, which now assess the patient's overview of the total basic and advanced airway management. And then simultaneously they have a practical exam, which where we have objective structured way of assessing these patients in the form of OSCEs. We have long cases, short cases. We have equipment bypass, which includes all the gadgets and equipments available for this, and they need to show them practically on the map also, in case possible, sometimes on the patient also. They need to demonstrate the surgical airway, which I'm sure in the coming session of NAC21, we'll be discussing the importance of surgical airway, which is one of the neglected area. And as Professor Mohit was mentioning in oration about the NAP4, we realize that surgical airway demonstration, surgical airway is one of the key skill. But there are not many training, and IDA is very proud to announce that we not only have a module of surgical airway demonstration management, but the fellowship gives a lot of emphasis to learn on this aspect also. And then exam also includes the Viva Voce. Now, I must thanks to the executive committee who has always supported wholeheartedly for the conduct of the exam, for the improvement in the exam, for providing the structured program, the present executive committee and the past executive committee. A lot of effort has been done to make this a wonderful session of fellowship for our trainers. Till date, many of the candidates have joined, as I mentioned, to keep the quality best. We are just recruiting few fellows at one point of time. So successfully, 19 candidates have got the fellowship, IDA Airway Fellowship, and these are shining in different parts of India, and they are from various parts of India, and they are shining stars. They are IDA ambassadors for us. Thank you so much. Now for this year, the IDA Airway Fellowship Award 2021, it goes to one fellow who cleared in this session. because of the COVID-19, some of the candidates, because of travel restriction, as I just mentioned, they were coming from different parts of India. They were not able to join because of this COVID restriction. So one fellow was able to complete the fellowship program during this period. And I'm proud to announce the fellow for this year, Dr. Karthik Ekamram. So let's have a round of applause for Dr. Ekamram. He has successfully completed fellowship in advanced and difficult airway management. And I will request Karthik to show his feelings on receiving of the Airway Fellowship Award by the IDA.
Hello everyone. I would like to extend my appreciation to my beloved teachers from Kailash Cancer Hospital and to IDA for giving me this opportunity to train in the fellowship program. The lecture classes and the skill training has helped me to change my perspective in handling a difficult airway. The regular discussions with Apex sir and Amit sir has helped me to formulate a plan and to think outside the box during a difficult airway situation. And this is one of the best decisions I have made, and I would like to thank my teachers again for training me. Thank you.
Thank you, Karthik, and very best wishes to you. Congratulations for the IDA Airway Fellowship. I'm sure our best wishes from All India Difficult Airway Association for all your success. Let you shine in the airway management globally, and please do contribute to various skill, the research, the academics to other colleagues also, so that the airway management for our patients remains a success. Thank you so much once again. Thank you so much the organizing committee and the All India Difficult Airway Association Executive Committee for all the support. Those who want more information, they can visit our website www.ita.in. All the informations are there. You can also email us for having a training center or for applying for the fellowship here at the email mentioned ida.ida2010@gmail.com. And you can also contact the center, the Gora Center airway@greenashram.org. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and congratulations once again to all the fellows to be a part of IDA team. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rakesh, for putting us through the IDA Fellowship and also for handing over the awards on behalf of the IDA Executive Committee. I must put a word here of praise for Dr. Rakesh Garg, who has really taken care of our fellowship activities and streamlining all the events, including the arrangement of the examiners and the various exam. And special thanks to Dr. Amit Shah and Dr. Apex Patwa, who have really taken our fellowship program forward with their training center at Goraj. And we wish to have more and more training centers across the country where the IDA fellowships can continue and more fellows can be trained. Of course, this is with inputs from all our executive committee members, but the real hard work is for this fellowship program is done by these three individuals. We've had an excellent oration today by Professor Moeed, and what a wonderful topic and what lovely words said by Professor Moeed. I'd like to tell you a little secret that I, from the beginning, always called him Moeed because I always believed he was younger than me, and he always called me Dr. Sheila. But very recently, we realized that actually it was the reverse, and he's senior to me. Excellent words said by him, and what I really liked was he called IDA not an association, but a concept. For me, it's about passion. So I welcome all of you to join IDA and to take this concept passionately forward. Now, this is my last term as president of the All India Difficult Airway Association. I've served as 2 terms. I've been previously as general secretary of the association. And I've been very fortunate to work hand in hand with Professor Sumalata Shetty as a general secretary, and that has made my life very easy. She's like a sister to me, and together we've been able to achieve a lot with all the help of our executive committee members. I'm very happy for the opportunity that Team Mangalore has given us. The founders of this organization, Professor U.S. Ravindra, Professor Ram Kumar, Professor Sumalata, and the entire team at Mangalore, who had confidence in us and handed over to us to take this society forward. And I've really learned a lot from our past presidents, Professor Ram Kumar, Professor Divatia, Sheila, and all the other senior members of the association who have really given their inputs. And it's great to be part of this session today and express my gratitude to all my team members. We are really not a team, I would say, we're really a family, and we work together to take this society forward. I urge all of you to join as IDA members, join the executive committee, and really take this passionate concept forward. Thank you very much. I now request Professor Sumalata Shetty to give the concluding remarks for this session.
Thank you, Dr. Sheila. It's been a great journey all these years, and I've been working with Professor Dr. Sheila Mantra for the last 2 terms as secretary, and everyone at IDA will join me wholeheartedly to say that she has been the driving force behind the guidelines, behind the working of the IDA association, and it has been a tough journey, Sheila. I would like to say that it has been a tough journey, but then it was well worth it. And with Sheila, I'll also be stepping down from the secretary post, and the new president and secretary will carry IDA forward. We have full confidence. Wholeheartedly, we say that they will, and they will do it very well, much better than what we did. And as Dr. Sheila was telling, we are a family, and we do call each other by first names. And Dr. Sheila was telling about what she calls Dr. Mohit, and I was just settling an issue with Dr. Mohit because I always called him Saeed, and it was very confusing for me to say Dr. Mohit because in my mind it has become Dr. Saeed. So we have accepted that I'm going to call him Saeed throughout. And the other members here was sitting there in the executive committee, Apesh, Amit, Rakesh, Bangera. They've all been family members from way back 2008, 2006. Some of them we have been knowing from 2006. And when we started this association, it was just a small gathering of like-minded persons. We were enthusiastic, probably because each one had our own bad experience with airway management, and we wanted to do it better, and we wanted to learn. And when we started learning, we thought we need to pass on this information because we needed to give back to the people who taught us what to do. We thought we will give it to the next generation or our students or our colleagues who are asking for some education or some learning of skills. So that's how we started. We remember we used to go in vehicles all the way up to, I think we went up till Kota, Anand, and we actually enjoyed doing it. And then Dr. Ravindra came out like, let's make an association. It was a tough journey. Those 2 years of registering this society was a tough job. And 2010, we finally registered our association, and we went public with our first conference in Mangalore. We called it the national conference, but then IDA, All India Conference. But then later on, when the leaders were shifted on to Mumbai, we had utter confidence in them. We thought that has to go to a larger platform, and we were very fortunate that the Bombay group joined us. They were conducting their own workshops a lot. It was well attended and well recognized. And when they joined us, the IDA took another step forward, and we went national and international. It was a fantastic turn, which made IDA more recognized and got a national and international platform for IDA. And we are continuing. We're seeing the newer members joining in, and we know that IDA is going to flourish. It's like what Dr. Sheila keeps telling. It's like a baby. We are watching it grow, and the growth of the child has been a very pleasant and beautiful thing to think back, to remember, and then imagine what it will become one day. IDA has a great future, and the future lies in the members who are joining, who are there and who are joining. Welcome to IDA, and please propagate the message of IDA. IDA is a concept. I'm going to hold on to it, Dr. Said. IDA is a concept and make it a strong concept because all of us require it in our day-to-day practice, including the intensivists, pulmonologists, and anyone who are involved in the airway. I am very fortunate to have a group of people who have been very supportive at times, leading us through the right path. We have our mentors, Dr. Ramkumar, Dr. Divatya, and Dr. Ravindra, who were with us all throughout, who initially started and then helped us move on. Thank you to all those who were with us, who are with us, and who will be with us. Thank you. I conclude this. Thank you all. Thank you, Rakesh. Over to you. Over to you, NAT 2021.
Good morning and greetings from AIMS Jodhpur. I would like to introduce our chairpersons for the next session, that is Airway and Core Concepts. Dr. Pradeep Bhatia, Professor and Head, Department of Anesthesiology and Critical Care Medicine from AIMS Jodhpur. Dr. Amla Kudalkar, Professor, Anesthesiology, LTMC College and General Hospital, Mumbai. Dr. Anand Bangera, Professor and Head, Department of Anesthesiology, K.S. Hegde Medical College, Karnataka. I would now request the chairpersons to take over the session.
Morning, everyone. So, I, along with my co-chairs, welcome you all to this session. And, the first speaker of this session will be Dr. Apesh Patwar. Welcome, Dr. Apesh, and he's a well-known personality. He's a regular faculty in IDA conferences in National Conference of Anesthesiology, and his authority, knowledge on airway and anesthesia work station lectures is well known. His lectures are liked by everyone and they are very informative. So welcome, Dr. Apesh, and over to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Team AIDA and Jodhpur, for giving me the opportunity to express my view on difficult airway. Is it time for conceptual change? So when we discuss difficult airway, means, or when we label the difficult airway, means when we encounter difficulty in supraglottic airway devices, in face mask ventilation or intubation. And mainly, these difficulties are related to anatomical features of the airway, which makes the procedure technically difficult. So we can call this as an anatomically challenging airway, or it's an anatomical difficult airway. And it's a bit confusing term. So look at the definition given by ASA Task Force in 2013 for the difficult airway. A situation, a clinical situation in which a conventionally trained anesthesiologist experiences difficulty with the face mask ventilation or tracheal ventilation or both. So this definition is meant for anesthesiologists. Each other specialties consultant doing the airway management and the encounter difficulty. It's not difficult airway. Yes, it is difficult airway. And what is conventionally trained anesthesiologist? So there is no global perspective for a conventionally trained anesthesiologist because teaching differs in each part of the world. And over and above this, when we talk about the difficult airway definition, we can label the airway as difficult airway only after we experience the difficulty. So there's the limitations. So let's have one hypothetical situation. A normal airway patient for a lumbar spine surgery was managed successfully in an operating room by an anesthesiologist. After shifting into the intensive care unit, after a couple of hours, patient desaturated requiring intubation. An intensivist could not perform the intubation in intensive care unit. So how to label this airway? Is it normal or difficult? So there's the confusion. So coming to the difficult airway anticipation, we are not good at it. Why we are not good at it? Look at this very interesting cohort study of more than 1,88,000 patients, and they encountered difficult intubation in 3391 patients. And among these 3391 patients, 3154 intubation was difficult intubation was unanticipated. One another publication for difficult mass ventilation of inclusive of more than 46,000 patients. They anticipated difficult mass ventilation in all the 46,804 patients, and actual difficult mass ventilations they encountered only in 1%. So 99% was falsely predicted difficult mass ventilation. Why it is so? Why we are not good at anticipating the difficult airway? Because when we predict the difficult airway, our focus is only on patient's anatomical features for the predictions as per the current concept of difficult airway. There is no consideration of patient other factors. There is no consideration of decision making, expertise, and skill. There is no consideration of human factor like time pressure. There is no consideration of available resources and no consideration of environmental factor. That's the reason we are not good at it. So if you look at the conventional airway management from pre-oxygenation to intubation or supraglottic airway insertion, we are having number of choices for selecting the devices. Suppose we are doing the face mask ventilations, then there are number of variants of masks are available. And we are doing the face mask ventilations with the different grip, with or without oronasopharyngeal airway, or with or without cricoid pressure. Suppose we select an laryngoscope, which are having different varieties of blade, and we perform the laryngoscopic intubation with or without cricoid pressure, with different position, with or without axial laryngeal manipulation, with different light intensity and table height, and with different force of laryngoscopy. Suppose we take the video laryngoscopy in our hand. Again, is angulated blade, non-angulated blade, hyperangulated blade, channel blade, non-channel blade. We are performing the video laryngoscopy with a different position, with a different viewing angle of the camera, with different screen size, with the different fogging mechanism, anti-fog mechanisms. Same way, when we select the endotracheal tube, there are a variety of endotracheal tubes available with the different shape of the endotracheal tube, wired endotracheal tube, different tip design endotracheal tube, different material endotracheal tube, and we are selecting the endotracheal tube for intubation with or without intubating it, and we are doing the intubation with a different route at either oral or nasal route. Same way, there are different varieties of supraglottic airway devices with the different capabilities and with the different insertion technique. So we are having number of ways to select to oxygenate a patient. So we probably can select more than a million different way to oxygenate a patient. And that's the reason it is difficult to predict the success with the so many options. And when we are predicting, our conventional prediction is only depend on the anatomical feature of the our upper airway. That's the reason we are not good at it. So, in short, difficult airway anticipation is predictably unpredicted. So, if you look at the incidences of laryngoscopy and difficult laryngoscopy and intubation in 1998, the incidence rate was roughly ranging from 1.5 to 8.5%. And if you look the incidence rate of failed and difficult laryngoscopy and intubation in 2015-17, which has reduced to 0.52 or 0.3%. Why it is so? Why there is a difference in the incidence rate in second decade of 20th century than the 1998? Because availability of indirect laryngoscope, which increases the success rate of intubation in the OR under anesthesia. Why? It is so because see in direct laryngoscopy we are creating a direct line of sight, but in video laryngoscopy our eyesight is indirectly shifted into the pharynx, and from pharynx it take the image of larynx. So line of vision only this much, and because of this much line of vision it eliminates the need of 3 axial alignment and tissue compression, and that's the reason we get the better laryngeal view. So technique is different between direct laryngoscopy and video laryngoscopy. Basic is different between direct laryngoscopy and video laryngoscopy. So what are the predictors we are at presently predicting for the difficult airway is meant for or in relation to direct laryngoscopy, not meant for the video laryngoscopy. So difficult airway predictors which has been defined for direct laryngoscopy cannot be applied for the video laryngoscopy. And if you look at the success of airway management, it's not a simple process, it's not a simple phenomena. Airway management is a highly complex phenomena, and success of airway management is depend on patient factor, operator factor, available resources, decision making, and time pressure. See, what are the patient factors? Like altered anatomical variations or features of upper airway. Compromised airway means functional or anatomical partial obstruction, which can lead to complete obstruction during airway management and complicate the airway management. Physiological dearrangement of the patient, like desaturated patient or to perform that device technique with peaceful mind, not under with fatigue and when we are in stress. And we should have helping hand and staff cooperation. All these factors are having impact on the success of the airway management. If you look at the available resources, whether we are doing the airway management outside the OR or outside the OT, like in the scan area or in the ambulance or out of the hospital premises, success rate differs. And even availability of airway gadgets having impact on the success of airway management. So whatever the device we have selected based for that patient, if that is not available, success rate goes down. Suppose we require intubating aid with the direct laryngoscopy and it's not available, success rate goes down. Same way, availability of expert hands also having an impact on airway management. Decision making is very crucial point. We should make a decision to choose a right patient with the right technique, with the right device, with the optimal skill and experience, and we should perform the airway management in peaceful mind at the right place. And even time pressure during the airway management, like if you are doing the airway management in ICU with the desaturated patient or hemodynamic unstable patient or emergency intubation in the with the bleeding airway, also having an impact on the success of airway management. So airway management is a highly complex phenomenon, and success of the airway management is combination of these all factors. So if all these factors are in our favor, then and then we'll be able to have a optimal success. So difficult airway current concept cannot explain complexity of the airway management. And it can be labeled as airway can be labeled as difficult airway only after experiencing the difficulties. Is predictably unpredictable and not clearly defined is a confusing term. So we need to have a concept different than the difficult airway current concept. And if you look at the impact of the current concept of difficult airway, it's a compromising impact on the teaching and clinical performance. Because considering the current concept of difficult airway, we are teaching our student only in one direction of predicting difficult airway, which is meant for direct laryngoscopy. We are not teaching them which type of difficulty we are able to, it's possible to encounter with the different techniques. And if you look at the research, says availability and invention of video laryngoscopy in 2000. Until 2021, we are not having proper research for predicting the difficult video laryngoscopy, and very limited research about the predicting difficult video laryngoscopy. And even our guidelines are purely focusing on the current concept of difficult airway. And that's the reason most of the guideline has not incorporated the other factors which is having impact on the success of airway management. So it's a high time for conceptual change. So we need a concept which can explain and cover the complexity of the airway management. It should be clearly understood and defined, and it should be highly predictive for the challenges, and it should improve the patient safety. So if we think laterally, and if we develop a concept with the accessibility of the airway, like this airway is accessible and this airway is non-accessible, then this type of concept can cover the complexity of the airway management. And if it is accessible, it's easily accessible or difficult to access. So accessibility, accessible airway and non-accessible airway can be defined and labeled considering all these 5 factors. And even accessible airway, depending on the these 5 factors, can be non-accessible, and non-accessible airway can become accessible depending on these 5 factors: patient factor, operator factors, available resources, decision making, and time pressure. Let's have an example. Suppose a patient, I'm selecting a video laryngoscope because I'm having enough skill, enough experience, and it's suitable for this patient and it's available. So for me, this airway is accessible. And suppose there is no direct laryngoscopy and I'm only having video laryngoscopy, and I'm not having enough skill and experience to use the video laryngoscope, then it's become non-accessible. So it's a dynamic complex. Accessible can become non-accessible, accessible, depending on these 5 factors. So I think it's time for conceptual change, and I have given the views which can lead you from confusion to a clarity. Thank you.
After that excellent lecture by Dr. Apesh, now I invite next speaker, Dr. Naveen Paliwal. He is Associate Professor in the SN Medical College, Jodhpur, and he will be speaking on preventing aspiration of gastric contents during airway management. Dr. Naveen Paliwal, please.
Good morning. This is Dr. Naveen Paliwal from Dr. S. N. Medical College, Jodhpur. My today's talk is on preventing aspiration of gastric contents during airway management. Unnecessary related aspiration occurs when patient without sufficient laryngeal protective reflexes passively or actively regurgitate gastric contents. Severity of pulmonary parenchymal injury is modified by the degree of acidity, the volume of aspirate, and the presence or absence of particulate matter in the aspirated fluid. Prevention of aspiration remains a cornerstone of anesthesia practice. All novice anesthetists worldwide are taught to consider the risk of aspiration and to modify their anesthetic technique accordingly. Aspiration accounted for more deaths than failure to intubate or ventilate in the Royal College of Anesthetists' 4th National Audit Project data. 23% of all cases reported to 4th National Audit Project involved aspiration as either the primary or the secondary event. The incidence of aspiration is 1 in 900 cases in case of emergency surgeries, whereas it is 1 in 4,000 cases in elective surgeries. The incidence increases by 4 to 12-fold in at-risk population. This at-risk population is obstetric population and emergency surgeries and population with GI disease. Aspiration, however, remains the most significant cause of airway-related mortality. It was responsible for 50% of anesthetic deaths and 17% of reported primary anesthetic events defined as brain damage, unanticipated ICU admissions, or need for an emergency surgical airway. Risk factors for aspiration. There are a number of patients and procedure-related characteristics which place some patients at high risk for anesthesia-related aspiration events. There are a number of medications that are routinely used during anesthesia that are known to reduce lower esophageal infected tone, level of consciousness, and loss of protective reflexes. The risk is even greater when topical anesthesia of the larynx is employed because it abolishes the cough reflex. The next most important thing is the predisposing conditions. It is important to note that the majority of the patients undergoing anesthesia do not suffer from an aspiration event. Predisposing condition must also exist, which in combination with progressive loss of consciousness and diminished protective reflexes create a favorable environment for aspiration. These predisposing conditions include gastrointestinal obstruction, emergency surgery, esophageal surgery, lack of coordination of swallowing and respiration, esophageal cancer, hiatus hernia, obesity. Provider expertise. Provider expertise factors such as improper decision making, lack of experience, and lack of knowledge. Provider expertise is also implicated in failure of preventive measures such as the use of required pressure during rapid sequence induction and wide variation in the execution of these approaches to anesthesia induction in high-risk patients. Retrospectively, in review of anesthesia-related aspiration by certain colleagues, 10 of the 14 cases were attributed to improper anesthesia techniques. Kluger and Short, in their review of 133 cases drawn from the New Zealand Anesthetic Incident Monitoring Study database, reported similar concerns regarding provider-specific factors. Passive regurgitation was 3 times more common than active vomiting, and the majority of the cases had at least one predisposing risk factor for regurgitation. Despite this, only 14% of the patients who aspirated had an anti-aspiration prophylaxis utilized prior to or during the induction. In this database, factors contributing to aspiration even includes error in judgment in 43 cases, whereas 40 techniques were used in 35 cases. Inadequate patient preparation was there in 25 cases. 14 cases had communication problem and inadequate assistance, whereas provider was inexperienced in 13 cases. Risk reduction strategies for the aspiration of gastric contents. Preoperative risk assessment. The key to the minimizing the impact of acute intraoperative aspiration is to prevent it from happening. A thorough knowledge of the patient and their predisposing condition, including a physical exam, a review of current symptoms, are vitally necessary for both the anesthesiology and the surgical team. According to the American Society of Anesthesiologists, the interview should include at a minimum assessment of predisposing risk factors which contribute to increased risk of volume regurgitation, and these include gastroesophageal reflex diseases, esophageal dysmobility, difficult swallowing, gas bloat, or other signs of delayed gastric emptying, obstructive cancer causing stresses in the esophagus. The next very important condition is preoperative fasting. Preoperative fasting is also critical. Current recommendations from the American Society of Anesthesiologists Committee on Standard and Practice Parameters allows consumption of a light meal or non-human milk up to 6 hours prior to the elective procedures. Clear liquids such as black tea, black coffee, non-pulp fruit juices, carbonated beverages can be used up to 2 hours prior to the elective procedures. Cochrane review in 2010 concluded that there was no evidence supporting the standard meal by mouth from midnight fasting compared to a shortened fluid fast that is 2 to 4 hours prior to the surgery, and encouraged providers to consider shorter periods of clear fasting. Preemptive nasogastric tube placement has been proposed as an option for reducing aspiration risk at the time of induction. However, evidence to support this practice is lacking. There was no prospective and or randomized data evaluating the efficacy of preemptive nasogastric tube placement. Malin, Osland, and colleagues retrospectively reviewed more than 85,000 anesthetic over a period of 5 years and identified 25 cases of pulmonary aspiration. They found no evidence to support routine preoperative gastric emptying, even in emergency cases, except for patients with suspected ileus or obstruction. H2 receptor blockers, PPIs, and prokinetics. Duke and colleagues evaluated the efficacy of H2 receptor antagonist and proton pump inhibitors for reducing aspiration risk in a meta-analysis of the literature in 2012. 18 studies were identified. Aspiration risk was defined as gastric pH of less than 2.5 and a gastric volume of 4.5 ml. The data revealed a non-significant trend towards H2 receptor antagonists being more effective than proton pump inhibitors. Here, it should be noted that the endpoint for these studies was gastric pH and the gastric volume. and are surrogate for the clinically important endpoint of pulmonary aspiration, and that the efficacy of pre-medication for reduction in actual aspiration cases is unknown. In the current guidelines from the ASA, routine use of gastrointestinal stimulants like metoclopramide, gastric secretion blockers like H2 receptor blockers, potent pump inhibitors, antacids, antiemetics, and anticholinergic agents to reduce the risk of pulmonary aspiration are not recommended. Rapid sequence induction. Kluger and colleagues evaluated the timing of regurgitation and aspiration during anesthesia, and they found that most of the regurgitation that occur at the induction of anesthesia. As such, it is critically important for surgeon and anesthesiologists to have an algorithm for minimizing aspiration events in patients who are deemed high risk. One approach is to use rapid sequence induction, a method of anesthesia induction that was developed to quickly achieve a protected airway in emergency or high-risk cases while minimizing risk of aspiration of regurgitated gastric contents. Technique of rapid sequence induction: pre-oxygenation with 100% oxygen for 3 minutes, rapid administration of induction and paralytic agents, critical pressure originally was described but is not now indicated in all patients, avoidance of bag and mask ventilation, transoral insertion of endotracheal tube using either direct or video laryngoscope. Systemic literature review in 2007, despite reviewing 184 eligible studies, including 163 randomized controlled trials, concluded that the literature were insufficient to determine whether rapid sequence induction reduces aspiration during induction of anesthesia. The authors also examined the evidence for use of cricut pressor. There was no data to support the routine use of cricut pressor, and many studies showing that the esophagus is displaced related to the cricut in 50% or more number of the patients, while deforming the cricut in 90% or obstructing the airway in approximately 50% of the cases. The systemic review concluded that cricut pressor is a benign practice and should be used in rapid sequence induction, but lowered or released if the pressure is creating difficulty securing the airway. Patient positioning during induction. The optimal position to minimize aspiration continues to be refined. Takinak and colleagues concluded that a head-down tilt of 15 to 20 degrees combined with the salix position for the head-to-neck orientation was optimal for minimizing tracheal and bronchial aspiration. Their findings, however, provided support to optimize patient positioning such that regurgitated contents are directed away from their lungs, but intubation in salix position is very difficult, and patients with unstable spine, salix position is contraindicated. Others have examined lateral position for the patient at risk of aspiration. This position is commonly utilized for esophageal procedures performed under monitor anesthesia care and facilitate movement of the regurgitated contents away from the airway. Lateral positioning may optimize the orientation between the airway and the mouth and thus minimizes aspiration. It is probably not a useful position for induction of anesthesia in the budget of the patient. McCall and colleagues examined airway management with lateral positioning in a randomized control trial and found that laryngoscopic airway examination deteriorated in 35% of the patients. These are the guidelines which are laid down by the Australian studies after going through nearly 5,000 closed cases. Experienced anesthetists should be available around the clock, intubate all emergency cases, apply appropriate cricut pressure with all induction using neuromuscular blocking agent, consider intubation in cases with delayed gastric emptying and increased abdominal pressure, extubate high-risk cases awake and on their side. These are the highlights from the fourth national audit project by the fourth national audit project report. Aspiration was commonest cause of death in anesthesia cases reported. Aspiration of gastric content accounted for 50% of anesthesia-related death. Many who survived did so only after a prolonged stay in ICU. Aspiration of blood clot led to 2 cardiac arrests, including 1 death. There was incomplete assessment of aspiration risk and failure to order anesthesia technique when aspiration risk was present. Of the 23 cases of primary anesthesia-related aspiration, only 10 were thought at the time of surgery to have had any risk for aspiration. However, retrospectively, 9 of the 11 patients initially described as having no risk factors had at least 1 risk factor for aspiration. Indeed, of all the patients who aspirated, 27 of 29 patients had identifiable risk factors. Fourth national audit project found that an excess of aspiration cases involved emergency surgeries and trainee anesthetists. 15 of the 29 cases with primary or secondary aspiration were anesthetized by trainee anesthetists. There were clear examples of aspiration at induction when classical indication for rapid sequence induction were present. Many aspirations occurred during maintenance with a standard laryngeal mask. There was failure to identify risk and a failure to use available precautions to reduce the risk of such events. Conclusion. Fourth national audit project saw an unwelcome tide of aspiration cases. Aspiration was the leading cause of patient death and brain damage during anesthesia. The majority of the cases could have been managed better with the possibility of preventing the event. Take home message. Anesthetists must assess all the patients for risk of aspiration prior to anesthesia. This applies particularly to urgent emergency surgery. Where significant doubt exists, the high risk should be assumed. The airway management strategies should be consistent with the identified risk of aspiration. Where reasonable doubt exists, it is likely to be safer to assume increased risk and plan accordingly. No matter how low the perceived risk of aspiration, the anesthesia is induced. The equipment and skills should exist to detect and promptly manage regurgitation and aspiration. On balance, rapid sequence induction should continue to be taught as a standard technique for protection of the airway. Further focused research might usefully be performed to explore its efficacy, limitations, and also explore the consequences of its omission. To maximize the likelihood of good quality prepared force being applied, those who perform prepared force should be trained in its methodology, should practice at regular intervals, and should consider the use of simple methods of simulation. If tracheal intubation is not considered to be indicated, but there is some increase or concern about regurgitation risk, a second generation supraglottic airway is more logical than a first generation. Where aspiration has been recognized as a risk at induction, steps should be taken to reduce the risk of aspiration at emergence. Anesthetists caring for patients undergoing intraoral surgery should be educated in prevention, detection, and management of the clot aspiration. Thank you. That's all from my side.
The next talk will be by Dr. Rakesh Kumar, who is the organizing secretary of this conference. He will be talking about mask ventilation before neuromuscular blockade. Is it really required? Over to Dr. Rakesh Kumar.
Good morning to all. I am Dr. Rakesh Kumar. I will be talk on checking ventilation before neuromuscular blockade is required. So first of all, there is no conflict of interest. So conventional teaching since our residency is that we induce and we check bag mask ventilation, and after this we administering neuromuscular blocking agent. The rationale behind this practice is that there is always a fear in our mind that muscle paralyze that could worsen the ventilation in patient with difficult or unanticipated difficult mask ventilation, and non-paralyzed patient can be awakened, and subsequently another airway management plan can be considered. So, but this practice is ritual, and there is no evidence behind this practice. Because if it would be evidence-based practice, then awake fiber intubation should be performed in all undergoing rapid sequence induction. So this conventional practice is first questioned by the Calder and Yentis in 2008, and they wrote an editorial that could safe practice be compromising safe practice? Should anesthetists have to demonstrate that face mask ventilation is possible before giving a neuromuscular blockage? And they argued that checking ventilation and subsequent fear increase the likelihood of light anesthesia, and which itself caused difficulty with face mask ventilation. In another editorial by Dr. Anil Patel in 2014, face mask ventilation before or after neuromuscular blocking drugs, where are we now? They say that no airway technique under general anesthesia is guaranteed to work always, but neuromuscular blocking drugs are much more often the answer than the problem, and should be given early before checking face mask ventilation. Let's review another literature which support that face mask ventilation PRAD is not required for administration of muscle relaxant. In this review article, Dr. Steve concludes that earliest administration of muscle relaxation following induction of anesthesia may well be the most effective and safest practice. Insistence or demonstration of adequate face mask ventilation before administration of muscle relaxation is more of a ritual than evidence-based practice, and it should therefore be abundant. Water rattle assess the effect of neuromuscular blockage on mask ventilation. In this study, they include 90 patients and they randomize in two groups, either rocuronium group or normal saline group. And they assess the mask ventilation with two grading system, N grading system, and second is water grading system, their own novel grading system. In this grading system, they develop point system based on ability to achieve a target tidal volume of 5 ml per kg. What they did in this study, they put patient on pressure control ventilation, and based on different criteria, they develop point system. Like if target tidal volume is achieved with either oral or nasal airway, they give 1 point. If patient if peak inspired pressure is achieved with 20 to 25 centimeter of water, then they give 1 point system. Like if 2 person is required for ventilation, they give 2 point. If any patient is unable to ventilate, then they give 4 point to that situation. And they found that there was significant improvement in mask ventilation after administration of rocuronium as compared to saline. And in patient in whom initial mask ventilation was more difficult, like those patients in whom the water scale was more than 3, the improvement in mask ventilation was even more dramatic. So they conclude that rocuronium administration facilitate mask ventilation following the induction of anesthesia. Solid state assess the effect of neuromuscular blockage on efficiency of face mask ventilation in patient with difficult to face mask ventilate. In this in this study, author included patients who have at least 3 predictors of difficult face mask ventilation, like any patient who has history of neck radiation, male gender, age more than 57, patient having beard or body mass index more than 30, and they concluded that administration of rocuronium was able to improve face mask ventilation in all cases with clinically event increase in tidal volume by median of 250 ml in patient presenting with 3 or more than 3 risk factors for difficult face mask ventilation. Not a single case with deterioration of mask ventilation was found in their study. Sachdeva et al. Assessed the change in tidal volume during mask ventilation following administration of neuromuscular blocking drug, and they concluded that mask ventilation become easier after administration of neuromuscular blocking drugs, as evidenced by the increased expired tidal volume in their study. In this study, author compared the early and late administration of rocuronium before and after checking mask ventilation in patient with normal airway. And they conclude that early administration of rocuronium before checking mask ventilation result in larger tidal volume and early tracheal intubation condition than late administration of rocuronium after checking mask ventilation in patient with normal airway. In NAP4, or is a major audit of airway-related complication in UK, they consider that delay or avoidance of neuromuscular blocking drugs are one of the contributors in airway-related adverse event. And they say that no anesthetist should allow airway obstruction and hypoxia to develop to a stage where emergency surgical airway is necessary without having administration of muscle relaxant. In DAS 2015 guidelines, emphasis adequate muscle selection at different point, like in plan A, when we attempt face mask ventilation and tracheal intubation, they emphasize that there should be adequate neuromuscular blockage. And once we failed face mask ventilation and tracheal intubation, and even after supraglottic insertion, failed supraglottic insertion, they emphasize that face mask ventilation can be improved after giving the muscle relaxant. So adequate emphasis is given on muscles relaxation. In 2016, AIDA guidelines also giving enough emphasis on muscle relaxation even when we are rescuing the face mask ventilation when failed tracheal intubation, failed supraglottic insertion condition. So in awake state, patency of upper airway is maintained by physiological reflexes and neural activity of airway muscles. So what makes face mask ventilation difficult after the administration of or an induction of anesthesia? It is the induction agent like opioids, hypnotic agent and benzodiazepine which reduce the upper airway muscles tone and cause airway narrowing and collapse. And immediately following the induction of anesthesia, there is an increase in the upper airway reflexes that could lead to laryngospasm and chest wall rigidity. The idiom of crossing the Rubicon means reaching a point of no return. So it is misconception of administration of muscle relaxation is comparing with Rubicon. Rather, the administration of induction agent at dose which the patient spontaneous respiratory activity is the Rubicon. But what once we have crossed the Rubicon? Once we have crossed the Rubicon, our aim should not be to awaken the patient, but to providing the condition for face mask ventilation and supraglottic insertion as soon as possible. So in this situation, once we have induced the patient and there is abolish the spontaneous respiratory activity, we should give enough muscle relaxation so that there is improvement in not only the face mask ventilation but condition for tracheal intubation and supraglottic insertion. So in airway related complication, muscle relaxation is not a culprit, but it is the induction agent, which is the most of time responsible for airway related complications. So we are not in the 60s or 70s when the advanced airway devices were not available and preserving a way back over breathing was the only solution available with us. We are living in 21st century and we have adequate number of advanced airway gadgets like different kind of supraglottic devices, flexible fiber optic, channel and non-channel video laryngoscope, video isolate with us in ROT. So in conclusion, if we exclude the patient who are the primary candidate of awake fiber optic intubation, like limited mouth opening, severe fixed deformity of the cervical spine, and history of impossible tracheal intubation are excluded, early administration of neuromuscular blocking drug does not worsen the quality of face mask ventilation, rather they improve it. So check ventilation before neuromuscular blocking agents are not required. Thank you.
Now the session is open for discussion. There are no much questions in the chat box. Only question is, given the fact that we fail to anticipate the difficult airway, should video laryngoscopes be our primary equipment during intubation rather than as a rescue device? Apex can answer this.
Yeah. So considering the scenario and considering the recent literature coming out with the video success rate with the video laryngoscopy, if you are having good expertise, if you are having good skill, adequate skill with the video laryngoscopy, and if there is an availability of video laryngoscope in your institute, then you should do as a you should take that as a primary device rather than keep it for a rescue device.
Yeah, as they say that after the advent of smartphones, I mean, we have to adopt to smart technology rather than going back to the old phones, tabs. So similarly, I think we should promote video laryngoscopes henceforth. That is what I feel.
Yes, Dr. Direct laryngoscopy nowadays at all with Macintosh? or almost always 100%
In most of the
video?
elective, almost I can say 100% of the elective cases, I am doing it with the video laryngoscope.
Yeah. Now, one thing that you specifically told is about the predictors of difficult intubation, like Mallampatti. All those things are not very relevant, may not be very relevant. Now, if we are developing little more predictors, what exactly should be the basis of these predictors now?
Yeah.
Because the Mallampatti and all, it all depends on the roomy space in the throat.
See, considering the development of a new concept or a new predictors for a video laryngoscopy, we just can't rely on the predictors which has been developed for a direct laryngoscopy. Yeah. Fine. So we need to have a robust system to develop predictors for the video laryngoscopy. That should start from the angles of the video laryngoscopy. First, we need to define what is difficult video laryngoscopy. We should start from that point. So whatever has been defined, criteria is there for a conventional laryngoscopy. There is no definition for what is difficult video laryngoscopy. Only one article I found in the 2017, they have defined the difficult video laryngoscopy when it takes the time longer than a 60-second or more than 2 attempts. But see, the criteria which has been defined for a direct laryngoscopy is related to related to anatomical feature and for the exposure of the larynx. While in case of video laryngoscopy, exposure is much easier, and we are finding the difficulty in other part of the procedures, not for exposing the larynx, like inserting a stellated tube, inserting a hyperangulated blade, then fogging, excessive secretions. So we need to define the different criteria which makes the laryngoscopy difficult. We need to give a proper scoring system for that, and we need to develop a absolute score for predicting difficulty with the video laryngoscopy.
Dr. Apex, hello. I
Yes,
just wanted to ask about this fogging. I mean, many times, if you do video laryngoscopy in a spontaneously breathing patient, often the view of the larynx is obscured because of the fogging. So what is your solution for this?
See, ideally, the most of the, if you are using the blade disposable for reuse, then there are high chances of fogging. That is one thing. And there are medical grade anti-fog solutions are available. I think either Johnson & Johnson or Covidien are making such a type of anti-fog solution for the laparoscopy. We can use that. I am using that solutions. That is one thing. Or second thing, you can insufflate the oxygen through the nasal passage along with the video laryngoscopy. Or if you're using high flow nasal oxygen or simple nasal cannula at 10 to 15 liters, that will reduce the chances of having fogging during the procedure.
Oh.
Apex, coming back to my original question, see, the concept in Mallampatti's grading is we relatively assess what amount of space is there for the tongue to be displaced. So that should be, according to me, should be relevant even for video laryngoscopy. I agree that other tests where like neck mobility.
Now coming to a discussion, an important thing, the basics of direct laryngoscopy and basics of video laryngoscopy, specifically anatomically curved with the video laryngoscope. I'm not talking about the Macintosh type of video laryngoscope. I'm talking about the anatomically curved video laryngoscope. See, why Mallampatti is representing or the enlargement of tongue or increase in the submandibular tissue, and that's the reason we are facing the difficulty by it's not possible to compress the tongue, or we need to have a higher force of laryngoscopy. That's the reason we get the difficult direct laryngoscopy. But when you are using the video laryngoscope, specifically if you are using the anatomically curved or hyperangulated video laryngoscope, you don't need to compress the tongue. So in most of the time, Mallampatti should not be considered a predictor for difficult video laryngoscopy.
Okay. More studies may be required in this aspect.
Yeah, we are lacking in the research in this direction, and that's the reason we need to think out of the box, and we need to change the concept from difficult airway to something else like an accessible airway.
Okay.
Which one would you prefer, a channeled blade or a non-channeled blade? As a first?
It's depend on your skill, expertise, and decision making. If you are having expertise in both, you can use any one of that.
Regarding this muscle relaxants before mask ventilation, I still say of the opinion that you can't just say that confirming mask ventilation before muscle relaxation is not at all required, especially in a patient with the predicted difficult mask ventilation, like in edentulous patients, all those things. We need to do a mask ventilation, check whichever mask that suits, because the same mask, the same anatomical face mask may not suit for all the patients. And giving muscle relaxant after, when you find it is difficult to intubate, giving a chance and giving a dose of muscle relaxant, that is entirely a different aspect rather than considering giving muscle relaxant before mask ventilation. So I am of the opinion that there is a definite role for confirming mask ventilation before.
Yeah, even we continue with this practice. Suppose there is, you find that you have given the muscle relaxant and you are unable to ventilate the patient properly afterwards. What would be your rescue method? Dr. Rakesh Kumar.
Only good thing that we have at present is a supraglottic airway device like iGel, which is always savior. Just like that, you can introduce iGel and you can ventilate the patient. But still, it is better to mask ventilate before giving a muscle relax. Apex, what is your opinion regarding this?
Myself or Rakesh?
Sorry, Apex. Okay. Rakesh is there. Rakesh can also answer.
When Rakesh, you can give your opinion, then I'll give mine.
Yeah, sir, there are so many literature which is saying that muscle relaxation is always improve the mask ventilation. So there is no such requirement that we have to check mask ventilation before giving muscle relaxant, because of most of time there are large study in which they're saying that the incidence of difficult to impossible mask ventilation is 0.04 to 0.05% only. So, and then in our OTs, we have such a variety of airway gadgets like supraglottic, and so that we can insert and we can rescue our patient.
Rakesh, I think the mask fitting here is very, very important. So if the mask fitting is not proper, whatever muscle relaxant you give may not be of much helpful. That is my opinion.
Okay.
Now there is one question for Dr. Naveen also. If the nasogastric tube is already in place, C2, if it is a say emergency intestinal obstruction, the patient comes on table with a nasogastric tube in C2. During induction, will you withdraw the tube in the esophagus?
Yes, ma'am. If patient is with nasogastric tube in situ, it's recommended to go for suctioning of the nasogastric tube, and with open nasogastric tube, we can go for rapid sequence induction under cricoid pressure.
Yeah, and is it, if USG is available, is it advisable to check for residual gastric volume?
Yes, ma'am. Lots of studies has been going on and still coming that residual, this USG can be used as a point of care for assessing the residual gastric volume. And it has been useful, and it's been using at several centers very successfully.
Oh.
Dr. Anand, I'll get back to your questions. I'm pending myself to giving the answer. So should we give the relaxation or should we not? So in most of, as per my experiences, that is one thing. Second thing, as per the literature, as per the evidences, mask ventilation's efficiency improves after relaxation. Then why to wait? And then why to check the mask ventilation before giving the relaxation? You should give relaxation because it increases the mask ventilation efficiency. Suppose it's a difficult airway, and you induce the patient, not given the relaxation. You check the mask ventilator, and if you are not able to ventilate the patient, what will you do? You need to intubate the patient without ventilation. So give relaxation, improve the it improves the success of intubation also, and it improves the mass ventilation efficiency also. You will be able to ventilate, you will be the oxygenate. So always give relaxation. It's no need to check the ventilation before going for a cases during induction.
Sir, I would like to add some further points that this practice to checking ventilation is especially important because the junior ones or residents in their initial experience days, because they are keeping patient light, so that they're thinking in their mind that if we could not mass ventilate the patient, we can awaken the patient. So this practice is problematic because in light patient, even if you could not intubate the patient, you still you may not able to insert the patient because patient will be light and he will not allow anything like supraglottic insertion or any rescue. So mass ventilation, because it improve the lung compliance and chest wall compliance. So there will be improvement in
another thing that the technique most of the anesthesiologists are using to check mass ventilations. There are hardly any evidences. इस रघुकुल रीत सजा चली आई, मेरे टीचर ने सिखाया, उसने उसके टीचर ने सिखाया, उसने टीचर ने सिखाया, and it's just a fear. It's just a subconscious level of fear. But if you look at the evidences, it definitely improves the efficiency of mass ventilation. Then why to wait? Then why not to give?
You mean to say whenever there is a patient with the edentulous patient with the loss of buccal pad of fat, even then directly you can give muscle relaxant without checking mask ventilation?
Yes. See, if it is a difficult airway, you are predicting the difficult airway. So then you need to make a decision whether you should go with the awake or not. If you are not going with the awake, give relaxation and ventilate the patient.
Okay. If you are thinking that it has to be with any other alternative techniques like awake intubation and all, yes, then I think I can agree with you. Right. Okay.
Sir, preoperative airway assessment is paramount importance. We have to choose that whether this patient is candidate for awake intubation or not. That is
coming back to my question only, is like all edentulous patients should require awake intubation or alternative methods of intubation. No scope for direct laryngoscopy at all.
Actually, what they mean is there is no need to check for ventilation. If you are having an edentulous patient, whatever is required to ventilate such patients, such as nasopharyngeal or oropharyngeal airway, should always be in place, and then directly give ventilation. Your muscle relaxant. However, what I feel is checking for ventilation is you are just going to give one blast. How much time, extra time it is going to demand from you. So we continue to, ours is teaching hospital, we continue to just check ventilation by giving one blast and then followed by muscle relaxation.
It looks like the total concept is changing. So now maybe a day will come, you give induction agent, give muscle relaxant, put a IGL, ventilate the patient, and directly, if required, you do a intubation. Maybe the concept is changing like this. Then it is quite accepted.
Yeah, if face mask ventilation is not possible, you can always put in HGD.
And Doctor, another add pre-oxidation or co-oxidation with HFNC also, with changing trends.
I didn't get it, sir.
So what you have mentioned is trends are changing.
Yes, sir.
I'm just adding one more thing: the pre-oxidation and co-oxidation with HFNC.
That's the reason I've taken this lecture. Change are trending, concept are changing. So why we need to see the difficult area concept? That also need to be changed.
I'm very tempted to jump into this session, though I'm not a chairperson. If I may make some comments, I've just been hearing the discussion. I completely agree with Dr. Apex and Dr. Rakesh. There has been a paradigm shift in the way we look at airway management today. Yes, of course, we have to give muscle relaxant because the whole question is, what are you going to do? you're not able to ventilate this patient. So the next intervention that you have to do will be successful only if you give the muscle relaxant. I agree with Dr. Amla and Dr. Bangera that no harm in checking. If you wish to check and that gives you more confidence, that's fine. But irrespective of whether you can ventilate or cannot ventilate, you should give the muscle relaxant. And this is the big shift in the way we are thinking of airway management. And as Dr. Bhatia has rightly said, now the big emphasis on peri-intubation oxygenation has really changed the concept because we can prolong the safe apnea time. So our concerns initially of a patient desaturating early has also, can also be overcome with this strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we can conclude the session. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the organizers for giving us the opportunity to.
Thanks a lot. Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. After this enlightening session, we move on to our next session on airway ultrasound. I would like to introduce our chairpersons. Dr. Jason Doctor, Professor and Consultant, Department of Anesthesia, Critical Care and Pain, Tata Memorial Hospital, Homi Bhabha National Institute, Mumbai. Dr. Arindam Chaudhary, Additional Professor, Department of Cardiac Anesthesia, AIIMS, New Delhi. And Dr. Nikhil Kothari, Additional Professor, Department of Anesthesia and Critical Care, AIIMS, Jodhpur.
Hello.
Chairpersons.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. So I will be welcoming Dr. Michael Christensen, who works at Denmark, and he will be speaking about point of care ultrasound for airway management. Over to Dr. Christensen.
My name is Michael Christensen. The talk today is made in collaboration with Wendy Teo from Singapore. I have several conflicts of interests. One is that I'm the head of our yearly hands-on interactive 2 days course, Airway Management for Anesthesiologists. My newest conflict of interest. Wrote this book together with Tim Cook, whom you know. We have more than 60 authors from around the world contributing to an updated, very clinical book. And many of the things that we're going to say will also be to find in here. We could also have called this talk, Why We Cannot Rely on a Long Longitudinal Incision for Neck Rescue. We are disappointingly bad at performing this, only 36% success. Why did we have this low success rate? An important explanation is abnormal neck anatomy. Those are the patients where both the access is more difficult and also the patients that are by far the ones in risk of getting airway complications where we would need a front of neck airway access. The lady is called Dagmar. This is my pre-anesthetic visit. I say hello and I look at her neck and I wonder if I need it down the line, will her windpipe be here or maybe deviated like this? And where on the windpipe will the cricothyroid membrane be? Could it be here or any of these places? On palpation, you can't really feel any airway structures in the midline. It's actually well documented that it's difficult. It gets even worse in cases where we have abnormal neck anatomy. And this lady, Dagmar, she had both of these. So the question is, how do I do if I need access to her anterior neck during my treatment of her? Should I just rely on a longitudinal incision? That has been promoted by recent guidelines. Red is the result of trying to identify the cricothyroid membrane by palpation. About 1 of 5 markings are more than 1.5 centimeters off the real midline to one of the sides, which may be worse because see what when we extrapolate these results until many of these access points would not enter the airway and equally bad would enter large blood vessels instead. So there are 4 reasons why we cannot rely on a longitudinal incision for neck rescue, and we summon those up. First of all, we will miss the airway laterally. These are in patients with some kind of pathology. We'll do that in 18% of cases. We will hit major blood vessels laterally. And even if we should find the midline with a 8 to 10 centimeter long incision, as has been recommended, we will hit major blood vessels distally. And if we try to avoid that by cutting the long longitudinal incision further cranially, then we will miss the cricothyroid membrane in far more than 5% of cases. So instead of that, we must get to know where the cricothyroid membrane and the midline of the airway is. That will allow us to make a transverse incision or a short focused longitudinal incision first. So the solution is not to rely on the longitudinal incision. What is it then? It is to make sure before, and that's crucial, before induction, that we will be able to find the cricothyroid membrane and the midline of the airway. How do we do that? Yeah, just by looking at our patients. If we have slim patients with no airway pathology, in the majority of cases, we will actually be able to see the Adam's apple, the thyroid cartilage. We'll know that we will be able to find the cricothyroid membrane in case we need it. We don't need to do more than that before we induce anesthesia. If we can't see, then we can make a palpation and or handshake. And if we practice that, we'll find it, cricothyroid membrane, in a high percentage of cases. But if we're still in doubt, and especially in patients who have other predictors of difficult airway management, then this is the solution before induction of anesthesia. Ultrasonography with a linear probe will allow us to have a look at the structures in the neck. This is the thyroid cartilage, this is the cricoid cartilage, this is the cricothyroid membrane, and these are the tracheal rings. And look, in this same study, with ultrasound, all of the examinations were within 10 millimeters from the midline, and tenfold as many were within 5 millimeters of the exact midpoint of the cricothyroid membrane. We need a structured stepwise approach. The black pearls on a white string has proven its usefulness. First, we find the jugular notch because we know that if the patient is alive, there must be a windpipe there somewhere. And we identify that by finding this, a black horseshoe with a white lining. Black is the cartilage of the tracheal ring, and the white here is the tissue air border where the air starts in trachea. So this is the midline of the trachea. Our next step will be to move the transducer laterally towards ourselves so that now we have truncated the trachea. The midline will be here, the midline of the airway. So we have cut trachea in half, you see. And we know that this end of the transducer is now on the midline of the trachea. Our next step will be to turn the free end of the transducer into the sagittal plane to find a longitudinal course of the airway. And here we see the black pearls on the white string. The black pearls represent the anterior part of tracheal rings, and the white string is a tissue air border where the air starts in trachea. Now our next step will be to move the transducer cranially, staying in the midline of the airway until we encounter this. This is the cricoid cartilage. It's a larger ring that's more anterior, more cranially than the other black pearls. We move the transducer a bit further cranially, and cricoid cartilage is here. And now we have the thyroid cartilage come into view. At this point, we mark each end of the transducer with a pen on the neck of the patient, so we got the longitudinal course of the midline of the airway. Next step is just to slide a needle underneath the transducer here, not to puncture the patient, but to use the shadow from the needle to indicate where the midpoint of the cricothyroid membrane is. Here we see the shadow from the needle between the thyroid and the cricoid cartilage. And you see it here, the shadow from the needle. Now we remove the transducer and we can put additional markings at the level we found with the needle, and we can connect these markings, and we've got the exact midpoint within few millimeters of the cricothyroid membrane. It looks like this in a BMI 45 subject. We place the transducer transversely, and we find the trachea in the midline. We find the midpoint of the trachea. We slide the transducer laterally, and we turn the transducer into the sagittal plane. And these are tracheal rings, cricoid cartilage, and thyroid cartilage. And in between, the green, is the cricothyroid membrane. Now we mark each end of the transducer with a pen, and then we slide the needle underneath the transducer from the cranial end, and you see the shadow from the needle coming in from the left. Here it is. So this is right between the cartilages, and we can mark this with a pen as well and make a cross. There are additional benefits to making this approach. It's useful for tracheostomy too. It will reveal an optimal spot for access to the trachea. It reveals the depth to the lumen of the airway so that we know how far, how deep to cut or puncture with the needle. It will depict any blood vessels in our way, and it will reveal the midline of the patient's airway. So we have a choice of where to go, and so that we know that we can enter the airway instead of the blood. And this is a meta-analysis showing a highly significant superiority of ultrasound identification of the cricothyroid membrane compared with palpation techniques. In most of these studies, they used the techniques that I just told you about. In the clinical setting, if we place the patient with extended neck and identify the cricothyroid membrane with the aforementioned methods, then we can subsequently place the patient for instance, rapid sequence induction, or we can set him up for awake intubation or whatever suits the airway management situation or setting. And if we should then need it down the line, we can place the patient back in the extended neck position, and the marking of the cricothyroid membrane will return to exact the same position as it was initially identified, within 2 millimeters only. So how do we learn this technique? Go to the chapter on airway management in our brand new book, and there you'll get a detailed, easy to follow cookbook-like description, including video links. This was a commercial. So by being able to identify the cricothyroid membrane, cricothyrotomy becomes an easy, straightforward procedure in many cases. Back to my patient Dagmar. This is on the operating table. She finds the trachea over here, more than 4 centimeters deviated due to the patient's neck tumor squeezed. This is even more valuable than the CT scan because we get it real time while we got the patient on the table, and we know where the anatomical structure are in relation to the skin, which we can't know from the CT scan. Thank you very much for listening. Hope to see you all in, or many of you, in Copenhagen.
Thank you very much for the talk. We'll welcome our next speaker, Dr. Karim, who is a consultant anesthesiologist at Guy's and Thomas NHS Foundation Trust, and he'll be talking on gastric ultrasound, seeing is believing.
Hello, my name is Kareem Al-Bughdadli. I'm a consultant anaesthetist at Guy's and St. Thomas's NHS Foundation Trust, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here to talk to you about point-of-care gastric ultrasound. These are my declarations of interest, but nothing of particular relevance to what I'm going to be talking to you about today. The focus of point-of-care ultrasound brings us all the way back to pulmonary aspiration. Now, pulmonary aspiration is a big thing. It's a big deal. And NAP4 showed us that it's the single largest cause of anesthesia-related mortality. We know that we're not very good at assessing pulmonary aspiration risk. And if patients do get pulmonary aspiration, it's thought that up to 1 in 5 of these patients will die. In a Maryland statewide review quite a few years ago now, it was demonstrated that 1 in 100 patients having general anesthesia have an episode of pulmonary aspiration. And it's not uncommon when one speaks to one's colleagues that you do hear about cases of pulmonary aspiration. So it's not exactly a vanishingly rare problem. And to demonstrate the importance of that is something that we do absolutely every day, which is try to reduce the risk of pulmonary aspiration. And we do that in 2 ways. In the elective setting, we try to optimize preoperative fasting. And in the non-elective setting, we use rapid sequence induction. So focusing on the elective setting and preoperative fasting, we've been doing this for years. And the reason we do it is purely to reduce the risk of pulmonary aspiration. And it's all based on times. So preoperative fasting is set to predetermined and predefined time points. So 2 hours for clear fluids, 6 hours for solids. Now, what's really interesting is that in North America, they say 6 hours for a light meal and 8 hours for a full meal. And I always found that a little bit intriguing and interesting, that physiology really shouldn't change depending on where you live or where you're having your anesthetic, although I appreciate that dietary habits might. But the problem that we face here with these fasting guidelines is the guidelines based on a time. It's not sensitive to that patient. It doesn't take any patient factors into consideration. It's purely based on a clock and on a time. And that's not really patient-centered care, in my personal opinion. And it doesn't titrate or modify your anesthetic approach based on that individual patient. You're basing it on a time. So anything below 6 hours is high risk, and you would either delay, cancel, or use a modified technique with rapid sequence induction. Anything above that is thought to be fine. But that, to my mind, doesn't make perfect sense because it's really not patient-centered. So that's where point-of-care gastric ultrasound comes in. It allows us to actually have a look at what is in that patient's gastric antrum. And based on that further information that we have, we can therefore modify our anesthetic approach according to that patient's needs. I wouldn't say that we should do it for every patient, but what is really important is to think about doing it for what I would define as the gray area patient, not the patient that's been starved for days and days and days, and not the patient that has a burger sticking out of their mouth, for the patient that actually we're not a little bit sure, we're not completely sure about how empty their gastric antrum is and therefore how much risk that patient has of pulmonary aspiration. So these are patients with systemic disease such as chronic kidney disease or diabetes, patients on opioids or in acute pain, patients who are not sure about their starvation status, and they might not be sure themselves, confused patients, for example, or language barriers, and of course, special patient populations in obese patients or pregnant patients who are known to potentially have risks of delayed gastric emptying. So how do I do it? Well, I use a curvilinear probe, a curve ultrasound probe, such as the one in this figure here, and you place it in the epigastric area. You can do it with the patient in the supine position, semi-recumbent, or right lateral decubitus position. Now remember, in the supine position, when you're scanning anterior to posterior, all of the gastric content is evenly spread out throughout that stomach. So actually, it's got a low sensitivity of capturing everything that you want to capture. So it may rule in a full stomach, but it might not rule out a full stomach. And what we're doing is we're scanning that gastric antrum. And the reason we choose the antrum is because that's the most dependent portion of that stomach. Okay, so everything in the stomach drains to that antrum before it drains out into the pyloric sphincter and the pylorus. And we know that increases our sensitivity for capturing as much information and as much gastric content as possible. As you can see here, this is an approximate location of where I place that gastric, ultrasound transducer, that curvilinear probe, and I'm looking for the gastric antrum, which has 5 distinct layers, okay? And coming from the outside extraluminally in, what one has is the serosa followed by the muscularis propria. Now, these are the 2 most important layers, and I'll show you why in a moment. You then have the submucosa, muscularis mucosa, and the air mucosal interface there. And you can see here that that gastric antrum is the most distal portion, and that sits sandwiched right beneath the left lobe of the liver. Now, the sonoanatomical structures that we're going to be looking for can be seen in this image here. Starting from deep, working your way superficially, you've got the vertebrae, and sitting on top of the vertebrae, of course, is that aorta in long axis. So remember, the aorta is going to be in long axis because the ultrasound transducer is going to be as such in the epigastric area, okay? And anterior or superficial to that aorta, you may see the superior mesenteric artery, you may see the pancreas as well, but the key structure that we're looking for is the liver, and just beneath the left lobe of the liver is that gastric antrum. And I talked about the different layers of that gastric antrum, and the most visible layer usually is that thick black muscularis propria, and you can see that here. The muscularis propria layer is that thick black structure that goes around that gastric antrum, and that bright white line beyond that, around that muscularis propria, is the serosa. It's reproducible that you could find that gastric antrum in that location there. It's really very common, and it's really quite easy to do once your eye has been trained to look for that muscularis propria, that serosa layer there, and you have an idea of approximately where to find that gastric antrum. When I do find it, what am I looking for? Well, there's 3 things that gastric antrum can contain. It can contain nothing, so it could be empty. It could contain fluid, or it could contain solid. And I'm going to go through what each one of these looks like. So an empty gastric antrum appears as such. Again, looking at the key sonographic landmarks, you've got the vertebrae, you've got the aorta and the superior mesenteric artery, and above that superior mesenteric artery is that pancreas there. Sandwiched beneath that left lobe of that liver, so the liver is on the left side, and remember, we always, by convention, have cranial on the left side of the screen, okay? So cephalad on the left, caudad on the right side of the screen, okay? And you could see here, like a gloved finger, we describe this image as, is that gastric antrum. It's thin, it's flat, you've got that thick black muscularis propria layer around it, and not much is happening inside. There's that thin gray line, which is effectively the mucosal folds within that gastric antrum. But again, not much else is happening. So this is clearly an empty gastric antrum. And if one were to see this image in the right lateral decubitus position, one would say that this patient is at low risk of pulmonary aspiration because they have an empty gastric antrum. So there's nothing for them to aspirate. Clear fluid. So fluid appears hypo or anechoic on ultrasound, similar to what you'd see in the aorta, which is blood, which is fluid. And what you could see is a distended gastric antrum. And you could see here, it's a circular structure. You've got that thick black muscularis propria layer around it. It's sat exactly where we expect to find it in this image. And you have the gray mucosal fold with a black bag within it effectively. So you've got that clear fluid inside. And from experience, this image is clearly low volume gastric antrum, okay, low volume fluid. And one compares and contrasts it with a high volume gastric antrum as such. And you could see that there's a thick black bag, and you could also see the mucosal folds within that thick black bag. Again, the gastric antrum is exactly where we would expect to find it, just beneath the left lobe of that liver. It's distended, it's wide, you've got a thin black muscularis propria layer around it. It's clearly enlarged, and you could see plenty of fluid inside, and that's high volume fluid. and solid. So solid appears heterogeneous in nature, different textures, different appearances, but it's hyperechoic usually. And you could see here, the muscularis propria is nice, thick and black there. And you could see the gastric antrum is exactly where we would expect to find it. It's compressed, it's got thick content within it there. It looks almost like a potato. And this is clearly not an empty gastric antrum, and this is clearly not a gastric antrum full of fluid. But what's very apparent is this is a gastric antrum that has plenty of solid content within it. And you see that, and this patient is clearly high risk of pulmonary aspiration. Solid also can have a slightly different appearance because every time we swallow air. And every time we chew, the process of chewing mixes air with the food that we're eating. So when we ingest solid, at the early phases, there's going to be plenty of air inside that gastric antrum. And when one sees air does not transduce sonographic waves very well. Once you've seen that curtain effect where you lose the image and lose visualization of everything deep to that gastric antrum, that tells you that that's likely to be a recent ingestion of solids. And again, same location of that gastric antrum. You can see the anterior muscularis propria layer there as well, okay? So then the next question is quantitative assessment. We've talked about qualitative assessment. Quantitative assessment tells us how much fluid is in there. You only do quantitative assessment for fluid because if they're solid, they're not starved, it's not worth scanning. If it's empty, there's nothing to work out what the volume is. But fluid is important to work out the volume because we know that there's baseline gastric secretions, and anything up to 1.5 mils per kilo is suggestive of baseline gastric secretions. And that patient is therefore low risk of pulmonary aspiration. And anything above that is probably a high risk of pulmonary aspiration and is not consistent with baseline gastric secretions. So that's where working out the volume of that gastric antrum is important, because it'll tell you whether this is baseline or whether this is abnormal gastric content. So again, you measure it in the right lateral decubitus position. You turn the patient on their side and you let all of that fluid drain into that gastric antrum, maximizing your sensitivity, maximizing your safety net there, okay? And you wait for that that antrum to relax and to distend as much as possible. And then you freeze the image at that point and you trace around from serosa to serosa. And different machines have different ways of doing this, but effectively you're working out the cross-sectional area of that antrum. So the antral cross-sectional area. You take the mean of 3 readings, and then we have a mathematical model that has been validated to be able to let us know what that cross-sectional area actually translate to in terms of fluid. So purely based on this patient's age and the antral cross-sectional area of fluid, we can work out the volume of fluid within that gastric antrum. And you could see as an example here for a 20-year-old patient with a 10 centimeter squared gastric antrum, a cross-sectional area, that equates to approximately 150 mils of fluid. So if that 150 mils is above 1.5 mils per kilo, well, then that is not consistent with baseline gastric secretions, and this patient is high risk of pulmonary aspiration. So putting it all together, you start by scanning the patient and do a qualitative examination. If it's empty in the right lateral decubitus position, there's no content, it's negative for a full stomach. If they're solid in any position, then that's positive for a full stomach, so high risk of pulmonary aspiration. And if all you see is fluid, then we move on to work out a quantitative analysis of what that volume of fluid actually is. And if it's less than 1.5 mils per kilo, this is negative for a full stomach. And if it's more, it's positive for a full stomach. Now, we often get asked about challenging or special patient groups. So in the parturient, for example, it is more challenging to do because patients are tachypneic. You may need to do uterine displacement, and there's a hyperdynamic circulation. But it is feasible, reproducible, and accurate, and you can do it. And it's thought that that 9.6 centimeters squared is that cutoff of the antral cross-sectional area above which is a positive for a full stomach if there's only fluid in that gastric antrum. And of course, you can do it in pediatric patients, but this time with a linear probe. The nice thing about doing it with a linear probe, which you could probably see from this image here, is that you get high granularity, high quality image of the 5 layers of that gastric antrum and of the content of that gastric antrum as well. Bear in mind, the mathematical model has not yet been validated for volumes of greater than 1.5 mils per kilo. As with any technical procedure, there are limitations, and the results are difficult to interpret with any anatomical abnormality, so either a large hiatus hernia or any previous surgery, and up to 3% of the time, our findings can be inconclusive. So in summary, point-of-care gastric ultrasound is a really useful tool to help us assess and guide patient management tailored to that individual rather than tailored to a time. And we use it in the gray area patient when we're not sure what is going on in that gastric antrum. It's accurate, it's reliable, and it's easy to learn and interpret with supervision. It does have its limitations, and it does not eliminate the need for adherence to starvation guidelines. I'd like to point you in the direction of this website, which is gastricultrasound.org, which has a plethora of information, images, videos, important and relevant papers, as well as that table that I use all the time for when I'm performing my gastric scanning. So I point you in that direction, and I leave you with an important thought, which is a quote from my one of my favorite authors, which is J.R. Tolkien, which he says that there's nothing like looking if you want to find something. And I encourage us all to start thinking about looking at the gastric antrum to find what the safest anesthetic management technique is for our patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karim. So we move on to the next talk. Our next speaker is Dr. Professor Pankaj Kundra. He's a senior professor and dean from JIPME Puducherry, and he'll be talking about ultrasound of the airway in children.
Greetings from JIPME Pondicherry. It's indeed a pleasure and an honor to be sharing my thoughts on the ultrasound of the airway. Now, when we talk about ultrasound of the airway in children, it's a little difficult or a challenging task to perform. The reason is we need to have the cooperation and familiarize the children to undergo this assessment. As such, in a dark room with the ultrasound probe, the children are a little apprehensive. They will cling on to their parents, but somehow we will require some time to accustomize them to the environment and to the procedure which we want to do, as is the case in all procedures which we do in children. Now, in children, the acoustic windows which are available to us in a small area around the neck are fewer than what are available in adults. So if we go by these acoustic windows which are available, they will be in millimeters. So your hands have to be really steady to observe the structures inside, and small movements of your hand may actually cause the image to disappear from the window. So what are the acoustic windows available? In the transverse view, you will be able to see the hyoid. Slide the probe down, you can come to the thyroid cartilage. Good thing in children is that the thyroid cartilage is not that ossified, so the view of the larynx is much clearer. Slide a little bit down and you will be able to see the cricothyroid membrane. This part of the cricothyroid membrane in a transverse view is difficult to visualize. It's better visualized in a longitudinal or a sagittal plane. Slide it a little down and you will come to the cricoid cartilage. The anatomy of cricoid cartilage is almost similar to that of adults in children. So you would not find much differences in the cricoid cartilage anatomy, sona anatomy, if you see it in children. Lastly, you will come down to the suprasternal notch area where the trachea and the esophagus can be visualized. So these are about 3 or 4 transverse views which are available. In the sagittal views, there are basically only two views which will be useful to you in children. One is to view the cricothyroid membrane. This one is extremely useful. And if you slide the probe down, you will also be able to see the trachea at the level of the suprasternal notch. So all in all, I would say there are about 4 to 6 acoustic windows which are available for you to assess the airway. Now let's come to the hyoid. If you look at the hyoid bone, it is much less ossified, and what I have marked with H is an inverted C-shaped structure which is called the hyoid. On the peripheries is the greater cornu of the hyoid, and in the anterior part you see the ear mucosal interface, which is a bright shiny line which is available here, which is seen here, and that also gives rise to the comet tail artifacts seen below. Slide the probe down and you will come to the thyroid. As soon as you come to the thyroid gland, you will see that the vocal cords are visualized. These white streaks, which you see here during complete adduction of the vocal cords, are the vocal cords or the vocal ligaments seen in midline. These globular structures seen in the peripheries are housing the arytenoids. The one which is seen at the top is the anterior commissure. So this is the thyroid gland, which is less ossified. It looks like a tissue, right? This is the thyroid gland, which is nearby. So the echo texture of thyroid cartilage and the gland is almost similar. Now let's move on to the still picture to define the structures more clearly. This is the thyroid cartilage. This is the glottic opening which you see when the cords are abducted. So these are the vocal ligaments which I'm showing you here. So the cords are abducted and you can see the glottis opening there. This is the anterior commissure, and these are the arytenoids. These hyperechoic structures on both sides, which we saw as globular structures there. If you roll through your mouse of the ultrasound keys, you will find that they are hyperechoic arytenoid cartilage, which are seen, and they should be seen at the same level. Now, the other important aspect about airway assessment in a child, this is an 8-year-old child with thyromegaly. Normally, our tendency is that we ask for an X-ray neck. Why do we do so? We do so to find out whether there is a tracheal compression or deviation. I think that can be easily seen by an ultrasound if you do that. Now, this is the ultrasound, a transverse view, and what you see here, the black one, black shadow is the tracheal shadow because it houses air. So if I play the video here, you'll find that it's the trachea. It is not compressed by any means, although it is deviated. This is onto the left side. And you move the transducer transversely to the left side and see what is the distance from the internal carotid artery. And onto the right side, we see that the distance is more. Therefore, the trachea is shifted towards the left and the trachea is not compressed in any of the, in its diameter. So the tracheal diameter is preserved. This part here, if you go, this is probably the isthmus or maybe the vocal cords, the vocal cord area, which is seen as a part of it. So this is the trachea, no, not the vocal cord. This is probably the isthmus which you are normally looking at. This is the trachea which is not compressed, and if you look at the tracheal shadow, the diameter doesn't look to be compromised. Now there is another issue or another aspect in assessment which can help you a lot. When we take an X-ray of a similar patient who has a thyroid gland enlargement, you will find that the trachea is compressed here. And when an MRI is taken, you'll find that the trachea is shifted towards the left side. And this is the thyroid gland which is pushing the trachea towards the left side. This patient had mild stridor, and the stridor would get exaggerated during exertion. So what we tried to do was, as was taught to us during our postgraduate days, that if you're not able to ventilate the patient after induction, lift the thyroid gland up. Now, if you look at the anatomical relations here, lifting the thyroid gland up would not help. Rather, displacing the thyroid gland towards the right side would probably increase the diameter of the trachea. But is it possible to get that kind of an image by an MRI or a X-ray neck? It is not, because they provide you only static images. So here we took help of an ultrasound neck. We took the measurements of the trachea, which is shown here, when it is not when the thyroid gland is kept in a static position. Next, we displaced the thyroid gland towards the right side, and we could see that the tracheal lumen has actually increased in diameter. So this is the video which I'm going to play. This is the patient with the thyroid gland and the trachea, the transverse view. Now, look at this. I'm displacing the thyroid gland and the trachea lumen increases. As soon as I release the pressure onto the thyroid gland, the tracheal lumen again narrows down to its normal size, which is seen in the X-ray chest. So small maneuvers like this can go a long way in determining the anesthetic techniques which you will use, because it gives us a dynamic picture which actually tells us what happens to the trachea when we displace the thyroid gland up or laterally. In this case, of course, a lateral push helped to increase the diameter. And of course, the patient did not have any stridor. Her symptoms improved. Now coming to the cricoid cartilage. At the cricoid cartilage, there are two aspects which are helpful. One is it can be used to predict if there is going to be a post-extubation stridor in children, and then to determine the endotracheal tube size. Now, how do we look at the sonoanatomy? This is the sternocleidomastoids on both the sides. This is anterior. This is the cricoid cartilage which you see. It's almost like an inverted U shape. This is the air mucosal interface, and these are the reflections which are comet-tailed artifacts. And you can see the entire cricoid cartilage at the level or a depth which we had kept at 2 centimeters. This is an 8 years old kid. When you look at a 3-year-old kid, the anatomy of the cricoid cartilage does not change. It's almost the same. And it's almost the same as it in adults. We always were told that cricoid cartilage is a ring-shaped structure. But what we see here is a U-shaped structure. Of course, the posterior part of the cricoid cartilage is not visible because of the cricoid cartilage anterior one, which does not allow the sound waves to penetrate and go and give us the image of the posterior part of the cricoid. So you will see cricoid cartilage as a U-shaped structure, although it is a complete circle. Now, how can it be used to predict post-extubation stridor? Now, this is a child who has been intubated. When we inflate the balloon or the pilot balloon or the cuff, you will find that the thyroid cartilage is visible onto the sides. The vocal cords are abducted because the tube is going through it. And these are the false vocal cords. We are not able to see the vocal ligaments, which we were able to see earlier, because the tube is encroaching onto the vocal ligaments, which is not visualized after the tube goes in. Then you see the arytenoids. These two are the arytenoids which are clearly visible. And this anterior air column which you see is the air column within the endotracheal tube. It is more or less square or a rectangular in shape. Now, at the same time, keeping the probe there, when you deflate the cuff of the endotracheal tube, you'll find that the air column has widened. It becomes a trapezoid air column. And now I'm not able to see the arytenoids because they are masked by the air which is leaking by the side of the deflated cuff. So this, what it tells us is that there is a leak present around the cuff. And therefore, if there is a leak present around the cuff, then in all possibility, the patient would not have an edema or a post-extubation stridor. On the contrary, this is more important. If you find a picture like this with the cuff inflated, and when you deflate the cuff, the picture remains the same. There is no alteration. That means even after cuff deflation, there is no air leak around the cuff and the arytenoids are not masked. These patients or children are likely to have an increased possibility of post-extubation stripe. Now, the other thing we talked about is determining the diameter or the size of the endotracheal tube. Now, when we measure the cricoid cartilage transverse diameter, remember it is the outer diameter which you are trying to predict. So here in this study, we used ultrasound measured diameter and you used a regression analysis to come to a formula, which is for the internal diameter and for prediction of the outer diameter of the endotracheal tube. Now, when they were compared with age-based formulas, we used two age-based formulas, that is age divided by 4 plus 4, which is pointed as 2, and age divided by 3 plus 3.5, which is given as 3, and compared the ultrasound measured diameter with it, we found that the correct predictability correlated well with the age-based formulas. However, in about 9.7% patients, the ultrasound estimated the endotracheal size, which was much higher than the age-based formulas. And in about 20% patients, the ultrasound underestimated the endotracheal tube size. So all we can say from this study is that whether you take an ultrasound diameter, measure it to tell you what size of the tube should be used, or you take the age-based formulas, the interpretation would be the same. There is no difference amongst the three. Now let's come to the cricothyroid membrane. Now, as I told you, it's difficult to see this membrane in the transverse diameter. I would like to show you the longitudinal plane, which is more significant. Now, before I start the video, let me clarify the image. This is this part is cephaloid, this is chordoid. These are tracheal rings, right? And this is the cricoid cartilage. So what we say is the tracheal rings appear as a string of pearls. That is what you see here. This is a string of pearls which you see here. And after the end, at the end of the string of pearls, there is a oval-shaped hypoechoic structure, which is a cricoid cartilage. So let me play the video for you now. It'll be easily visualized. I'll be sliding the probe from the trachea upwards towards the cricoid cartilage. So as I slide the probe upwards, here is the trachea which is ending. This is the cricoid cartilage, and this is a thyroid cartilage. So let me play it again. Sliding the probe up, we find that the trachea ends here, the tracheal rings end here. We see a oval-shaped hypoechoic structure, which is the cricoid cartilage. And this is seen in a similar fashion in adults. I'm showing this to you in 6-year-old kid, but the anatomy doesn't differ at all in an adult. It's the same. However, the anatomy of thyroid cartilage is a little different. In adults, you see a prominent hump, but you do not see that kind of a hump in a child. But you can still see there is a small hump almost similar to a cricoid cartilage, and the area here between the cricoid cartilage and the thyroid cartilage is the cricothyroid membrane. So this is the cricoid cartilage which you will see here. This is the thyroid cartilage. These are the tracheal rings. Now, how do you identify and mark the cricothyroid membrane if you have to perform a ultrasound-assisted cricothyroidotomy? So here is the linear probe. This is the cephalic end or the head end. And I have identified the cricothyroid membrane using the ultrasound probe placed in a sagittal plane. I pass a cannula under the ultrasound probe. And when I pass the cannula there, I'm able to see this reflection of the ultrasound needle. I will try to center it around this cricothyroid membrane so that I can really point out or mark the area where I have to incise or give a jab or puncture the cricothyroid membrane. Now, one thing which you need to remember is when you use this cannula has been prepared for the use to be inserted below the cricothyroid membrane. I have put micropore here so that it stops the needle from coming out of the cannula tip. So that when I slide my cannula beneath the skin, above the skin and beneath the probe, I do not injure or abrade the skin at all. So that is what you will have to do. Just put some micropore onto the needle, then insert the needle into the cannula and make sure that the tip doesn't come out of the cannula even if you apply force here. And then try to remove, once you have marked it, remove the probe and with a marker pen, mark the cricothyroid membrane. Now, can it be used or can ultrasound provide an alternative measure for endotracheal intubation? I think it is very useful. You either don't use a laryngoscope or you just perform limited laryngoscopy to aid the tube to go into the pharynx. That's all, to keep the tongue to the side. Just partial laryngoscopy to make sure that the tube can go in. And this would be an extremely useful alternative in COVID times. Earlier, way back, I think about 15 to 18 years back, there was one article where they used ultrasound to intubate in children. And what they said was, because the tube contains air, it's very difficult to identify the tracheal tube when it enters the glottis. So the vocal cords are not visualized once the tube goes in, but there is an instant modification of the glottic plane. Modification means that there is an enhanced posterior tracheal shadow produced by the endotracheal tube. So what the shadow was this much has got enhanced by the tube occupying the posterior part of the glottis. Now, this is a study, a case report which we have reported very recently in 2020. Now, what we did was, because we are not able to see the tube clearly, we put a stillet inside the endotracheal tube. And if I may play the video here, this is a stillet inside the endotracheal tube. This is the glottic area. This is the anterior commissure. And now if I'm going to stop the video here, this is my tube with the stillet here. The tube is visible because we generously applied a lot of jelly around the tube. That hyper-viscous jelly gave a better acoustic shadow around the tube. So we guided the tube towards the glottis. This is the anterior commissure. I'm trying to guide the tube here. And as soon as I come near to the glottis here, you'll find that the tube slips into the glottis. And once the tube slips into the glottis, again you have a posterior enhancement of the glottic shadow. The vocal cords disappear, but the air column widens. I can still see the arytenoids on both the sides, right? So this is how you will see when the tube is gone in. Why arytenoids are visible? Because in this case, we performed the tube under paralysis, right? And therefore the vocal cords were not moving, they were stationary, and we could achieve endotracheal intubation without a problem. After putting the tube in, this is the stillet here, which we can see, and slowly you will find that the stillet takes a position onto the lateral side of the tube, and this is the tube inside the glottis. How do you confirm whether you have really intubated the patient or not? So to that, you will have to look into this picture. If my tube is here into the trachea, the esophagus here looks like a collapsed structure without anything inside because it's a hollow viscous and it is going to be collapsed. So only if the tube goes inside the esophagus, it will become like a trachea, or you will get a double tracheal shadow. So if the esophagus appears collapsed and the glottis air enhancement occurs, the posterior part is enhanced and the column is widened, then these two things confirm that your tube is in the trachea. All in all, I would say you just need to look at the esophagus. If the esophagus is collapsed, then the tube is in the trachea. But if the esophagus contains a tube, then it is an esophageal intubation. So that's all I have to share with you. Thank you for your patient hearing. And if there are any questions, I would be very happy to take them. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kundra, for an excellent talk as usual. So we are here, and we have Dr. Karim with us, Dr. Kundra with us, and Dr. Christensen was also here. Yeah, Dr. Christensen is also here. So I have a few questions in the chat box, and I'd like to address the first question to Dr. Christensen. That is Dr. Christensen here, or we can take whoever is here first. Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah, great, fantastic. Thank you for the excellent talk, and I would like to address a couple of questions. That in what would be your trigger to look at the cricothyroid membrane and mark the cricothyroid membrane? In the sense, what would be your patient population in which you would be interested in doing that upfront before you proceed with any airway management strategy? And the other aspect of the question that we have is
take that first.
Yeah.
Okay. The patients that are both predicted to be somehow difficult for their airway management and in whom the identification is not obvious. So morbidly obese or patient who had pathology of the airway. So if I can't see it, then palpate. If I can't palpate, use ultrasound. But in the subpopulation that also have predictors for some kind of airway difficulty. So it's not meant to delay our daily work. It will be a smaller percentage of our patients where this gives us a huge advantage before, for instance, induction of anesthesia or initiating awake intubation.
Correct. And I think I have another question that how would you proceed with the ultrasound assessment in case you have a thyroid mass or something? Do you really mark out the surgical airway in all those cases as well, or not really?
If they fulfill the two criteria I mentioned, that I predict airway difficulty, which we decide in every patient, I guess every anesthetist do that. And at the same time, we are not sure whether the airway is in the midline and whether we can identify the level of cricothyroid membrane, then yes. And the beauty of the systematic approach, I think, is that that can be used in all patients. And we can practice in normal patients. It's very cheap, it's harmless, and then it's pure pattern recognition as most of the ultrasonography work. Then we can also recognize the pattern when it gets difficult.
Correct. So that leaves us with an important message here that if you do it on routine patients and you do it in normal airways, you get used to the sonoanatomy, and so that will help you save your day in cases where you really need to do it in a difficult airway scenario. Is that correct, Dr. Christensen?
That is correct, yes.
Perfect.
And it's fun at the same time. It makes your routine anesthesia more entertaining, both for you and for the resident you've got with you in the room.
Correct. You have a new toy and gadget to play with.
Yeah, and then you also have some useful use of it.
Information. Correct.
Isn't that
Correct.
nice?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'd like to ask Dr. Karim that we've done a couple of studies on gastric residual volume 2 at our institute, and we have some contradictory findings. Let's not get into that. We've published a paper and things like that. But I would like to address a specific question that what do you think is the minimum number of assessments that is needed to be done or to identify your learning curve and to become proficient in this technique as a airway expert?
Thank you very much for the question. And firstly, excellent talks by the other speakers. Michael's he's excellent at convincing people to put the ultrasound probe on the front of people's neck. And Dr. Kudra has encouraged me even further. So in terms of gastric ultrasound, how many scans are needed? Well, the data is quite clear now. To be 95% effective at qualitative analysis, that's qualitative, not quantitative, you need to do around 30 to 35 scans supervised by an expert. The challenge, of course, is finding those so-called experts, and they've got to be people who are doing it regularly, that teach on it, that do research on it, that pick up the probe regularly. But the data suggests 30 to 35 scans.
Correct. I think that was a paper mentioned by Arzola et al., which says that, right? That you have 30 to 35 scans to become proficient in qualitative assessment. That is solid, no content versus liquid content. What do you recommend for a quantitative estimation, the Perlas formula and the serosa to seroda distance and all that that is described? So what do you think is the minimum amount of training that is needed to become proficient in identifying? So I'll give you a scenario like, you have somebody walking into the emergency room and well, obviously if he's had solids, that leaves it, you follow routine practice, but if there is no solid intake, how many ultrasounds do you think are needed to become accurate in predicting the ultrasound assessment of the volume of gastric fluid?
So that's
is there any data on that?
It's so quantitative analysis, which is only useful for volume. I don't believe that, I may have missed it, I don't believe there's any published data that demonstrates the number of scans required for proficiency. However, what I would suggest is I would go with at least 50 scans of quantitative analysis, not qualitative. So for every scan, you should do a qualitative analysis. But if you want to be an expert, then you want to be doing quantitative analysis for each of those scans. So do the 30, 35 scans, but when you're doing them, do quantitative and qualitative analysis. Now, what's important is for the generalizability of this tool, it needs to be simple, it needs to be straightforward, it doesn't need to be too complex. And actually, the more I've used it, the more I've done it, the more I've taught on it, I've felt that qualitative assessment is probably sufficient for the vast majority of anesthetists to implement it into their daily practice and improve their patient safety. Only if you really want to be an expert should you focus and really work hard on quantitative analysis.
Perfect. So thank you so much. And I think 2 or 3 points that can be reiterated from your talk one is lateral decubitus position with a curvilinear probe is absolutely essential. You need to measure it from serosa to serosa, at least an average of 3 readings, and maybe in between peristaltic movements. I think those are the salient points that need to be taken care of before you can master this technique as routine practice. Correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. The talk was very informative. I think my next question I'll address to Dr. Kundra, sir. Yeah, so good afternoon. What excellent talk as usual, and what ultrasound probe do you use? Do you use the smaller footprint one, and what age group do you suggest the anatomy being standardized? So like you mentioned in your talk that a 6-year-old child will have a sono anatomy or structure similar to adult. So my question to you would be, in the pediatric guidelines, if you have, if you just recapitulate that in the IDA guidelines, that we have definite roles of doing an emergency surgical airway access in children less than 5 years, between 5 and 7 years, and more than 7 years. So when you do a transtracheal puncture, how well, or how many ultrasound assessments of the airway, and at what age group do you think are necessary to be proficient in this?
Thank you very much, first of all, Ida, for giving me an opportunity to participate in NAC 2021. It's always an honor. And it was, in fact, my privilege to listen to the speakers, and there was a lot to learn from them. Coming to your question, the anatomy or performing an ultrasound in children is very challenging. First of all, considering the cooperation you need from children, and when you need to perform this ultrasound, you need comparatively dark surroundings so that the picture can be easily visible.
Absolutely.
Maybe you can compromise on those things, but it is absolutely essential that you are friendly with children and their cooperation comes to you before you do the assessment. So that's one very challenging point which is different from adults. As far as sonoanatomy is concerned about children, I find that above 4 years of age, there's not much of a difference as far as cricothyroidotomy or the cricothyroid membrane identification is concerned. Yes, if you look at the thyroid cartilage and the cricoid cartilage, the humps are rather ill-defined, and the distance between the two is extremely narrow. It is just in millimeters. So that's one point. That's why I just showed specifically how to mark the cricothyroid membrane. But one thing which we need to remember is that the position of the mark, or the surface marking which you have done, would change with the position of the head. So it's better that during induction time, if you need to mark it just when the patient is spontaneously breathing, you do the marking at that time so that further maneuverability of the head and neck is not performed. And your mark then corresponds to the cricothyroid membrane, which you have seen on the ultrasound. But my cutoff date would be rather around about 4 years onwards. It's easy to make out.
Perfect. So 4 years and above is routine anatomy, but specialized training and basically to identify the airway structures in children who are less than 4.
If you ask the learning curve, I think the problem with the learning curve is that unless you are quite proficient with adult airway ultrasound, which itself is challenging, it requires higher skills to do that. The second thing you pointed out about the footprint. If you have a smaller footprint, it is always better, because larger footprints, you get unnecessary visions of the other areas which are not required.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, sir. As usual, fantastic talk and great insight into. Thank you, Dr. Karim and Dr. Christensen. I think in the best interest of time, we wind up this session and move on to the next. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. After looking at the sound from the airway, we'll now move on to our next session, which is a pediatric case discussion. Our moderator for this session are, Dr. Jason R. Doctor, Professor and Consultant, Tata Memorial Hospital, Homi Bhabha Center, Mumbai; Dr. Swati Chabra, Associate Professor, AIIMS Jodhpur; Dr. Pooja Behani, Assistant Professor, SN Medical College, Jodhpur. Now I would request our moderators to please take over the session and introduce our speakers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Lapriya. So we have Dr. Swati and Dr. Pooja here, and I'd like to introduce my panelists, our panelists for today. We have Dr. Anila Malde, who's Professor and Head of Department of Anesthesiology, with an excellent teacher in pediatric anesthesiology, and from Sion Hospital, Mumbai. We have Dr. Ravindra sir, who's a consultant anesthesiologist and one of the founder members of AIDA, who's currently working in Brunei. We have Dr. Sandhya Yadanapudi, professor and consultant at PGIMER Chandigarh. And we have Dr. Jayanti, consultant pediatric anesthesiologist from Chennai. Welcome, everyone. I think so I'd just like to share my screen, and I think Dr. Pooja can take over from.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's actually a privilege to be a part of this panel discussion, pediatric panel discussion, and we will be very much privileged to listen to discuss the troubleshooting problems and their management from all our seniors faculties.
Yeah.
Without wasting time, sir, we should move to the first case.
Perfect. You can carry on, Pooja.
Yes, sir. This is a case, this is a baby, 8 months old baby with a progressive increasing swelling in the oral cavity for past 1 month. The baby has a mouth opening of just 1 finger and there is swelling protruding outside the mouth. The baby also had difficulty in feeding and all. So this baby is coming for the radiological imaging procedure first, followed by excision of the mass. So may I ask
Dr. Malde, madam, can you answer that question, please?
yes, so ma'am,
the screen is not seen about the case. Could you just adjust it? It is just reflecting the first slide.
Yes, ma'am.
It's just showing the first slide with the name of moderators and panelists. Could you
I will
project
reshare the screen. Just 1 minute, madam.
Yeah.
Can you see it now? The first slide?
Yes, can.
Correct.
Second also I could see.
No, we are seeing only the model.
Is it better now?
Not yet.
Yeah, now we
seen.
can.
Yes.
Now we are able to see.
Yeah.
But
the first slide
is
now.
very large and I can't see the whole slide.
I can see very clearly, madam. I don't know why. Like
I am also able to see, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I can see part of the slide, so
Okay,
I think we
fine.
can continue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I can see the tiny picture over there, the bottom of it. Yeah, now it's seen very well. So this particular, you are saying that is an 8-month-old child.
Yes, ma'am.
And obviously, like from the picture given over here, it is a very, very clear that there is a.
Can we hear Malde madam correctly?
No,
or there's a break?
Ventilation
Well.
difficulty in
Madam?
breathing, there is going to be.
Malde madam, if I
can't
may
hear
interrupt,
me?
please. No, we can't hear you, please. It's very patchy and it's the voice is
Okay.
breaking.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I'll join from the mobile. Just give me a few seconds. Or
Sure,
you can
sure. In the meantime, can we take ask somebody else? Dr. Ravindra sir, can you? In the meantime, then we get Dr. Malde back. Can you take the question, please, Dr. Ravindra sir?
Okay. Yeah.
So, how would you like
Good
to assess
afternoon.
this patient? How do you like to assess this patient, and what exactly are the things that you would want to look for before you proceed with any?
Yeah. Good afternoon to everybody, and thank you for giving me a chance to be in this panel discussion. So, just to start straight away to the matter, this looks definitely a difficult airway for many reasons, reasons more than one. Like there is a obvious deformity, there is a growth, and the child is very small, just 8 months old, where the cooperation and the assessment, everything is going to be difficult. And the issue is it is going to be done outside the operation theater. That's our comfort zone. It's a non-operating room anesthesia. So multiple reasons to denote the severity of the difficulty of this child. So we need to assess the child before anything. When we assess and prepare and rather the predict or anticipate the complications, it's much easier to go ahead. To me, the mouth opening is not, it's okay, like we can't make out really for a child, and the extent of the growth inside the mouth also not possible to assess. There's a gross distortion on the right side of the face involving the nostril, jaw, everywhere. There's a big swelling, the extent of which, as you said, is to be assessed with the CT scan or the MRI. So the child needs anesthesia for that. So this is like, you are entering a tunnel or something without knowing exactly what lies ahead when you start. So probably the assessment is very important. The clinical assessment, you go by the ability to how the child's activity, then the breathing history, clinical examination and records, whatever is available. History, you ask for any difficulty in breathing, any positional related changes in the breathing pattern or comfort level of the child, the ability to feed, or how easy or difficult for the child to feed, and any nasal breathing, you can just feel whether any breathing through the nose. Quite difficult to understand actually, to make out, and then examine the child. What it looks like is the neck part looks reasonably okay. right angle of the mandible, one side of the mandible, the left angle of the mandible looks all right, and maybe right side, but I can't see the other side. So
Correct.
the movement of the temporomandibular joint, you can see the submandibular region looks okay. It is all mainly in the palatal region and the maxillary region.
Perfect.
That's enough for us to make it difficult. And one
Perfect.
point is this child has to be managed in the operation theater and then shifted to the MRI or CT scan. Probably that's the first point.
No, sir. Actually, we had a thing that initially we wanted. So immediately on the same setting, you will not operate and do the CT scan. We had a CT scan on one of the days, and the second part is another day. After having the CT images, we will plan for surgery. So currently, this child comes to you for a CT scan. So, like you brought out very important points that there is a maxillary mass. The mandible appears to be clear. The angle of mandible and the jaw on either side are seem to be fine. Again, very important, you will ask for the history of any strider, position of comfort, any sound while breathing. So these are all important points in the history which you would like to elicit from the parents. So that is fantastic. And you would want to know the posterior extent of the mass if possible, maybe after looking at the imaging. Initially, you might not be able to do that. So these are all the things. Somebody else, Dr. Sandhya, madam. So this appears to be a difficult mask ventilation. So any particular methods of keeping airway equipment ready, planning your anesthetic in the CT scan suit and radiology suit, and what is the kind of induction that you would prefer for this case, please?
Yeah, this is seems to be a very challenging case in a challenging environment. So I'll need to be very well prepared for this case. I'll have all my airway equipment ready, starting from a nasopharyngeal airway, maybe a supraglottic device and videolaryngoscope and tubes of various sizes. In addition to that, if it is available, high flow nasal cannula, if it is feasible and available, I would like to keep it ready.
Perfect. Perfect.
If ultrasound is available, maybe mark, as we have heard in the previous lecture, look at the airway below the thyroid, but only thing is this is a very small child, so we'll need to go into the tracheal region, not the CTM area.
Perfect.
So this is how I would like to keep my prepare for this child. The only thing is, though we do not know the extent of the posterior extent of the tumor, when we assess for the air through the nostril, we may be able to make out whether the nostril is patent or not. So we can put some vasoconstrictor in both the nostrils and keep them ready if we need to use an nasopharyngeal airway. So this is how I would prepare, and the procedure is going to be very short. CT scans these days take very short time.
Absolutely.
So that is something we need to keep in mind. And sometimes a sleeping child may be ready for a CT scan, well-fed, and if the child is not in distress and he's well-fed, he can sleep through the CT scan. So those are the things we need to look at when we are deciding upon the technique of anesthesia.
So very important message here. If you have a small child with a difficult airway, you can probably convince the parent to be inside and keep the child lie still, or maybe probably put the child, if the child is sleeping, that's the best time to get the CT scan done, and it hardly takes 2 or 3 minutes to get the CT cuts of the upper airway. Right, so this is an important message. But if at all the child is having a lot of anxiety, let's say if this child is 1.5 years old, then it is unlikely that the child will lie supine even in the presence of a parent. Even after convincing, you might not be able to get the child to lie still for being able to do CT imaging. Yeah, so in those cases, what would be your, so as you can see from the image that the mass is extremely big, and methods to optimize mask ventilation may or may not be successful. So like Dr. Sandhya Madam correctly mentioned about all the equipment that she would like to have and the entire armamentarium and anticipating a problem. Fortunately, in this case, the mouth opening is restricted, but it's not too bad. You can squeeze in probably a video laryngoscope blade or a supraglottic airway device, and you should be able to do. Coming to the choice of induction technique, so would you prefer an IV access in awake condition, or would you what put the child to? How do you plan to induce this child? Dr. Jayanti, are you here, please?
Yeah. So, so this child is difficult airway, and generally, as you would be seeing in most of the children, we like to have some Prilox cream or Emla cream about an hour before and place the IV access when the child is awake. Now, the idea is that you have to keep spontaneous ventilation, keep the child spontaneously breathing throughout whatever technique you do till you establish an airway.
Correct.
So this child, as I can see, there is some mouth opening, and as you rightly pointed out, I may be able to squeeze a laryngeal mask inside. But before that, I would like to get the child to sleep and try to have a look with a video laryngoscope because I don't know the extent posteriorly. So if I can put a blade in and just even not fully in, but just to take a look, and if things look all right, I may be able to get away with just a laryngeal mask, because like Dr. Sandhya was saying, takes a few minutes, and with spontaneously breathing, we want the child awake as well. So just sevoflurane and oxygen and get the child to sleep. Maybe you can give, if you're sure that your laryngoscopy shows that you're comfortable posteriorly, you can give maybe 1 mg per kg propofol and put the LMA in, and you should be fine.
Perfect.
And,
Yeah. So
if you have an opportunity, you can do this in the operating room and shift the child to the CT room if that's an option. We do have that option. So we generally try to do these things in the operating room where conditions are better and you have help. And like previously discussed, you can involve the ENT surgeon and keep them informed and check the position of the trachea or whatever. All these things can also be done.
perfect. So fantastic. A lot of good messages here. Awake IV access with probably an EMLA cream. Important. Important to know the posterior extent. Important to have a spontaneously breathing child with a difficult airway. Unless all airways are proven to be difficult, until they are secured, right? So you don't know the posterior extent. So definitely doing a check scopy, a gentle check scopy with a child spontaneously breathing and not paralyzed or not apneic will definitely help. So once you have a quick look, then probably you can plan a supraglottic device insertion and continue the scan on an inhalational anesthetic and probably remove the LMA once you are comfortable. So the second part of this case, do we have Dr. Malde back? That suppose this child is posted. Perfect, perfect. So, madam, suppose this we've done the scan. You know that the mass is limited to the nasopharynx and the upper airway, and the lower airway appears clean. What other information would you like from the CT scan, and if they plan to go ahead with an elective maxillectomy with a free flap or with a skin graft or something like that with an obturator?
Okay, so we will like to know how much is the nasopharyngeal airway compression, because over your right side, it is clearly seen that it's probably involving the nasopharynx. So exact extent of the nasopharynx involvement, then the posterior extent of the mass we would like to know. And further down, anything is there in the neck or no. That also would be very important for us to know. And this history, whether there is any bleeding on touch, that would be very important for this particular case if the patient has to undergo the
friability of the mass. Correct.
Yeah, that much we would like to know from the CT scan further.
Perfect. Yeah, and just to add that a left nostril patency would be beneficial. So in these children, if you are planning an airway management strategy, definitely a microcuff tube through the left nostril would be really advantageous, because it will not be in the surgical field. At the same time, you will have the provision of inflating the cuff and preventing any trickling of blood and secretions down into the airway, even if in spite of putting a throat pack. Yeah, so I think that's about it from this case. We move on to the other case. Yeah, Dr. Swati, please, are you here?
Yes, am I audible?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And taking the discussion forward, we have this patient. And if I may ask Dr. Jayanti to please first take a call on this. She's a 9-year-old female child. She was posted for abdominal surgery, which was an elective one. And she was a rather neglected child on the surgical side. She had this receding chin, nil mouth opening, and the dental surgeons labeled her as having antigum deformity, and she was really uncooperative. She won't listen to anything and just keep on crying. So how do we go ahead with this patient?
Okay, so first is assessment of the surgical problem and whether you need paralysis. What is your plan for the surgery itself? This is an abdominal surgery, and with a difficult airway, you would probably need to go ahead with an endotracheal intubation and control ventilation. So that has to be at the back of your mind. Having taken this child, you can discuss with the parents the history. Probably she has history of airway obstruction like snoring or any difficulty with breathing and all that. And just looking an evaluation of the child from the X-ray and physically looking at her laterally, you can very obviously see that there's a significant retrognathia. Now, to proceed forward on this case for an abdominal procedure, you would, as I said, for the previous case, it's fairly standard that you put a Prilox cream and she can have an IV access right away at the beginning. And we would like to involve the ENT surgeon and have a transnasal evaluation done, if that's possible in your setup, as a preamble before, like on another day as well, so that you don't have, so you don't have to be surprised or be in, you can involve the ENT surgeon as well. And also you could evaluate the trachea and do a marking and inform the ENT surgeon about tracheal access as well. So having said all this, the plan would be to go ahead with the fiber optic intubation, which is the gold standard. And in this child, looking at the mandible itself, it's really small, and posteriorly the tongue really doesn't have much space. So a planned fiber optic intubation would be the way to go. Now, having said that, in children, as you said earlier, she's fairly not cooperative. So we found that a small dose of Dexmed, she's otherwise well and active, even intravenous just outside the operating room to take her inside would be a good choice. And with that, she'll be comfortable and quiet, and you can proceed with the fiber optic technique. The fiber optic technique itself in children involves keeping them quiet, but at the same time, spontaneously breathing. So you could use another endotracheal tube nasally and continue with oxygen and sevoflurane and use a fiberscope to introduce the endotracheal tube through the other nostril.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am.
And one other thing is, you always try and combine a regional block, an effective regional block in all these children. Any children with an airway problem, if the pain relief is well taken care of, then the problems you have spontaneously breathing or otherwise after surgery when they wake up is so much better. So a good caudal should probably be 20 kilos, or a tap block or anything with additives will take care of the airway post-op.
Yes, madam. Having a backup plan and keeping the ENT surgeons ready is a very important point to be highlighted in this. If I may ask Dr. Ravindra sir, that all as went well, we were able to do a fiber optic intubation under Dexmed sedation. How do you, after the surgery, how should one plan for the extubation in such patients?
Is Dr. Ravindra here? So Ravindra sir, you are muted, please. Please unmute.
Okay. Now, are you okay?
Yeah.
Can you hear?
Yeah.
Fine. So it was a difficult intubation or anticipated difficult intubation and anticipated difficult extubation also. So we know that the 4 P's, whatever we call, I'm not going to details of that. You have to plan, prepare, then perform and post-procedure care. So the plan is anyway, the routine rules must be very clearly adhered to when we extubate or decide to extubate. You must have a plan for re-intubation or the airway management, at least once you extubate, should there be any problem. So that means you are thinking of extubation when the child is fully awake, obeying the commands, proven with the nerve stimulator that she is completely reversed and recovered going by the response. And you can extubate over a FOB or a bougie. Bougie is not your ideal choice, the airway exchange catheter of appropriate size. So extubating over some device so that you can re-intubate in case there is any problem. That is one of the ways. Second is you can extubate slowly and step by step, making her comfortable and spontaneously breathing when she's awake, trying to reassure. You can give a dose of lignocaine intravenously or a very small dose of propofol or something, say 0.25 milligram per kg or something, and slowly come out. Wait for a while at every stage, every millimeter, a few millimeters stop and then extubate. But all the while having some facility for surgical airway in case it is required. So basically, you are preparing very well, ensuring that the patient is completely reversed and a controlled extubation, wherein you will have the facility and expertise to manage the airway after extubation.
Very well said, sir. And we should be as prepared during extubation as we are during intubation.
Yes.
Dr. Sandhya ma'am, just a quick question regarding extubation. If this surgery would not have been abdominal surgery, but a oromaxillary facial surgery, and patient is having severe OSA, would the plan be different or regarding extubation, or we would like to keep the tube inside and wait?
So you mean if it is surgery for the temporomandibular joint?
Yes, for the corrective procedure.
For the corrective procedure.
And child is having OSA.
Yeah.
So how do we decide extubate or not?
Well, that is a very tricky situation, whether to extubate or not. So when they do the corrective surgery, they generally open and see how much mouth opening is there. So that can give us some estimation of how easy it will be to re-intubate the child. Some children who have bilateral ankylosis will have the same difficulty in re-intubation as we had the first time, because even if TMJ of one side has been repaired, the other side will still be ankylosed and the child will not be able to open the mouth. So whether it is a bilateral surgery or unilateral surgery, that is one point we need to consider. The second point is the edema which may have occurred during the procedure, how long the procedure has taken. That will be another thing which can make us decide whether to keep the tube inside or not. So if the mouth opening is good after the procedure and we don't anticipate any edema, we can do a scopy and have a look. Then we can decide whether we can extubate the patient or not.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Can I add one point? Can I add one point?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Yeah. If it is this thing, corrective surgery, oral surgery, and if the child had an OSA, I would not like to extubate for at least 12-14 hours. Afterwards, also, when we extubate this child, though the mouth opening would be there, considering there is a significant retrognathia, mandibular is appearing very small, and a child had an OSA, I would like to continue with the CPAP or at least a high flow nasal cannula, which will also act as some amount of CPAP. So CPAP device for at least a day or so, and then, slowly taper off that CPAP thing.
Can I just add one point?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when you're performing or deciding to do a delayed extubation, most important thing is probably how to maintain the tube, enable the child to tolerate the tube. One. Second is how to prevent tube block, because there have been reports of the tube getting blocked in the postoperative period. So that is a big challenge. So one, we can keep the cuff deflated and a very careful watch on the tube to look for any signs of distress after some time, indicating the tube is getting blocked. So that is one thing which I just want. And some steroids anyway will be given dexamethasone or something. So leak test may be helpful initially if you are extubating. If you are delaying the extubation, you need to be careful about the tube block, potential tube block.
Very well noted,
Perfect.
sir. And I hand over the session to Dr. Jason Doctor now for the next case. I think we're done with this.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so important messages here. Definitely having an awake IV access, doing an awake fiber optic, whether nasal, whether oral, nasal preferable, using sevoflurane, using it as a nasal trumpet to secure the airway, and as diligent as during the intubation, extubation is needed. Preferably put on pressure support, like Dr. Malde pointed out. Wait for 12 to 14 hours, even if it's upper airway surgery or whether it's abdominal surgery. Pain-free is essential. Putting an epidural is essential to have a calm child post-operatively, and extubate once the child is fully awake and with probably a CPAP or a nasal mask, nasal BiPAP or once, so that you can take care of the OSA. Yeah, so all important points covered here. Move on to the next case. You have a 1-year-old child who has a tongue mass and is due for exploration, and you have excision of the mass. So what information would you like from the clinical assessment, and how would you proceed for the procedure? Can we begin with Dr. Anila Madam first, please?
Yeah, so this particular child, since the child is a 1-year-old child, the history
Perfect.
from the mother would be very important. How is the child, especially when the child is feeding? The child is breastfeeding or child is taking the formula feeds? And how is the comfort level of the child during feeding? That would be very important. What is the position in which the child is sleeping comfortably? Whether the child is sleeping comfortably in the supine position or no? That would be very important over here. Means, are there any signs of respiratory distress when the child is sleeping in the supine position, or child prefers to sleep in the prone position? That would give us some idea about the thing. Then if any investigations, particular, if any imaging is done, obviously we would like to see. And looking at the picture, it looks like that there is a, the mass is at the base, means it is in the floor of the mouth. Probably there is it is a cystic mass. So we'll have to see in the imaging whether it is what is the consistency of the mass, whether it's a fluid filled mass or it doesn't look like a solid mass, because that would make a lot of difference in the plan. If it is a cystic mass, one can even aspirate and reduce the content of the mass and then go ahead with the standard induction. Now, for the induction, again, there is going to be difficulty in the face mask ventilation, difficulty in laryngoscopy intubation, and there is going to be difficulty in the supraglottic airway if it is needed as a rescue airway. So, but however, here the mouth opening is looking quite, I mean, there is some amount of opening is there. Picture doesn't look like it is a hard teratoma like mass, so it is obviously like it is a compressible mass. So here, maintenance of the spontaneous respiration during induction would be very, very important over here. We should not be making a undue hurry and giving a too much dose of the IV induction agent and make the child apneic. So maintaining the spontaneous respiration would be important. I would like to take the child, obviously the initial IV line under Embla cream, good pre-oxygenation. And this particular child, I would like to take under 100% oxygen with sevoflurane in a gradual incremental way. and up to 8% sevoflurane we can do, and see the spontaneous bag movements are there. If the spontaneous bag movements are good enough, and if adequate depth of anesthesia is achieved, we can do a video laryngoscopy with the Miller blade containing video laryngoscope, and have a look at the thing. I think we should be able to intubate with the video laryngoscope this particular child. And during intubation, we must not forget to continue nasal prong oxygenation. Oxygenation with the help of nasal prongs should be continued. I rather would put the nasal prongs beforehand only, then hold the mask, take the patient under. So my nasal prong oxygenation will continue even when I'm lifting out the mask and doing my laryngoscopy.
Perfect. So all important points and relevant points covered. Fantastic. Awake IV access, inhalational induction, spontaneous breathing, video laryngoscopic assessment of the airway, and nasal oxygen, no desat technique with adequate pre-oxygenation and apneic oxygenation done during the time you are planning a chexcopy with a spontaneously breathing child. Another important thing I would like to bring out here, which Madam has already pointed out, that you have a cystic mass or solid mass. Imaging is important to have a look at. It is not only for the surgeon to look at to manage his plan. If there is a cystic mass, an aspiration of the cyst will help make matters much simpler. And will so, Madam, any insight as to how your airway management strategy would change? Whether would you allow them to do a aspiration of the cyst with unprotected airway, or would you like to secure the airway and then proceed with the aspiration of the cystic mass? And if it's a solid mass, then how would your airway management strategy differ?
Yeah, see, if it is a cystic mass, and if it is a significantly big and it's significantly big visible mass is there, cystic mass, then the aspiration beforehand, I mean, after taking under in a good depth of anesthesia, they can aspirate with a small needle. If it is obviously visible in the front part of the neck, but if the cyst is going little to the posterior extent, and if there are any chances of leaking out of the fluid and aspiration of the fluid, then I would not allow that kind of thing. Then in that case, I would secure the tube first and then aspirate. But otherwise, if it is very much in the front and if it is a visible this thing, then we can allow with the small this also. But again, the due precaution has to be taken. The patient's face has to be turned on the lateral side so that there is no particular spilling of the fluid when they are aspirating. If it is a solid mass, then obviously if it is a solid mass and if it is not going to be compressible, then rather than doing video laryngoscopy as a first choice, my would be this thing under anesthesia, fiber optic intubation nasal.
Perfect.
So my choice of anesthesia would completely differ depending on it is a cystic or a compressible mass, or if it is a solid mass. If it is a solid mass, then rather than doing a video laryngoscopy as a first choice, I would go with the under anesthesia, continuous anesthesia, we will be doing the fiber optic intubation nasally.
Perfect. Yeah, so it is very important to know the consistency of the mass. If it is a cystic mass, things can get easier after aspiration of the cyst. If it is a solid mass, a nasal fiber optic may be needed. It all needs to be individualized on what exactly is the lesion. Any other inputs from any of the other panelists, please? Or can we move on to the next case?
Occasionally, the swelling may extend posteriorly. So when we are looking at the imaging, we should look at the extent of the mass so that we don't land up in something for which we were not prepared.
Reiterates the fact that imaging is essential to be looked at beforehand. Right? So that's about this case. Here you can see a tongue stitch being taken so that if needed, the tongue can be pulled out and prevent obstruction of the posterior pharyngeal wall. So that's just an additional thing that can be picked up from the imaging. We'll move on to the next case, please. Yeah. So this is an interesting case which we did at Tata Memorial Hospital, and I'd like to. So this is a 1-year-old child with a huge cystic hygroma. And the child has a combination of problems. There is an entire lymphovenous malformation and a cystic hygroma in combination, which makes the upper airway difficult. Okay, can you see the skin being stretched apart, and he's undergone sclerotherapy episodes for the mass, and the child has a hemangioma of the tongue, which is not too much of a problem because they've started the child on beta blockers, and the earlier instances of bleeding and hemoptysis, hematomesis that were there have significantly reduced and are as good as negligible now. And then you have in from the previous anesthetic that the child had undergone, you can see this epiglottic picture with a huge cystic mass here, and now the child is posted for a aspiration and sclerosant injection of this epiglottic cyst. Okay, so this is the brief history from what I told you. I'm not going to tell you what we did for the previous anesthetic, obviously, because that's going to make matters very easy. So can who Dr. Ravindra sir, can you take this question, please?
Okay. Yes, appearance-wise, it looks quite difficult and challenging, but we need to go into details of the history. Yes, inside also there's a cystic swelling, and if the child is asymptomatic or not is the first thing. Like, no, is the child comfortable in all the other ways? Sometimes the swelling can be very big, everything. The pathology can look sort of very weird and all, but child can be reasonably active and may not have a real obstruction when the child is awake. So that makes you much more reassured. So a careful history about what all we have already discussed, the difficulty in breathing, position, stridor, all those things, and the ability to feed, the activity of the child, room air saturation, the respiratory rate, observation of the child. So they all matter. Next is the inside picture. One is the previous picture taken already, the cyst in the epiglottis. So it might cause compression. It depends on the type of cyst and the size of the cyst, whether really it will compress or not. If it is a bit diffuse and all, it may not be a big problem. So I think we need to have a IV access before we start with the EMLA. That is the first thing. Explain the risk to the parents and fasting, all those things. And we need to have somebody to help, like a experienced colleague is the best help for us at that point of time. And the ethnic oxygenation is very important. With all these things preparation, we can go for inhalational induction. Maybe sometimes we need a bigger mask, or a regular mask may be sufficient. The bony landmarks we can feel. Like, is it really felt well all around? Or the angle of the mandible, is it felt? Because the neck, when you extend, may be normal when you look at from the picture. So you properly position and see the area, you might be able to hold the mask fairly well with a slightly bigger mask. So slow induction with sevoflurane and oxygen supplemented with small dose of fentanyl and propofol also. We might be, if you're able to ventilate the child, yes, then you can, next step is take further depth, and then you can give a small dose of, additional dose of propofol. You can do a check laryngoscopy also, all the while continuing the apneic oxygenation. So that will protect against hypoxia. And you can see, once you see that, yes, the answer will be there already. Like, either you can directly intubate, or you might use a bougie, or you might have to go for a video laryngoscope, whatever option you decide once you do a check laryngoscopy. The findings on check laryngoscopy will tell us what is the next option. Because for this procedure, probably intubation is the best option, because they have to do a procedure with a good room for them to operate.
Perfect. So all important points highlighted. Awake IV access needed. Check scopy needed. My one question would be, you use a larger size face mask. That is what we did. Phenomenal. So that is amazing. Yes. Take the child under with sevoflurane is fine. Yes. How would you wheel this child from the outside area into the operating room? So this child is not likely, he's undergone a previous anesthetic, and definitely he is not going to be very amenable to coming with you inside the theater. So how are you planning to do that? Somebody else, please. Sandhya madam or Dr. Jan? Yeah, please, madam.
See, here, one thing we have to understand is, because this is at the epiglottis, the moment the child is going to cry, the epiglottis is going to further downfold. arytenoids are appearing very, very close. The opening is very small. So here the child comfort level, I mean, if possible, if your OT setup, I mean, you must convince your sister in charges, etc. And we should take the parent along with while induction. Parental presence and keeping the child comfortable and a slow induction will be very much helpful. Second thing which I would like to do in this particular case, I will take my ENT colleague who's expert with the Hopkins telescope ready, a tube loaded over the Hopkins telescope, because here I would not like to give obviously much of a propofol. I don't want any apnea. So if I'm taking under sevoflurane, I want to maintain the spontaneous respiration. After achieving adequate depth also at times, it may become very difficult to visualize. So if the advantage of the Hopkins with the tube loaded over that would be one thing. If I can't see much of an opening, then even if a small air bubble is coming out, the ENT person, that Hopkins rigid, because the tube through a spontaneously breathing vocal cords, if you are trying to put a soft tube, again, it becomes a little this. So under vision, the Hopkins, that would be another this thing I would keep that ready with me.
Perfect.
Rest of the thing, I agree with Dr. Ravindra. We can use that video laryngoscope, see, visualize, but I would like to keep that Hopkins with the tube loaded as a standby, so we can see even air bubble and we can push the tube if required.
Perfect.
Under vision,
So,
rather than having a stillated tube, which may cause this thing, or a boogie, it will become a little blinder. So Hopkins would be a better thing.
So perfect. This is what I wanted to elicit. That parental presence during induction is very calming to the child. If you have a crying, combative child in an already obstructed kind of an airway or a narrow airway, because of the turbulence, it just worsens the matters. Yeah. So to have a calm child and not a combative child with the parent inside the operating room, doesn't matter if you have to pick a fight with the sister. That doesn't matter. So do that and get the parent inside. If you can do an inhalational induction with sevoflurane, the way we did this case is we had a bigger face mask to cover the entire mass, and we kept the child spontaneously breathing. We did a quick check scopy with a CMAC D blade, and we did a scopy. Once we saw this, we were sure that we would be able to put in a bougie. So definitely, point taken, madam, that Hopkins is under a video laryngoscope guidance. You can put a Hopkins and railroad the tube over that. Instead of the Hopkins, we used the 8 French Frova, the Cook's Frova, and we passed it to open this epiglottis, and over which we railroaded a tube. Nevertheless, at all times, we had a surgical counterpart ready with the Hopkins scope and with the emergency surgical airway access and a tracheostomy tube. Everything standby ready when we did this case. Again, so we passed a spontaneously breathing child. We passed the bougie, removed the stillet, and railroaded an endotracheal tube. But this was only half the battle won. So we did all of this in the OR. We wheeled the child downstairs to the intervention suite for imaging and for aspiration and sclerosant injection of the cyst. Now, how would you consider extubating this child? Would you extubate again immediately, or would you plan to defer an extubation? Any inputs on that? Any of the panelists, please?
I think we need to keep the child ventilated for at least 24 hours because you're expecting a lot of pain and edema. And it's not that everything is going to come back to normal, and already the child has also laryngomalacia. So it would be ideal to go ahead with leaving the tube in place in an ICU setting and then slowly extubating over CPAP.
Great. So
and we can, if we give dexamethasone, repeated over 24 hours, every 8 hourly or so, that will help in reducing the edema.
Okay, perfect. So important points here. We did not extubate on table because post sclerosant injection, you expect certain amount of airway edema. So that is bound to happen. So we ventilated the child for 24 hours, or at least 12 to 14 hours overnight till the next day. Next day, you take the child back to OR after giving him DEXA and all of that. Use an airway exchange catheter and extubate the child. Post extubation, preferable to give nebulizations to reduce the edema. Again, doing a
Yes.
check scopy during the extubation is important, because you might be able to see what is the status of the airway, and if it looks too edematous, it may be wise to defer the extubation for the time being till the airway edema resolves. Yeah, so these are some of the things. I think we can move on to in the interest of time, we can move on to the next case.
So Dr. Jason, I'm glad you brought out the point that these children, though they are in ICU, it's better to bring them back to OT for
Yes,
extubation.
definitely.
Because,
It goes without saying.
Yeah, so you took so much trouble to intubate, and then you don't want something.
Don't pull out something
in
which you are
ICU.
unsure of resecuring in a unmonitored environment.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is the message.
One more thing, Jason, I would like
Yeah.
to add. If you have, if you're going to delay the extubation, and if you're going to do extubation in the OR, then before extubation, we can always do a nasopharyngoscopy and see whether the things are okay now about the
Absolutely.
epiglottis edema.
Absolutely. If it is looking like this or even worse, defer the extubation.
Extubation, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we move on to the next case. All important points brought out, please. Thank you very much. So Swati, can you take the next one, please?
Yes, and we'll start this case discussion with Dr. Sandhya ma'am. So we have this 7-year-old girl who is currently in stridor, and she has been posted for laser excision of her laryngeal papillomas. So she's already in stridor. How do we go ahead, ma'am? And it's 7 p.m.
Yeah. So this is emergency procedure which has to be done in a kid who is already in stridor. So now we need personnel and we need equipment. So ENT surgeons are already there for the procedure. So we'll need to take their help in, we need them to be ready with the scopes. They need to be ready to make a surgical airway if required. From our side, the child is already in obstruction. So we need to start the monitoring. We need to start an IV line before we start our procedure. So what are the things we should keep ready for this child? We'll need small sized tubes. We need a video laryngoscope. We need laser tubes if they are available. Otherwise, we can wrap foil on the normal tubes and use them for the laser surgery. In addition, we need equipment for jet ventilation. Okay, so now if we have some imaging available, that also will be helpful for us to know whether where the papillomas are they extending below the vocal cords or not. Yeah. So once things are ready and the child is connected to all the monitors and we have some oxygenation going on continuously using a nasal cannula, or if you have high flow nasal oxygenation available, that can be used. And then we start with inhalational induction with the face mask. And we gradually increase with sevoflurane. Now we can either we may be able to induce the child, or we may land in obstruction. Now, in case there is obstruction, then what are the alternatives that we have? We can either wake up the child slightly by cutting off the sevoflurane and see whether the obstruction is released, or we may have to take the help of the surgeons to actually put in their scope and maybe remove the papilloma immediately to relieve the obstruction, or we may need to intubate the child with a small sized tube to relieve the obstruction. So if none of these work, we may need to go for a tracheostomy, which actually is not the preferred method, but that is taken as the last resort.
Yes, ma'am. So this is one of the many times when the surgeon should be ready with gloves on and be there at the head end with us, and the papillomas might have to be removed. So the residents and the trainees should know this point, that these cases, there are high chances of losing the airway and patient desaturating. So in that event, this has to be done. Ma'am, can you please elaborate, Dr. Jayanti, like what are the problems if we go for the front of the neck access in this particular patient, if we lose the airway and we are not able to find a way to the trachea during laryngoscopy?
Yeah, so we are not sure the extent of the papilloma, whether it's extending down. So a surgeon with a rigid scope may be able to look inside how far it's going, rather than if you are going for a tracheostomy. The other thing they say is that viral papillomas, they spread more if you do a tracheostomy. So these are two things. These children keep coming back again and again. And if you're seeing this the first time, the next time you'll see something like this or worse. So they have recurrent admissions and they go through this unless they have some laser procedures. And there's a lot of newer therapies for it, but that is the concern with, of course, if it is a life-saving procedure and you have to go ahead with it, probably you have to, but these caveats you have to remember.
Yes, so the important point is to always have a expert hand from the anesthesia side, from the surgeon side, and to keep the other aspects of the underlying pathology in mind and the emergent situation. And I think the house would agree that we won't be extubating this patient after the excision is done. So maybe we can close this particular case and take a quick next case. We have like 4 to 5 minutes left.
Yes.
Yeah, we have 4 or 5 minutes left, so we can definitely go on to the next one. Yeah, so this is Pooja. Would you want to go ahead with this, please? Just read out the case. We'll quickly discuss.
This is a 6-year-old child with a huge neck mass, and as we can see on the imaging, it was seen that the mass is extending toward the retrosternum side also. There's a huge neck mass extending to the mediastinum, and now the baby is coming for the biopsy or the surgical excision of the case. May I ask Ravindra sir to please elaborate options of intubation, induction, and preoperative preparation, sir?
Yeah. Okay, the child is coming for
imaging.
Evaluation.
Correct.
Okay. Thing is, he's slightly older child, so maybe able to cooperate and understand what we are explaining to the child with patience, and so we can probably explain her what are the risks. And before that, we need to know what's the probable diagnosis and what the procedure is. Okay, and how urgent it is, and any ways to modify the situation before the procedure. If it is something like lymphoma or something which might be responsive to pre-procedure radiotherapy or steroids. So these are some of the things which you need to specifically look into that. And is the picture like the swelling is with a lot of venous distension also, you can see like. So she might have that SVC obstruction also. So swelling is likely to be extending to the mediastinum. So potentially life-threatening situation. It is not just a difficult airway. It is probably seriously life-threatening if things are not done properly. Even if you try your best and do under the best circumstances, there is always a risk of risk to the life. So you have to have a really multidisciplinary discussion for this patient, involving probably the cardiac anesthesiologist, the equipment, whatever, like cardiopulmonary bypass, the feasibility setup, where we are going to do that, and what preparations are required. So you need to think till the last possible point, and at every stage, all things can go wrong, because it will not be easy to ventilate with your mask. No question of using any supraglottic device, though mouth opening may be okay, but your expansion of the chest may not happen with that, because the collapse of the airway will be infraglottic, much beyond the area where the supraglottic airway device is going to sit. and you cannot paralyze. So basically, trying to do under local, if not possible, spontaneous ventilation or a very minimal sedation, all of which are again associated with the risk of obstruction. So we really need to think how to manage in case the child goes for obstruction. Added to that, when they are doing the procedure, if there's some bleeding or some other spasm, something, then that is also going to worsen the situation.
Yes.
So multidisciplinary planning is the key for this.
Correct. Let me make it a little worse, sir. See, this child comes to the imaging suit, and he's not able to lie down supine. And the medical oncologist and the radiation oncologist, they've bulldozed their way into saying that we can't give any chemo or radiation or nothing can be done unless you give us a biopsy-proven diagnosis. Okay? So I'm not going to do anything. If this turns out to be a cystic hygroma, you don't want me to give chemo to a patient who's got a cystic hygroma. So that is the way he will argue with you, right? So you take the child up for imaging, and you give propped up position, and you counsel the child with the parent inside, and you look at a quick CT scan. But they say now we want to do a biopsy also, and for that the child wouldn't sleep. And the biopsy is essential because I will not give chemo unless you tell me the diagnosis. So then what would you keep in the imaging suite, and how would you proceed with your anesthetic?
You
I
want to
agree.
ask me only, or you're asking somebody else?
No, anybody can take that. You already answered your bit, so anybody.
Okay, yeah.
See, in this particular child, first of all, like obviously he has told he wants to take a biopsy. I'll secure one IV line in the foot, okay? Start oxygenating the child. And biopsy, I would definitely like to do under local anesthesia only. But for some sort of sedation, I will put a dexmed etomidine 1 microgram per kg intranasal drop. That much sedation makes, in my experience, that sedation makes usually, the children apathetic. They are least bothered then. Till you give a strong stimulus, and meanwhile, under that sedation, give a good local infiltration and take a biopsy, keeping everything else ready. Rigid bronchoscope also to be ready.
Absolutely perfect.
And lateral position, like whatever position the child is comfortable.
Position of comfort. Yeah.
Yes.
So salient point here before we end. Awake condition in child position of comfort. Do an imaging. Look at the lower extent of the lesion. How much is the distal airway compression? That is one. IV access in the lower limb, preferably if this has a SVC obstruction or superior intestinal widening. That is important. Inhalational induction or induction without apnea under spontaneous breathing, absolutely essential. Keep things ready for a rigid bronchoscope in case the tracheal compression is there distally.
Yes,
give a good amount of local, proceed with the biopsy, and maintain this child in position of comfort post-operatively or post-procedure. I think these are, anybody else, anything to add?
I think a simple X-ray, even before the CT, gives you some idea what's happening. Because sometimes to go for the CT, if you have some doubts, the X-ray of the neck, just to see where the trachea is, give you some idea.
I think, yeah. Anybody else, or we just wind up, please?
We can wind up.
Yes, I think we can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. And it was a very good session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you all. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for this wonderful session. We would like now to adjourn for lunch.
Computer it was slow that you can write time.
We can start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the post-lunch session. I hope everyone has had their lunch. So without wasting much time, let's move on to our next session on obstetric airway. I welcome our chairpersons for this session, Dr. Anju Grewal, Professor and Head, Anesthesiology and Critical Care in the Anand Medical Hospital and College, Ludhiana, Dr. Indrani Hemant Kumar, Professor and Head of the Department of Anesthesiology in State GS Medical College and KM Hospital, Mumbai, Dr. Rakesh Karnawat. He is Senior Professor in Department of Anesthesiology and Additional Professor in Dr. SN Medical College, Jodhpur. I request our respected chairpersons to take over the session and introduce the speakers.
Thank you very much for having me as a chairperson to this prestigious conference. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Sukhminderjit Bajwa. I don't think anyone needs introduction. And he is Professor and Head Department of Anesthesia Intensive Care, Gyan Sagar Medical College and Hospital. And we have heard innumerable of his lectures on research methodology and anesthesia for COVID patients, COVID parturients, and various other lectures. Over to you, Dr. Bajwa. He will be talking on airway management in the parturient. Anything different?
Good afternoon, everybody. My today's topic of discussion is airway management in the parturient. Is anything different? When we talk about the obstetric airway, it strikes the fear in your mind, whether you are a head of department of a institute or you are just a third-year PG student. Why so? Is the obstetric airway different from the non-obstetric airway? Or is the obstetric airway really more difficult? If you go by the historical evidence, in 1940, Hall published a report of 15 cases of aspiration, 14 of which occurred in mothers receiving anesthesia for a vaginal or cesarean delivery. Subsequently, in 1945, Curtis Mendelson identified 66 cases of aspiration, of which 40 mothers aspirated liquid and 5 aspirated solid food. We're talking about a current scenario. The maternal mortality from pulmonary aspiration of gastric contents has decreased to almost negligible levels in the past 3 decades. In one of the systematic reviews and meta-analysis, it was published that compared with the neuraxial anesthesia, administration of general anesthesia tripled the odds of maternal death with mortality rates of 5.9 per 1,000 for general anesthesia and 1.2 per 1,000 for neuraxial anesthesia. General anesthesia doubled the odds of parental death with odds ratio of 2.3 and with confidence interval of 95% coming to 1.2 to 4.1 as compared with the neuraxial anesthesia. Now, there is a fragmented evidence only available because the incidence of airway problems is greater in obstetric than in the non-obstetric patients. Mass ventilation may be difficult or impossible in approximately 0.02% of parturients. The incidence of failed intubation under general anesthesia in obstetric patient is still unclear. So why is the obstetric airway difficult? Familiarity with the obstetric airway is decreasing because of declining use of general anesthesia in obstetrics during our postgraduate curriculum also. And the data from the developed countries show almost similar picture because the choice of, in one of the studies published, they have concluded that choice of anesthetic for cesarean delivery as reported between 2010 and 2015 in the National Anesthesia Clinical Outcome Registry demonstrated that only 5.8% of cesarean deliveries in the United States are performed under general anesthesia. And further, anesthesia residents are graduating without hands-on experience on providing general anesthesia for cesarean delivery because of preference to use regional anesthesia and nerve blocks for the cesarean section. And in our practice also, we are seeing the general anesthesia avoiding strategies like most practitioners are reluctant to convert an inadequate neuroaxial anesthesia to general anesthesia, even if the patient has pain, discomfort, or distress due to inadequate or worn-off central neuroaxial block. IV ketamine is very often used to supplement an inadequate spinal or epidural anesthesia. Definitely, the anatomical and physiological changes, they take place in airway of a pregnant patient, which makes it difficult. Just for the recap for the postgraduate students, this is the airway, respiratory, and gastrointestinal factors, which makes the airway more difficult in obstetric parturients. The acute angle of is at the greater curve aspect of the gastroesophageal junction prevent acid reflux in normal individuals. But in pregnant patients, the angle become obtuse and there's an increasing chances of developing the reflux disease. In pregnancy, intragastric pressure increases and lower esophageal sphincter tone decreases due to the progesterone effect. The lower esophageal pH monitoring has shown a higher incidence of reflux in pregnant women at term than in the non-pregnant controls. Therefore, at term, the pregnant woman who requires anesthesia should be regarded as having an incompetent lower esophageal sphincter. Then the airway implications of anatomical and physiological changes of pregnancy are very much significant. Just like the weight gain, it can make the mask ventilation difficult, laryngoscopy difficult, even the comorbidities, they can cause a difficult airway, and the increased chance of failed intubation and gastric aspirations are also there. The respiratory changes occurring during pregnancy, they can compromise the maternal and fetus, and they can lead to early desaturation, and thus ultimately resulting in a less time for intubation post-induction. Then airway mucosal edema further adds to the agony, as the parturient invariably has symptoms of upper respiratory infection, laryngitis, nasal congestion, and voice changes, and the nasal obstruction due to edema and increased vascularity, and there will be a difficulty with the laryngoscope insertion. Further, the pharyngeal laryngeal edema can hinder visualization of chords and endotracheal tube passage. Increased risk of airway bleeding and potential difficulty with tracheal intubation. The tongue edema and upper airway engorgement and vascularity can pose challenges in manipulating nasogastric tubes and nasopharyngeal airways. So one should use the one size less ETT. Airway mucosal edema increases local anesthetic toxicity also, so cautious use should be done during fiber optic bronchoscopy. Even the chest wall compliance is decreased and airway pressure will be higher for a given tidal volume. The cardiovascular changes are there, and we place wedge below the right buttock to prevent supine hypertension syndrome, but it can hinder inadequate preoperative airway evaluation and creation of an optimum position of endotracheal intubation. The GI changes have already been discussed, and these are the obstetric factors and their airway implications. All the comorbidities of obstetrics like gestational hypertension, eclampsia, preeclampsia, and proteinuria, they can aggravate the mucosal edema of upper airway, and large and less mobile tongue will be there. Soft tissue deposition in neck, uvular edema with dysphonia, coagulopathy will be there, and the knee, chest, and left lateral position given to a mother as a part of intrauterine fetal resuscitation can lead to limitation in ability to conduct adequate preoperative airway assessment. The massive PPH, fetal distress can lead to urgent institution of general anesthesia, so there is an inadequate time to assess the airway that can lead to airway catastrophe. The fundal pressure further impairs ventilation and promotes gastric regurgitation. Headlock position, it promotes regurgitation. These are the factors which exacerbate airway changes in pregnancy. Like we have already discussed half of them: excessive weight gain, UTI, upper respiratory tract infection, preeclampsia, fluid overload, bearing down during labor, head down position, beta adrenergic tocolytic therapy, including oxytocin. Then, how to optimally manage the obstetric airway? A good pre-operative assessment of the air is important. That is a gold standard. There are the predictors of difficult air in parturients we normally study, but there is not a single test. So you have to apply a combination of tests in airway assessment. Even the Mons criteria is not useful completely, as age and teeth are excluded from the evaluation. Even the Lemon criteria also, the bird or mustache factor has to be negativized here. Then increased neck circumference in obese parturient predicts difficult direct laryngoscopy and intubation. And even the Rods criteria, which we use for the prediction of difficult use of supraglottic airway devices, is also not completely applicable in this subset of population. So factors that predict problem with tracheal intubation, mask ventilation, insertion of supraglottic airway devices and front of neck airway research, you can easily show there are so many factors that are not pertinent to this subset of population which are used for the other. Coming to the L-Genzoli risk index, it shows moderate sensitivity and specificity when used with video laryngoscope. It predicts difficult laryngeal visualization during video laryngoscopic intubation. One of the studies, a 2-year case control study, it found age, BMI, and Mallampati score to be the significantly dependent predictors of failed obstetric tracheal intubation. In one of the other study, the increasing maternal age and increased body weight were identified as risk factors of obstetric airway. An airway grading, including the Mallampati classification of mouth opening, has been reported to advance by 1 or 2 classes during pregnancy. This is due to pharyngeal narrowing, due to the edema, and increase in localized fatty tissue volume. Mallampati score may worsen even further as a consequence of bearing down, and the score may not return to the pre-labor state for next 12 hours of postpartum. This has been confirmed by acoustic reflectometry in one of the studies. Record pressure, it's basically by the AIDA guidelines and DAS guidelines given to be around 10 to 30 Newton, but its role is controversial in this subset of population. So coming to the choosing technique of anesthesia, plan and choose airway management technique depending upon anesthesiology skills, availability of suitable equipment, urgency of situation, and surrounding environment. Extubation also poses challenges. So airway changes during pregnancy and labor are progressive and persist to the postpartum, and same planning and precautions taken in prepartum period should be followed for extubation and for at least 48 hours after delivery. There are some differences in the management of difficult airway in obstetrics from non-obstetric patients. In general population, the video assisted laryngoscopy is an option for initial approach to intubation, but we are not sure whether this should be applied for all general anesthesia cases in obstetrics. Then there is a friable upper airway. Chances of pharyngeal trauma with video laryngoscope and sallet are always there. Early desaturation can occur, so prolonged period of intubation required for video laryngoscopy may not be tolerated. And surgeons can help in doing emergency tracheostomy during the emergency surgical procedure, but obstetricians, they do not have experience in performing a surgical airway. Face mask ventilation following induction of general anesthesia is avoided in general population, but here gentle mask, face mask ventilation, maximum inflation pressure less than 20 centimeters of water, along with cricoid pressure application recommended after induction to reduce risk of oxygen desaturation and to provide indication of ease of ventilation. Then awake fiber optic intubation done orally or nasally in general population. Here done orally to decrease the risk of bleeding from the nose. And cricoid cartilage usually identified from thyroid cartilage downwards. But in obstetric population, thyroid cartilage may not be identifiable or prominent. So palpate thyroid cartilage ring from sternal notch upwards to identify cricoid cartilage, or you can use ultrasonography. Ultrasonographic examination of the gastric antrum is more difficult in pregnant and laboring women than in non-pregnant adults, with a rate inclusive examination up to 17.4%. The probe placement may be hindered by the steep angle between the Ziegfeld process and abdomen caused by the gravid uterus. Capillary displacement of the stomach by the uterus affects ultrasound views of the gastric antrum through the left lobe of the liver and aorta in the sagittal plane. The depth of the antrum, the distance between the gastric antrum and the aorta, and the antral cross-section area increase significantly during pregnancy. This is one of the systematic reviews talking about the diagnostic point of care of ultrasound application of obstetric anesthesia management, where the point of care ultrasound of the airway allows accurate identification of the cricothyroid membrane, permitting rapid and safer establishment of front of neck airway access. In terms of airway techniques, video laryngoscopy as first-line airway device in general anesthesia in obstetrics may become commonplace and probably the first line very shortly. Challenges do include training obstetric anesthetists in use of video laryngoscopy and to identify the best video laryngoscopy in obstetric population. There are other challenges in airway management of obstetric patients, like time pressure. The retrospective studies have shown poor documentation of airway assessment parameters in obstetric patients. This leads to inadequate airway assessment and patient positioning for intubation. Sometimes patient may be on labor room or OT table. Airway has to be examined in recumbent position with left uterine displacement. So assessment becomes difficult. Further, the cognitive load due to unique emotional environment and dual demands of managing maternal and fetal well-being are there. The declining experience with general anesthesia and airway management because of declining frequency of obstetric general anesthesia. What are the strategies to face these challenges? The current airway management trainers exist mainly for adult males, pediatric and neonatal models, including models for rare conditions. There are no obstetric specific airway management trainers for sale on the current market. Many of the physical changes which present themselves throughout pregnancy are not incorporated into the generic adult models, and specific procedures in relation to the obstetric patients positioning are not achievable. Use of simulation-based training to acquire and maintain skills for difficult obstetric airway management is important. Development and application of obstetric airway specific algorithms and training deals are the need of a time. Staying calm during anticipated or unanticipated difficult airway management in a parturient is a must. Most experienced person should intubate the obstetric airway. In case of prediction of difficult airway during labor or antenatal period, multidisciplinary discussion and strategy agreement involving anesthetists with regard to when and how to facilitate safe delivery will promote best practice in airway management. In the 1990s, pregnant women given GA for cesarean section had a higher risk of mortality than those who received universal anesthesia. The major causes of death were maternal hypoxia, secondary to failed intubation, hypoventilation, aspiration, or other respiratory morbidity. Developments and improvements in anesthetic monitoring and airway devices and updated guidelines for difficult airway management have reduced the risk of airway problems during GA in pregnant women. The risk ratio of maternal mortality between general and neuroaxial anesthesia after cesarean delivery decreased from 16.7 from 1985 to 1990 to 1.7 from 1997 to 2002 in the United States. There are scope of obstetric airway research now. Obstetric airway anatomy is different and airway is difficult. More research, especially prospective RCTs, are needed on it. But there are serious ethical concerns with studying it. Airway guidelines have always been criticized for having been based on low quality evidence. Most studies on prediction of difficult airway have been conducted on general surgical patients and not in parturients. So more studies are needed in this area. Video laryngoscopy as first-line device in obstetric patients undergoing general anesthesia, including rapid sequence reduction, also needed. Prediction of difficult airway, another area of research. Then time to desaturate in obstetric patient undergoing general anesthesia, but I think this will have ethical concerns also. Very limited clinical information on use of video laryngoscopy in obstetric population is there. So growing interest in potential use of video laryngoscopy in obstetric population is going to be happening in very near future. Ultrasound assessment of gastric contents in emergency obstetric patient, another area. Thrive for pre-oxygenation, the impact of the cricoid pressure, then elective use and emergency use of supraglottic airway devices in obstetric cases, especially then high-risk women like the obese parturients, then optimal video laryngoscope in obstetric patients, yet unknown, but these are potential areas of research. Definite or optimal phonic technique not clear, definite evidence is still lacking. The effect of fundal pressure on airway dynamics as well as role of high-flow nasal humidified oxygen as a pre-intubation techniques in obstetrics, they need to be studied in detail. There is still the question of whether the pregnant woman should be considered to have a full stomach at all times, including when fasted, and hence require routine rapid sequence induction and tracheal intubation to protect against regurgitation and aspiration. Most studies on ultrasound assessment of gastric contents exclude parturients who are obese or have esophageal reflux and higher. ASA physical status classification. Accurate assessment of gastric contents in pregnant women is not at a stage where it can be used reliably to decide whether the stomach is empty enough to consider the use of an SGA device as a safe option in either emergency or elective situations. Currently, there is insufficient evidence to recommend universal or selective replacement of tracheal tubes with SGA devices during general anesthesia for cesarean delivery because aspiration remains the main concern. The quality of data currently available on the use of SGA devices for cesarean delivery is low. Randomized studies that are few and are not powered enough to detect the risk of aspiration, retrospective data collection, and dominance of studies from a single unit. And a conclusion, the obstetric airway is certainly different and difficult. It needs good management by improved airway assessment and preparedness, use of advanced airway technology like video laryngoscopes and SGADs, wise clinical decisions, and better clinical training. There are a lot of knowledge gaps in the topic and plenty of areas of future robust research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bajwa.
With this,
we'll take the questions later.
Yeah, I think that will be better.
Yes, ma'am, we can take the question at the end.
Yeah, we'll take the questions in the end. My co-chairperson is there?
Yeah, I'm there, Dr.
Yeah.
Indra. Good morning. It is indeed a pleasure to invite Dr. Sumalata R. Shetty to talk on another very important topic of unanticipated difficult airway in parturient. Dr. Sumalata is a professor at the K.S. Hegde Medical Academy, Nitte University, Mangalore, and she's the founder member and general secretary of IDA. Welcome, Dr. Suma, for your talk.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Sumalata. Greetings from Nitte Team to University, Mangalore. I thank the organizers, Team IDA, Jodhpur, for giving me this opportunity to be part of the program. As I said, I'll be talking about management of unanticipated difficult tracheal intubation in obstetrics. I'll be going through to find the extent of the program. Is it really unanticipated or anticipated in pregnancy? What is the probable cause for the difficult airway and how to manage the problem? The fourth report of the confidential inquiry into maternal deaths and morbidity from MB RR-ACE UK collaboration 2017 showed that the maternal mortalities attributed to anesthesia has decreased from 1.2 to 0.07 per 100,000 maternities in 1976-78 to 2013-15. We see that anesthesia related problems has decreased over the periods from 0.12 to 0.07. In the fourth National Audit Project report, NAP report, pulmonary aspiration was identified as a leading cause of airway-related anesthetic deaths, with most cases associated with identifiable risk factors. The general anesthesia for cesarean section has dramatically declined over the period of time in many nations around the world, and general anesthesia is disproportionately more frequently used for category 1 cesarean section, which has immediate risk of life to mother or fetus because of the perceived need for urgent delivery of the fetus. Even in Indian standards, we have anesthesia related complications over the period of according to the census. Now, coming to whether it is unanticipated or anticipated, with the many changes, that are physiological changes and anatomical changes that occur during the pregnancy, during the pregnancy period of pregnancy, can you really say that the airway difficulty is unanticipated? Now, what may contribute to airway difficulties? So we have reduced lower esophageal sphincter tone and increased intergastric pressure because of the growing fetus, gastric emptying delayed by labor and opioids, increased gastric acid volume and acidity, which leads to high risk of regurgitation of gastric contents and acid aspiration syndrome. The FRC is reduced to 20% in pregnancy, and particularly when the patient is supine, and oxygen consumption is increased by 25%, which can go up to 60% during labor. So this can lead to rapid onset of hypoxemia after induction. The large breast and weight gain or obesity of pregnancy could also give a difficulty in inserting the laryngoscope plate. Capillary engorgement of the nasal and the oropharyngeal mucosa, coagulopathy in pre-eclampsia can also increase the risk of bleeding from airway manipulation. What other things contribute? Performing under stress of the anesthesiologist is under stress, so that performance under stress, there's less exposure to GA for cesarean section in our training and during our professional life. Fear of a poor neonatal outcome is two lives there. Inadequate airway examination because of the hurry into pushing the parturient into the OT for LSCS. Suboptimal patient positioning, inadequate pre-oxygenation, improper equipment checking, and the thought that there is going to be a difficult intubation, and which will lead to impairment of one's confidence, also can add to it. Now, when you have a very limited time available, when the gynecologists are pushing the patient, mother into the OT, you have very limited time. But whatever time, whatever minutes you get, you have to effectively use it to assess the airway. You should look for any ventilation difficulty, intubation difficulty, and also difficulty in accessing the front of the neck for an airway manipulation. Tunstall ME advised failed intubation drill, where he said we need to maintain cricoid pressure, turn the patient onto the side with the head down position, continue pulmonary ventilation by hand. If ventilation is easy, using nitrous oxide, oxygen, and a volatile agent, for example, ether, he recommended to gradually establish deep surgical anesthesia and spontaneous ventilation and face mask. All India Difficult Airway brought out the guidelines in 2016, which was published in IJA. I'm fortunate or honored to be in the team. We brought out the guidelines, 2016 guidelines. We will walk through these guidelines, and these guidelines has 4 steps. First, step 1 is laryngoscopy and tracheal intubation. If you're unable to intubate in the first attempt with direct or video laryngoscopy during the modified rapid sequence, continue nasal oxygen at 15 liters per minute. Try one more time as long as the saturation is more than 95%. Mask ventilation advised every time in between the attempts with the pressure APL valve close to less than 20 centimeter water. Cricoid pressure release or complete release, partial or complete, depending on whether ventilation is happening properly. Optimize position, external manipulation to optimize view and using bougie or stillet. Consider changing the device, changing the technique and the operator, and always maintain the depth of anesthesia. Coming to pre-oxygenation, what is an effective pre-oxygenation? Effective pre-oxygenation aims to achieve an end tidal oxygen of 85%. It increases the safe apnea period, and here we keep an oxygen flow rate of above 15 liters per minute. We could go for 3 minutes tidal volume breathing or 8 deep breaths. Identify position of the cricoid cartilage for an emergency, and passive insufflation. You could use HFNO or TRI or CPAP. Now, optimal patient positioning for general anesthesia for LSCS would be ramp position, where we have 30-degree head up. This facilitate the insertion of the laryngoscope and also increase the FRC in term parturients and also improve the view at laryngoscopy. This is how the patient will be effectively positioned in a ramp position. A lot of debate is going on about cricoid pressure, 2 or not 2. Selig advised it in 1961 as a backward pressure of the cricoid cartilage against the body of the cervical vertebra. But now there are many studies that have shown that the esophagus is not aligned in close to the cartilage, to the cricoid cartilage and the vertebral body in 50% of the patients. You can see the esophagus is side. It's not directly between the cricoid and the body of the vertebra. So there are a lot of debate going on whether cricoid pressure has to be continued or not. And we advise then it to be partially relieved or completely relieved to facilitate your laryngoscopy or further managements. So if you have failed in intubation after step 1, then you go to step 2, which is inserting a supraglottic airway device to maintain oxygenation. So what do? You give oxygen, nasal oxygen, 15 liters per minute. Advise supraglottic airway device, 2nd generation, remove cricoid pressure during insertion, which is logic, to facilitate the insertion of the supraglottic airway. Maximum 2 attempts, as long as saturation, SpO2 saturation is more than or equal to 95%. Consider change the size and the type of supraglottic airway device and maintain the depth of anesthesia for the insertion. Supraglottic airway device are a life-saving equipment. We advise 2nd generation with the tube for suctioning the stomach. Maximum 2 attempts with saturation more than or equal to 95%. This has been advised in other guidelines like UK DAS guidelines, American Society of Anesthesiologists Task Force, National Failed Intubation Guidelines from Canada and Italy. So you can see the supraglottic airway device mentioned here. In case ventilation is failed, ventilation has been successful, then you can plan to see whether how emergent is the surgery, either continue or awaken the patient or intubate through the supraglottic airway device using fiber optic and never blind. In case this fails, you go to step 3, that is the rescue face mask ventilation. What do you do in rescue face mask ventilation? You continue the oxygenation with the nasal oxygen, with the oxygen flow liters of 15 liters per minute, ensure neuromuscular blockade, and a final attempt at face mask ventilation using optimal technique and adjuvant. Now, face mask ventilation before or after neuromuscular drugs. Where are we now? So now this last attempt at face mask ventilation, we have been traditionally taught that neuromuscular blockade should not be given when you are not able to ventilate the patient. So whether we should give or not. Now we are advising to give because many studies have shown that giving a neuromuscular blockade at that time will facilitate your mask ventilation and hence oxygenation of the patient, and also will keep it ready for the next step. What's the next step? The next step is stage 4, that is the emergency cricothyroidotomy. What do? When we have not been able to ventilate the patient with the above mentioned steps, then we have to declare a complete ventilation failure. In complete ventilation failure, we call for additional help and also continue the nasal oxygen and an effort at rescue face mask ventilation. If that fails, then you'll go for one of the following cricothyroidotomies, that is surgical cricothyroidotomy, wide bore cannula cricothyroidotomy, and needle cricothyroidotomy using whatever equipment and whatever skills that you have. Now, cricothyroidotomy, what is the trigger? The trigger is complete ventilation failure. When do you go for emergency cricothyroidotomy? On announcing the complete ventilation failure, when oxygenation is still above 95%, more than or equal to 95%. We are not going to advise to go in for cricothyroidotomy as the saturation falls, because Once the saturation drops, it's a precipitous drop, and then you will not be able to manage anything. So we advise announcing CVF when the saturation is still above 95%, and passive insufflation of oxygen via nasal oxygen more than 15 liters or any other methods are used, and a final attempt of mass ventilation with complete muscle relaxation, which also creates a good operating condition for the next step. What is the next step? The next step is failed oxygenation. When there's failed oxygenation and patient goes in for cardiac arrest, you will have to go for advanced life support, and you will plan for peri-mortem cesarean section, which has to be done within 4 minutes of cardiac arrest. Why do we do it? The gestational age of 24 weeks or older who are in peri-arrest or have actively arrested, you can attempt a peri-mortem cesarean section. This is because 20 to 30% of fetal survivability is there at 24 weeks, and also the maternal resuscitation will be facilitated by the delivery of the baby. So if this fails, you will proceed with the advanced life support, and post-procedural plans is advised. So what do the guidelines say? You have to evaluate the patient. These guidelines have to be read along with the accompanying text that has been published in IJA. And what it says is evaluation is very important. Evaluate, plan accordingly, anticipate problems, prepare the situation, prepare the OT, prepare yourself, prepare health, keep expert assistance ready, and then only go for execution. And if anything goes wrong, you know you have support and you can manage the patient. Thank you for your patient hearing, and I
Thank you, Dr. Suma, for a very exhaustive and interesting talk. I think since Dr. Sunil Pandya will not be joining us due to some indisposition, we can perhaps have a discussion. Can I have the chairpersons? So there are a few questions in the chat box. We have one question is for Dr. Bajwa. Good afternoon, Dr. Bajwa.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Nice to be with you all people here.
Thank you.
Dr. Indrani, Dr. Anju, and other people. Very much good afternoon. I have read that question that how to apply the 10 to 30 Newton of the cricoid pressure.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a subjective matter, but the best way to know how to apply the pressure is you can take your two fingers, this one, the thumb and the index finger, you apply on your forehead. As soon as the blanching occurs, that is almost equivalent to 20 to 25 Newton. So this is a very crude method, but there is nothing we can put, the meter is there, we put the finger there, the Newton will come. So it's a very simple method. You just put it here. As soon as the blanching occurs, that is almost around 20 to 25 Newton, and that much. You can practice it also. You can practice it also at your place also.
Dr. Bajwa, the question is, how do you measure?
Ma'am, there is nothing to be measured. The other thing is, it's a very general, crude way of measuring exactly like that. There are other things also. You can have gadgets are also there. You can put your fingers there. You can electronic gadgets are available, but you can put the fingers on there and you can measure this much pressure of mine is 25 Newton, 20 Newton. But every person is different. Every person's finger diameter, their strength is different. So that's why I'm saying it's a very crude method, because majority of time when we are advocating the use of cricoid pressure, the people are in the periphery. Nobody will be having the modern gadgets of how to measure that Newton pressure. The simple way is to measure
Are
it
there gadgets available?
they are available, ma'am. Not everywhere in India. That's the problem. That's why it's a simple method. You can advocate it also. may not be scientifically correct, but that's the way to go about it.
Approximate.
Yeah, approximate.
The only time I saw this measurement of pressure, Dr. Bajwa, was when we were trying CPR. And that's when they realized how much pressure. Then they just demonstrated, you say 20, 30 Newton. This is how much it is. It is not possible for us to go searching for it at that moment. Like you said, pressure and then see the blanching. That's all we do. And best thing is to do it on yourself so that you know, or show your assistant how much pressure you want on that person. So they know that much pressure has to be applied. Other than that, at present, it is not available offhanded to measure the pressure that you're going to give. And I don't think we'll be searching for it in the OT when the situation arises like that.
True, absolutely true. And more than that, I think we need to train a technician, the one who is going to put the pressure, and usually it puts it so inappropriately that it makes the airway more difficult for us.
Yes, sir.
There's another question which talks about, can we use supraglottic airway devices for short procedures like manual removal of placenta?
Definitely, ma'am. Definitely, this is because manual removal of placenta, you will not be facing that much challenges because the fetus is out now. The fetus, the intragastric pressure and the risk of regurgitation has come down, but not completely. But previously, traditionally, we are using the face mask only, but it's better to have the supraglottic devices. They are very much useful in this situation.
And a second generation.
And the supraglottic airway device has been told as a rescue device also. So we should be promoting it, I suppose. That too, like Madam was telling, second generation, where you have a opportunity or you can suction out anything that could be there. And also we have to look at the situation. If the patient is hemodynamically unstable because of bleeding, then I don't think we'll be going in for supraglottic airway device. We would like to intubate and have the patient ventilation at least in our hand and look out for the patient's well-being.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see any more questions, Dr. Indrani, do you?
Can we use SGA devices for what MVA is what?
Manual
evacuation of placenta.
MVA. For retained products. Oh, okay.
Retained products.
Same, I think the same
thing. I think it is the same thing. Yeah.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Plus, one thing I want to add here, which for the obstetric airway, the topic is such a novel topic, it's a different topic. Airway is different. The most challenging aspect, either from the airway society or from the obstetric society, is very difficult to conduct the randomized control trials or prospective studies on such a population, especially in the country like ours, where the mother and fetus are considered, one of the most delicate type of procedure in any hospital. So you can't just go on for giving GAs to all these patients. You can't design a study here. And retrospective data, the evidence is fragmented. We will never be able to come out with the concrete guidelines for a difficult obstetric airway. During this search for everything, I haven't found a single randomized control study either in Western journals or our Asian journals where they have done it. I think throughout the world, the consensus is same. You can't do any ethical study on this. Everything done will be unethical only.
I am sure our ethical committee will not give me clearance. They will say, you are saying that regional anesthesia is the most safest. And then why are you subjecting the pregnant ladies to general anesthesia? If you say that that is the only way that we can do it, okay, we'll give you a go ahead. But I'm sure the obstetrician will raise a issue there. Anything else, they might ask you GA. But for cesarean section, they'll say, why are you giving GA? Then we'll have to explain this is difficult airway, so we may not be able to do anything afterwards. That's why we are going. So ethical issue, Madam Anju Grewal will be very sure that she's say yes, it's not possible. So I think we'll only have retrospective studies, which again, like Dr. Bajwa said, that we do not have enough information in the case sheet. All that we are thinking at the moment is have the baby in your hand, have the mother out of it. We have the stress of the situation. We have the obstetrician. I mentioned gynecologist is a mistake. Obstetrician breathing down her neck. Ugly, isn't it? Aren't you? It's so stressing to have cesarean section on your table, even though it gets over within half an hour with very efficient obstetricians. That half an hour is enough to make us age fast.
Ma'am, one question keeps haunting me. I think for the last 2 to 3 months, I'm talking about that post-COVID obstetric patients now. Post-COVID obstetric patients coming for the lung involvement must have been there during their pregnancy. Those patients landing up for cesarean section, maybe elective. I say elective. Now, during right from our PG curriculum, we have studied that there is only one absolute contraindication to regional anesthesia, that is the patient refusal. Now, my question is to everybody here, the senior people are there. If a person who I think she must have a CORAD score of 12 to 14 during her this one active disease of the COVID, and now she's landing up cesarean and she refuses to go for the regional. So what we are going to do in that cases? That is very difficult for me to answer sometimes.
Sir, I don't know whether you have been exposed to patients like that, but I
have been exposed to, madam. I have been exposed. Yeah. That's why I'm asking that question.
So what has happened is when the patient with the COVID, with whatever correct you have said, they're already primed to accept that they will not be given anything to come in the way of their respiratory system, and it had become a general rule that if the patient, pregnant patient is COVID, then we'll all go for regional technique. Hopefully,
that's why.
Yes,
the main question is that
patient,
the absolute contraindication, will it matter there? Because we have read only that during our PG curriculum. The absolute contraindication is the patient refusal. Now we are going to work for the patient betterment. Now patient refusing it. So whether you force the patient to get the neuroaxial, this is the problem. Actually,
it is the convincing power of
we'll have to counsel,
obstetrician and the anesthesiologist, because it's obstetrician also is going to be affected, and the anesthesiologist along with the patient. So I don't know of any cesarean section that had gone for GA in my institution. All of them were under spinal. Might be our anesthesiologists were good enough to convince them, or the fear is already set in the patient's mind, so they have now refused a subarachnoid block.
No, I think if they are told that they'll go on ventilator,
yes, that is it.
You don't know what your outcome is going to be, whether you're going to be alive or dead. So maybe that should shock them back to getting a region.
Yes, ma'am. I missed out on that. Yes, the thought that we are taking the consent that they might be on ventilator for a long time puts them off, and then they will be convinced enough. Might be scared, then we will have to convince the patient, counsel the patient. So
no,
that is one thing.
High risk informed consent has to be taken.
Means
you have to explain.
You never know. Even
if the score is so high, and if the patient is already hypoxemic and having other comorbidities of COVID, cardiac or any other system also involved, or if coagulation is deranged, we have to take death on table consent also.
Only thinking about coagulation derangement. That is where, Bajo sir, your topic.
Coagulation we don't do, but of course, I'm just saying.
That is a valid point. Rani Madam's point is very valid. When the patient refuses, they become so fussy. Death on table consent should be taken. I think that's one of very, I think, rescue for our anesthesiologist and obstetrician also.
In terms of medical legal, it becomes very important to take
important
that
important part.
Yeah, there is a question, another question on, just a minute. What do you do once we have given neuromuscular blocking agents and you cannot intubate? And as ma'am mentioned, it is advised to give neuromuscular blocking agents even during difficult airway. So yeah, there is a thought process that goes, and I would like both of you to please. Anyway,
I think that was half of it was Madam's lecture only. I think you have to, the supraglottic airway devices, they are going to have a role in the near future. And most probably the difference between the surgical team and the obstetric team is that the efficiency in doing the cricothyroidotomy, because obstetricians are not exposed to that type of scenario where they can actively do, where they can actually help the anesthesiologist. Surgeons are more efficient in doing that. So I think once you cannot intubate, but again that airway algorithm is going to come into play. Cannot intubate, cannot ventilate, or cannot oxygenate. You have to go for either for the supraglottic airway devices, or then you have to go for the cricothyroidotomy, at least at the earliest.
Yeah, the answer to it is that I believe absolutely correct. But having a neuromuscular blocking agent at that point in time, many a times facilitates and aids successful insertion of a supraglottic device as well as a successful bag mass ventilation.
Yeah.
Now, say if you are not able to do even both, then you have to resort to a front of neck access. I believe in a situation as calamitous as that, having a patient relaxed and then doing the supraglottic front of neck access is much more easier and calmer than having a patient fight kind of a patient who is still not fully relaxed, and it also helps us do the performance of the phona better. This has been therefore advocated to have a good neuromuscular blockade if you have decided to move for phona, right, Dr. Suma? If you would like to add something.
Yes. The emergency cricothyrotomy, or think you are skilled in, has to be done. We cannot lose the patient. We cannot let the saturation keep dropping. This performance in our guidelines is once you declare the complete ventilation failure, and that's when the saturation is still above 95%. So somebody had asked the question in the chat box, can HFNO be used? We have advised continuous nasal oxygenation, and if you have a better equipment to give higher level of oxygen, well, it's good. Can use HFNO, thrive, whatever it is, so that the oxygenation is maintained. Yes, agreed, carbon dioxide is going to build up, but at that time it's oxygenation that we are very worried about, and that has to be maintained. So if you have used that, well and good. And when you paralyze the patient, like you're not going to give the paralysis at that time, you would have given it. Only thing is we are telling you, make it better for you to hold the mask. And also when you're doing the emergency cricothyroidotomy, the patient is lying there without struggling and without you struggling. And it will be an easy way for the person who's doing the procedure. It's always better to have a quiet patient who is allowing you to do the procedure. It is helping you in your next step. So I think we should be continuing with giving the muscle relaxant. I'm not saying that you will be giving another one. The muscle relaxant that was given earlier should be helping you. If you find the depth is not good enough, then you might have to increase the depth of the anesthesia with muscle relaxant or anything. But one thing I really want everyone to literally drill it into the postgraduate residents' mind is the tilt. That becomes very important in these cases. I know many of the obstetricians say it comes in the way, but then I tell them, see, till you get the baby out. Once you get the baby out, I'm going to pull it out. I make sure they know that I've removed it also. Because unless they see it being removed, they won't believe it is being removed. They'll keep blaming that it's tilted, it can't make it out. So just make sure you remove it and say, I've removed the tilt. So that will help a lot to the patient's outcome also.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's a question about in COVID positive patient, there is a possibility of coagulopathy. Is it okay to give regional? So nowhere I believe anybody of us has advocated that you give regional under a condition of coagulopathy. Yes. So I think.
And I think there's a question on volatile agents in pregnancy. So the thing is on the effect of volatile agents on the uterine tone. I think that's what they meant. So basically, all of us are giving volatile agents, but then we restrict the volatile agents to less than 1 MAC. And we have not seen any hemorrhage or, uterine atony or anything like that. Having said that, there are many studies to say that the uterine tone does come down depending on dose dependent, depending upon how much of, what do you call
volatile agent.
Inhalational agent we are giving. So it all depends. It is all dose dependent. So I'm sure less than 1 MAC should be reasonably all right. And having said that, also look at whether which agents are good. Halothane probably has maximum reduction as compared to isoflurane. and desflurane and sevoflurane are better than isoflurane, and both of them are similar. So I guess you also have to look into the clinical aspects of the patient. If the patient is fine, you can go ahead and give up to 1 MAC of any of these agents. Preferably sevoflurane or desflurane.
Shall I add further? It's very much right you have said. Now, halothane is almost obsolete for these type of patients, and the sevoflurane is much better choice when you compare with the, from the evidence of the studies also. I mean, look at our scenario in our own nation, where almost 70% of these procedures are carried out in the civil hospital, the government setups, which are not medical colleges, or into the periphery, clinical short nursing homes. Many places we don't find, the Tech 7 vaporizers or Tech 6 vaporizer, Tech 5 vaporizer. You just see that still they are using that halothane and that typical bottle of Imabi cream. They are using that one. So why not to advocate TIVA in these type of cases? It's always better. The propofol is easily available in every corner of the country. I think the TIVA is a much better choice nowadays, with early recovery, with the lesser side effects, as well as minimum chances of whatever the post-op complications for the obstetric side also. I think TIVA is much better than rather than using the volatile agents in these type of cases.
Yeah, definitely, inhalational agent does have has an effect, dose-dependent effect on uterine tone, no doubt about it. So I think in the periphery, the equations are very different, Dr. Bajwa. Everything goes by how many ml of, they use halothane. So how many ml of halothane, how many milligram of propofol.
They just
start comparing costs.
They keep pouring after the surgery.
Cost of syringe,
They put
cost
again.
of needle. Everything adds up for them. So
that's what I.
If safety first, I think we must ensure that
we can ensure. We can ensure in the institutions, but in the periphery, our research should aim to encompass all the peripheral setup. The Airway Society or the Obstetric Society, I think, we should develop some protocol, something like that, that all the peripheral people, the practitioners, they should come into the central limelight so that our guidelines, our recommendations are completely exercised or partially exercised by these people. Definitely the maternal mortality will decrease, morbidity will decrease.
Dr. Bajwa, having said that, the periphery are the ones who use regional anesthesia.
Yes, yes. It's cost effective and time effective, and the management.
Even in unindicated cases, many of them are using it.
True.
So, they have a very high threshold for general.
So I think as we come towards the end, I will hand over the mic to Dr. Rakesh Karnawat, our co-chairperson, for their final comments. We can then perhaps close this. To you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, Dr. Shetty and Dr. Bajwa. It was a nice presentation. And in the end, as you said, that it's very difficult for in the periphery to go for GA in the obstetric patient. It will take a lot of. There are so many problems in the periphery that the society should come forward and at least they can solve these problems in a better way if they talk to the government and many different private setups also. So otherwise, most of the private hospitals in the periphery, they prefer even in the government hospital, they prefer the regional anesthesia for the pregnancy patient or obstetric patients. It was a nice presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Excellent deliberations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you all. After such an enlightened session, I would like to let's move on to further sessions on airways in special situations. For that, I would like to invite our chairpersons, Dr. Rakesh Garg. He is additional professor in Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar Institute, Rotary Cancer Hospital, AIIMS, New Delhi. Dr. Shribhadra J. Mahandle. He is professor and head of the department in the anesthesiology and critical care in KS Medical College, Mangaluru, Karnataka. And Dr. Sabyasachi Das.
He is Professor of Anesthesiology in Government Medical College, Kolkata. I invite you to all the chairpersons to take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. And so on behalf of both my co-judges, Dr. Shripad and Dr. Sabyasachi, let's start this very important session of airway management for special consideration. And we have a very important topic with Dr. J.V. Divetia, who is Professor and Head at Department of Anesthesia, Critical Care and Pain, Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai. And he will be talking about an important topic, challenges in airway management in patients with mediastinal masses. Over to you, sir, Dr. Divetia.
Good morning. The topic today is anesthetic management of a patient with an anterior mediastinal mass. Now, the mediastinum is the gap, is a space between the two pleural cavities, and it is arbitrarily divided by a line passing through the angle of Lewis into a superior mediastinum above the line, and the part below the line is divided by the heart, which occupies the middle mediastinum, into an anterior mediastinum, which is anterior to the heart, and the posterior mediastinum, which is posterior to the heart between the two pleural cavities. And this is how it would look on a chest X-ray and a lateral view on a CT scan. This is the space between the two pleural cavities. The middle mediastinum is occupied by the heart and the great vessels and the other vascular other structures. And the part anterior to the heart and behind the sternum is the anterior mediastinum, and the part behind the heart, between the heart and the vertebral column, is the posterior mediastinum. Now, the anterior mediastinum contains the thymus gland, the thyroid gland, retrosternal extension of the thyroid, and lymph nodes, and all these can develop tumors which can occupy the anterior mediastinum. The middle mediastinum has the heart, the pericardium, the aortic arch, the nominate veins, the superior vena cava, and the pulmonary arteries, and of course the trachea, the tracheal bifurcation, and the bronchi and lymph nodes, the phrenic nerve and the vagus nerve. The posterior mediastinum contains the esophagus, the descending aorta, the sympathetic chain, and the part of the vagus nerve and lymph nodes. Right now, the importance of knowing all of this is that tumors at the confluence of the superior, anterior, and middle mediastinum can compress many of the structures of great importance and interest to us. And these include the distal trachea and the bronchi, the pulmonary vessels and the aortic arch, the superior vena cava, and of course the lung, the heart, and the pericardium. And compression of these structures can cause complications and problems for us when we give anesthesia to these patients. So tumors at the confluence of the superior, anterior, and middle mediastinum are extremely important and potentially dangerous. Now, the signs and symptoms of a mediastinal tumor will depend on the structures which are being compressed. And of course, if you've got tracheobronchial or lung compression, you'll have cough and dyspnea. You can have the superior vena cava syndrome. You can have dysphagia because of esophageal compression. You can have hoarseness because of recurrent nerve involvement, or of course, compression of the heart, the pericardium, or the great vessels can cause hypotension, postural hypertension, syncope, and arrhythmias. And this is the superior vena cava syndrome with distended neck veins and swelling of the face. Now, why are mediastinal tumors important and dangerous? Because the airway obstruction and the vascular compression that can happen is dynamic. When anesthesia is induced, there's an increase in abdominal muscle tone and decrease in inspiratory muscle tone. In the supine position, there is a reduction in the transverse diameter of the thorax with capillary displacement of the diaphragm that decreases the volume of the chest cavity and increase the volume of the mediastinal tumor relative to the volume of the thoracic cavity and can increase the compression on the important structures. Further, when you're breathing spontaneously, the negative intrapleural pressure tends to hold the thoracic cage open and increase the volume of the thoracic cavity. Whereas if you take away spontaneous ventilation by giving a neuromuscular blockade, then the transpleural gradient is eliminated. And when you give positive pressure ventilation, the positive pressure within the intrapleural, in the pleural cavity, as a result, actually increases the amount of compression that the mediastinal mass presses on the major structures in the chest, and that can therefore worsen airway obstruction with positive pressure ventilation. Okay. You can get profound hypoxia not only due to tracheobronchial compression, but also because of compression of the pulmonary artery. Therefore, induction of general anesthesia can precipitate airway obstruction. Mild airway obstruction can become severe, which can get even worse with the advent of intermittent positive pressure ventilation. Airway obstruction with the anterior mediastinal mass occurs at the level of the distal trachea and bronchi, well below the level that can be taken over by an endotracheal intubation or by supraortic device or by tracheostomy. In other words, if you're unable to ventilate these patients because of the airway obstruction lower down in the chest, you cannot use tracheostomy or supraortic devices or even endotracheal intubation. And the only way you may be able to bypass this obstruction is by rigid bronchoscopy done by an experienced surgeon. So a rigid bronchoscope must always be available whenever we are dealing or caring for patients with such tumors. You can also get hemodynamic compensation because of compression of the pulmonary artery. Ordinarily, the pulmonary artery is covered by the trachea and the aorta, but this compression may be precipitated by a change in position, change in muscle tone, general anesthesia, and positive pressure ventilation. Superior vena cava syndrome can occur, and that can lead to edema of the face, edema of the pharynx and larynx, and also cerebral edema. Compression of the heart can result in arrhythmias, cardiac tamponade, and a low cardiac output. And any patient who has cardiovascular symptoms in the presence of a mediastinal mass should undergo echocardiography to detect compression of these structures. So here you've got a patient with a large mediastinal mass and maybe coming up for a biopsy, or he may be coming for excision of the mass. But the important thing is we need to risk assess these patients. And symptoms have to be graded, and they are graded as asymptomatic or mild, where the patient can lie supine with minimal symptoms, moderate if he can lie supine for short periods, and severe when the patient cannot even tolerate the supine position for a short period. The best assessment is actually given by the CT scan. And here you see a large mediastinal mass with compression of the trachea of the carina, which is become slit-like, and you can also see compression of the superior vena cava. So the CT scan, especially the reconstructions, will show you the location, the extent, and the length of the obstruction in the presence of a mediastinal mass. Pulmonary function tests have been used in the past, and they will probably show a restrictive pattern if there is compression of the lung parenchyma, or some obstructive pattern if there is airway compression. But essentially, pulmonary function tests are surrogates for tumor size and location, and do not add much more information than what is available from a CT scan. Flow volume loops are relied on in the past because the flow volume loop sort of revealed or could uncover a dynamic variable interthoracic obstruction. And you can see here that this is a normal flow volume loop. In a patient with a variable interthoracic obstruction with a mediastinal mass, the inspiratory loop is preserved, but when there is positive pressure in the chest with a forced expiration, the expiratory flow loop is truncated, and this will reveal a dynamic obstruction because of variable interthoracic obstruction. Right? And in the past, we often did flow volume loops in the upright and the supine position. And in a patient with significant mass causing obstruction, the flow volume, the expiratory loop in the supine position would be significantly truncated as compared to that in the upright position. And if you did not have significant obstruction, both the supine as well as the upright loops would be more or less similar. However, it has been seen that, again, a flow volume loop does not offer much more information than a CT scan and a good clinical examination and history of airway obstruction. And it may not be necessary to rely on upright and supine flow volume loops, and a good interpretation of the CT scan and the clinical history is probably sufficient to arrive at a conclusion as to the severity of obstruction. So how do we risk stratify patients with mediastinal masses? So if the patient is asymptomatic, an adult, there is no tracheal compression on the CT scan, there are no postural symptoms, this patient is low risk and can be given general anesthesia safely. A high risk and an unsafe patient, on the other hand, is a severely symptomatic adult or child who has stridor or cyanosis. A child with a CT tracheal compression more than 50% is at high risk. Remember, in a child, the tracheal cartilages are soft and are more prone to compression than in an adult. So, presence of tracheal and bronchial compression is also a high risk patient. And a patient with severe postural symptoms, pericardial effusion or the superior vena cava syndrome is also a high-risk patient. And in these patients, it's unsafe to proceed with an unmodified general anesthetic airway management technique. All other patients who fall in between are intermediate risk, and you can say they're uncertain, especially those with mild to moderate postural symptoms and adults with less than 50% tracheal compression. Right? So this is a risk stratification of patients with anterior mediastinal mass. Further, adults are probably less prone to risk to airway compression than children, and also whether this is a diagnostic or a therapeutic procedure may make a difference. Right? So if there's a diagnostic procedure, then remember that the tumor will remain in situ after the procedure, and therefore it is possible that symptoms may worsen with bleeding into the tumor or some edema that may happen after the biopsy. The good point is that once the biopsy is taken, the oncologist may choose to give empirical treatment, or with a rapid frozen section, definitive treatment may be possible, which will then reduce the size of the tumor. Now, if you're going to do a diagnostic biopsy of the tumor itself, then there is a risk of bleeding or pneumothorax because you're going to enter the thorax. What many would like to do is try to see if there is a peripheral lymph node which can be biopsied. For example, you've got a mediastinal mass, but you could also have lymph nodes in the neck or in the chest, or in the axilla, or in the groin, which could be biopsied. And that would actually can be done easily under local anesthesia, but that may be difficult in children. But as far as possible, this is a very good option and should be tried if possible. If the mediastinal mass is large and is likely to cause compression or is causing significant symptoms, you could try preemptive treatment or empirical chemotherapy without tissue diagnosis, but this is generally not preferred by oncologists except in life-threatening airway obstruction. And most oncologists would prefer a biopsy for which some kind of anesthesia may need to be given. And of course, after a biopsy, you may still have complications with a potential for chemotherapy or radiotherapy based on the tissue diagnosis. Right? Now, how do we deal with the patients who have uncertain and high-risk airways? If the patient has an uncertain airway, right, so that's not high risk, but not low risk, then one good thing is to always note what is the position of the patient that the patient finds comfortable preoperatively. And that should be the position in which the patient's anesthesia should be induced. It could be the supine position, or it could be one of the lateral positions, the sitting position, or a semi-prone position. Secure the airway beyond the obstruction while the patient is awake, if that is feasible. So maybe a fiber optic bronchoscopy or even an awake video laryngoscopic intubation if possible. Always have a rigid bronchoscope and a surgeon available at induction. Maintain spontaneous ventilation as far as possible, at least till the airway is secured. Right? Note that the airway can collapse with the induction of general anesthesia even though the patient is breathing spontaneously. So be prepared for airway obstruction at all times. It should be possible, or it should be prepared for a rapid sternotomy to lift up the mass in case airway obstruction occurs. If muscle relaxants are required, then first try manual ventilation without a relaxant, then maybe give short-acting muscle relaxant. Ensure that positive ventilation is possible before you give any relaxant, and then go ahead with a long-acting relaxant. If the patient is high risk and or has critical airway obstruction or is hypoxic with a mediastinal mass and the airway obstruction is critical, then you are probably looking at an alternative to general anesthesia. And if rigid bronchoscopy is also not likely to relieve obstruction or has not relieved obstruction, then you are looking at cardiopulmonary bypass. If cardiopulmonary bypass is being considered, please remember it cannot be considered as a standby procedure. If you're considering cardiopulmonary bypass and the airway obstruction is so critical, you should actually have the cannulae inserted in the vessels and the pump ready to go at very, very short notice. You cannot induce anesthesia, that take a chance, try intubation, fail intubation, get the patient hypoxic, and then start cannulation and priming of the circuit and so on and so forth. If the airway obstruction is so critical, then you must be prepared with cannulation and bypass before you induce anesthesia. It is wrong to have standby bypass because it may be too late for the patient by the time you get everything ready and going, and serious hypoxia may already have set in. Once you induce anesthesia, please remember you need to watch out for intraoperative airway obstruction. Again, position may help. A rigid bronchoscopy may help. Heliox may help if there is no hypoxia, but if you need high oxygen concentrations, then heliox is not a good option. Watch for hypotension. Again, position may help. Otherwise, the usual things like fluids, pressors, and lightening of anesthesia. Sternotomy and elevation of the mass and cardiopulmonary bypass are the rescue options. In summary, in a patient with anterior mediastinal mass, risk stratify based on symptoms, CT scan, echocardiography, classify the patient as safe, unsafe, or uncertain. Avoid general anesthesia, especially in high cases. Maintain spontaneous ventilation as far as possible. Have a rigid bronchoscope standby, and be prepared in a critical, unsafe patient with cannulation and preparation for cardiopulmonary bypass. A standby cardiopulmonary bypass is a myth, and always watch for postoperative decompensation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, sir, for the interesting talk. We'll take up the questions at the end. We can start with the next session. Dr. Sripath would introduce Dr. Sabyasachi.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to introduce Dr. Raj Shahajanandan. He is a well-known figure in the academic circles of anesthesiology and, of course, airway management too. He has done a lot of work in different fields, including airway, and it is exemplified by a number of publications. Yes. Now over to Dr. Raj Shahajanandan.
Good afternoon. At the outset, I would like to thank NAC 2021 organizers and IDA for giving me this opportunity. The next 15 minutes, we are going to discuss a very important topic, that is anesthesia for bronchopleural fistula. By definition, bronchopleural fistula is any direct communication between a central bronchial tree and the pleural cavity, resulting in an air leak. If this particular tract connects to the skin or chest wall, it's called a bronchopleural cutaneous fistula. There are multiple etiology for bronchopleural fistula, of which the bronchial stump dehiscence after a surgery and blunt or penetrating trauma are the most common cause. But we need to be aware that anesthesia can itself cause bronchopleural fistula. Among them, traumatic endotracheal intubation, endobronchial intubation, injury from an intubating sillet, light vent, and bronchial perforation from a tube exchanger or even a bronchial blocker are important. Incidence, thankfully, is very rare, and among the pneumonectomy, it's more commonly associated with right-sided pneumonectomy. When you deal with bronchopleural fistula, it's important to understand the pathophysiology, out of which an interaction between trauma, infection, and poor wound healing are very important. So when you classify bronchopleural fistula after lung resection, it can be classified as acute, which normally occurs after a week, and it's usually due to a sudden dehiscence of the suture line. In compared to that, chronic can occur after weeks to months, and it can be precipitated by infections. So you need to understand the risk factors for bronchopleural fistula, among which the pre-op risk factors are immunosuppression, chronic steroid therapy, active TB, especially a sputum positive tuberculosis, neoadjuvant chemo and radiotherapy, chronic debility, malnutrition, and uncontrolled diabetes mellitus. So as perioperative physician, it's our responsibility to control these factors before you take up the patient. Intro factors are something which you don't have too much of a control, but a surgical risk like faulty stump closure or compromised blood supply to the stump are important factors. Post-op factors are prolonged mechanical ventilation, atelectasis, pneumonia, empyema, reintubation, frequent tracheobronchial suctioning, and residual tumor at the stump. Here, except for the residual tumor at the stump, all these factors are related to anesthesia. So I'll discuss few common presentations. First one is a stump dehiscence. So the patient presents with a copious expectoration of the pleural fluid and can get even asphyxiated. If the patient is still intubated, what is observed is a massive air leak and inefficient ventilation. So if you don't diagnose it properly, a paradox, if your efforts to improve ventilation, like increasing the air pressure support, will cause a paradoxical worsening of the air leak. So again, if a chest tube is not present, because most of the surgeons take out the chest tube after a day, it can result in tension pneumothorax or cardiovascular collapse. So this is the X-ray which you normally see. This is the normal pattern. There is a air generation of an air fluid level which will get progressively high. The diaphragm gets elevated and the mediastinum gets pulled to the side of surgery. But here what you can see is there is probably an overspill and the air fluid level has gone down by 2 centimeters. So what do you do at this particular stage? So one, imaging is very important, especially you need to look for the effect of tension pneumothorax if the patient doesn't have a ICD. And you can sometimes see the bronchopleural fistula, you can see, but the diagnosis can be made very easily with a bronchoscopy. So you can either see the dehiscence, you can see infected material like you see here, and you can see the vascularity of the stump. Or sometimes if you suck out the material, you can see the fistula. Okay, the second presentation is trauma. So here you can see that there is a massive subcutaneous emphysema. This particular patient had a avulsion of the right main bronchus. So in these kind of cases, sometimes one ICD may not be enough. The surgeon may put more than one ICD, and you need to go according to the ATLS guidelines to sort out the other infections as well. So sometimes you may have to put a double lumen tube or a bronchial blocker early so that we can ventilate the patient, or in rare cases, even ECMO is needed. Presentation 3 is something like a chronic presentation, which happens in the ICU, somebody with a chronic debility, underlying lung disease, and failure to wean. And they present as a bronchopleural fistula and worsening of symptoms. So it's important to assess the air leak severity. You can look at the ICD and see the draining. If the leak is small, you can see it only during inspiration. If there is significant leak, you can see it during both inspiration and expiration. You can actually quantify it either with a ventilator or a spirometer attached to the chest tube. So anesthetic challenge are prevent soiling of the contralateral lung, prevent flooding of the contralateral lung, and prevent that asphyxiation. Inadequate ventilation needs to be taken care of, and if ICD is not there, a tension pneumothorax and cardiovascular collapse will happen. So ICD is paramount both for draining the cavity as well as avoiding tension pneumothorax. So the management depends on the surgical need and the medical condition of the patient. It has to be individualized. And what is important is you should not do any further harm. So that is, you need to ensure that there is meticulous asepsis and traumatic techniques have to be followed during airway manipulation, ICD insertion, or even central line insertion. And when time permits, you need to control sepsis, diabetes, and multi-organ failure. So as I told earlier, you can have a endoscopic management as well as or a surgical management. Okay, in the meantime, you need to reassure the patient and supplement the oxygen and ensure the patient is in a proper position with infected side down and chest ICD is inserted. The surgical treatment can be Clagett procedure, direct repair, thoracoscopy, or a thoracoplasty. The endoscopic repair is possible if the size of the fistula is less than 3 millimeter, and you can have glues, coils, sealants, even emplaster devices, or even Y-shaped stents. Okay. So if you have to do an endoscopic repair, you can do it under topical anesthesia with nebulization. What is important is you need to anesthetize the area distal to the carina. Okay, so you need to spray through the suction port either directly or with the help of an epidural catheter. Should you use a single superior laryngeal nerve or a recurrent laryngeal nerve block? Probably no, because it has minimal effect on distal airways and the potential risk. Okay, so topicalization is very crucial because if it is inadequate, patient can have a reactive airway, cough, bronchospasm, and a hemodynamic compromise. So you might, if you are comfortable, add dexmedetomidine. If you have to give general anesthesia, whether the patient is uncooperative or if the patient is decompensating, you need to assess the risk of gastric aspiration, risk of contamination of the healthy lung, and risk of loss of alveolar ventilation. If the risk of aspiration or contamination is low, LMA is preferred. I will prefer a IGEL or an AMBO or a GAIN and give total intravenous anesthesia. If there is a high risk of aspiration, intubation, I am saying rapid sequence intubation if I am comfortable with the airway of the patient. If there is a significant risk of loss of tidal volume, you need to go for a double lumen tube early, but we need to understand that you cannot pass a bronchoscope which is big enough for any kind of intervention. So in that case, you need to put a microlaryngeal surgery tube endobronchially and FOB should be used for the other side. So sometimes you may have to do a rigid bronchoscopy, which can make things a bit more worse. So you should be prepared to do high frequency jet ventilation and other advanced technique. Coming to the surgical management, most of the time it presents as a semi-elective surgery and patient is often debilitated with comorbid illness. So anesthetic goals I have already described, and these when you look at the goals, you know that these are absolute indications for a double lumen tube. So there are three important aspects: optimal management of the thoracostomy tube. So it has to be, chest tube has to be well positioned, it should be patent, and should be on continuous suction till you induce the anesthesia. Once you induce anesthesia, stop suction to avoid loss of tidal volume and do not clamp the ICD. Okay, and it is good to estimate the leak at different inspiratory pressures so that you can actually set the ventilatory pressures. Second is positioning, which I already described, and third is lung isolation. If you look at the classical dictum, every textbook describes awake fiber optic intubation with a double lumen tube till you isolate the lung. But all of us will agree that double lumen tube insertion in an awake patient is not very easy, and it is also important to maintain the spontaneous breathing till you isolate the lung with a fiber optic or confirm the position. So what are the options? So sometimes you know that the insertion may not be easy. So if you anticipate any kind of trouble, topicalize the airway and use either a air track or a King's Vision to facilitate the insertion. The other option is if you are comfortable with a double lumen insertion and airway manipulation, you can do a good pre-oxygenation and do a rapid sequence induction. I know it's a bit controversial, but that is still a possibility. Is double lumen tube mandatory in a stump dehiscence? I will probably say no, because if you are able to put a single lumen tube under vision, emphasis under vision, into the opposite side, and so that you don't actually produce more damage to the stump, it is a good enough option. So this can be done either awake or with rapid sequence. Coming to the ventilation strategy, except for a post pneumonectomy case, you need to collapse the lung. So you may need to give CPAP, but make sure that the CPAP is below the critical pressure, which is causing air leak. Sometimes you may have to do independent two-lung ventilation, and in rare cases, you need to do high-frequency ventilation to the collapsed lung. So this is another important implication. So we need to know what is our role. So we have a great role in prevention of this condition because this particular condition is associated with significant morbidity and mortality and cost to the patient. So we need to optimize the medical conditions, treat underlying infections before you take up the patient for surgery, optimize the lung functions, that is prehabilitation, treat conditions like CCF, uncontrolled diabetes mellitus, and reassess the need for chronic steroid therapy. And obviously, you need to improve nutrition. This is again part of the rehabilitation. Meticulous asepsis is important. Okay, and as anesthetist, you need to help the surgeon to ensure that there is no leak Okay, so you need to do a transient Valsalva. So extubation is the goal, especially after a pneumonectomy. And when you extubate, make sure that the pain relief is excellent, so that you don't have to re-intubate the patient, or you don't overdo with the opioids so that you have to re-intubate the patient. And if at all you have to ventilate, limit the inflation pressure and asepsis during suctioning. To summarize, BPF poses significant challenge to the anesthesiologists and surgeons as it is associated with significant morbidity and mortality. It is important to understand the risk factors and reduce the risk of BPF development, which is probably the take-home message from this particular lecture. And in a patient with existing BPF, using meticulous perioperative management strategies should reduce the life-threatening loss of ventilation, tension pneumothorax, and contamination of the remaining lung. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take up the questions after the third session. So moving to the third session, it's by Dr. Sandeep Sahu, who is professor at Department of Anesthesiology and Intensive Care at AGPIMS Lucknow. And he will be talking about the airway management in patient with burns. So over to Dr. Sahu, please.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, हम लोग बात करेंगे एयरवे मैनेजमेंट इन ए पेशेंट विद बर्न। शायद ये टॉपिक जब से हम रेजिडेंट हमने कई बार पढ़ा होगा, सुना होगा। सो मैं अपनी टॉक को एयरवे मैनेजमेंट इन एक्यूट बर्न ज्यादा फोकस करना चाहूंगा, रिगार्डिंग बर्न रिसक्सटेशन ऑल दैट। और बाकी तो हम सब जानते हैं कि बर्न इंजरी डायरेक्टली रिलेटेड होती है कि कितना इन्फ्लेमेशन, बिकॉज अगर पैथोफिजियोलॉजी की बात करें तो इट्स बर्न इज ए इन्फ्लेमेटरी रिस्पॉन्स टू इंजरी, एंड व्हेन बर्न्स अकर it lead to severe, especially in severe one, stress, ischemia, hypoxia, cytokine release, bacterial endotoxin, all this do the inflammation, and it affects almost all organs, CNS, heart, serum, the catecholamines are increased, the intestinal gut mobility, gut is more permeable for the bacteria, and this causes sepsis. Kidney can have AKI, even the liver dysfunction, and all catabolism in the muscle and adipose. So ultimately, it can cause multiple organ dysfunction, sepsis, and death related to it. Because topic is not burn management, so I am not going in detail. So in burn, anesthetist may be called for resuscitation. Like this is a 24-year-old male who has been burn, history of burn, and the patient is conscious, agitated, voice normal, complaining of abdominal and leg pain, head and upper body extensively burned as shown in the figure. Sign and symptom is non-reported and treatment is not reported. So when we are getting this type of patient, what we should do in emergency department of your hospital, if you are anesthetist, you will be called on. We know that burn is a trauma. So like trauma, the guidelines is same. We will immediately the priority we have 2 as per ATS primary survey, airway, breathing, circulation, disability, and exposure. If ABC is okay, we can save any life. So is this patient airways at risk? Definitely. Although it's looking normal this time, but we know that with time, with extensive burn, especially the head and upper body, or patient have inhalation injury, the airway is threatened. This is a threatened airway. This is endangered airway. This time airway is looking okay, but what will happen after some time? We will see. It's going to be changed. So, what are the other physical examination findings that suggest that a patient airway is injured or not? We have to see if patient has carbonaceous sputum, singe, nasal or oral hairs, facial burn. So this all means this airway is endangered. So what we should do? All till now, today, the Advanced Trauma Life Support 10th edition, Advanced Burn Life Support, they say, recommend early intubation threshold. Although Western world is saying, maybe saying very right. We should take airway. Especially when we are not anesthetist, any physician can lose a patient because he has not taken airway when airway was easy or airway was easy to assess, like a normal intubation. Because we are anesthetists, we are trained like this. We can know that this is a predicted difficult airway, and we have the gadget, we have the technology. But for a physician or surgeon, I think this ATLS or AVLS, they rightly said they should electively secure airway in severe burn, especially head, neck, and chest burn, because if it is like carbonaceous sputum and having lower airway injury. So we will see further. So the initial management of burn patient is ABCDE. If airway is intact, we have to, not intact, we have to establish definitive airway as per ATLS. If breathing is abnormal or oxygenation is impaired, consider reversible causes. It can be because of scar, that restricting airway. Accompanying trauma patient, any burn patient fall because of burn, patient इधर भाग रहा है या वो किसी चीज से टकरा गया या गिर गया या उसको, तो it not only burn, it can have other injuries. So till then we are not ruling out, think that patient can have also have physical trauma also. And there can be carbon monoxide poisoning and cyanide poisoning because of this carbon monoxide poisoning. In C, the patient can have decreased perfusion. So consider there can be because of compartment syndrome. There can be traumatic injury because patient fall after burn or something fall on the patient. Patient can have restrictive scar that on the chest, so that that is hampering the circulation. And in the periphery, the problem in the disability means altered mental status because of carbon monoxide, cyanide poisoning, hypoxia, hypercarbia, traumatic injury. So we have to again re-evaluate airway, because if ABCD is abnormal, it says that we have to take elective prophylactic intubation in these patients. So what is the, we know that after airway and breathing, it comes the C. And besides airway problem, in acute burn, the problem is of the circulation, because patient, because of burn, the patient is having in shock. So we know the rule of 9, and fluid resuscitation is very important in burn. We know this is a classical, if you know how to calculate burn, or just say your palm is, this area is 1%. So you can calculate, and body surface area is more in pediatrics. So we have to take care of C now if we have taken care of A and B. So Parkland formula, we have to calculate 4 ml per kg total body surface area, burn into body weight, and the whatever you calculate, first half you give of fluid gill in 8 hours, then in second half we will give the second half of the fluid in next 16 hours, and we should have a good urine output of 1 to 1.5 ml per kg in adults. So what other important questions in a burn patient besides airway? Because if we think of in toto, we can save a life besides only thinking of airway. So what other potential injury? This patient can have almost any injury. Till then it is not ruled out, means patient can have a पूरी दीवारी उसके ऊपर गिर गई, या घर में पेशेंट कहीं से ऊंचाई से कूद गया. So something fall on the patient. It can have a chest, abdominal, pelvis, long bone fractures, or head injury. So what other thermal injury consequences overall in a burn patient, in a severe burn patient, is number 1, patient can have rhabdomyolysis because of crushing of the muscle injury, because of burn. There is release of the potassium extracellularly, and this potassium release from the cells may cause cardiac arrhythmia in acute burn. And we know that when potassium releases, especially after 24 hours because of cellular destruction, we can't use choline after 24 hours of the acute burn till next 1 year, because ryanodine receptor are more hypersensitive, and they can have choline sensitivity higher complication with using of scoline. So we will not use scoline after 24 hours when one patient come to you. Also, there is also possibility patient have carboxyhemoglobin if patient has inhalational injury, because carbon monoxide bind hemoglobin more than 220 times faster than oxygen. So oxygen release in tissue will be in periphery will be hampered. There can be compartment syndrome because it can hamper breathing, and peripheral circulation can be hampered because of compartment. So patient need urgent sclerotomy to release that. And if the patient has dark urine because of RBC damage, the myoglobin, the muscle damage, the myoglobin goes and stuck in the tubules, and the tubule goes in the AKI. So we have to take care of fluid as we are taking care in C, and sometimes the forced alkaline diuresis to be needed. And we have to even prevent hypothermia, because we know that this is one of the component of lethal triad, and this also lead to hypothermia. Systemic complication of hypothermia, we know that it have hampered the increased infection, and it hampered the coagulation. So it increases the morbidity in our patients. So if we come again on the airway, we know that airway, the larynx, if it is having exposure only, then there can be chances of airway edema. So airway edema cause obstruction. That's why all resuscitation guidelines say that we have to secure airway, because once obstruction happened because of this edema, a complete obstruction or partial obstruction, the edematous larynx will be very difficult to tackle. If smoke or inhalation, the aspiration occur because of hot particle, the tracheal injury, there are chances of atelectasis, bronchospasm, chemical injury leading to the VQ mismatch, inflammation of the lower airway lung parenchyma. Otherwise, there can be cellular dysfunction from carbon monoxide poisoning that lead to hypoxia or asphasia that increases the lactic acidosis, central nervous system, and cardiovascular insult. So right from VQ mismatch, diffusion impairment because of smoke, and all this mechanism, we should know where is our patient this time. This VG article also say the patient can present right from hair singeing, stridor, carbonaceous sputum, depend on what level of injury the patient. So we should intubate or not this patient. There are high incidence of unnecessary intubation, as literature says, 40 to 65%. But one good thing is that if you saved a life, we can extubate this patient. But still more than 50% of patient can have possibility that they lose life because airway is not secured on time. Carbonaceous, the carbon monoxide poisoning has taken life, and because patient needed 100% oxygenation and ventilation, and that is delayed. So the Romanovsky et al., they say standard indication for intubation is if shortness of breath in patient, pending airway obstruction, patient have wheezing, stridor, hoarseness, patient is combative, decreased level of cautiousness, and airway at risk, especially when the patient in transit in hospital or intra-hospital, we should intubate this patient. Otherwise, if patient is clinically stable, no signs that we are discussing, sign of symptom of compromised airway, then these patients don't require intubation. We can wait, we can keep prepared, especially if body surface area less than 20% of the one. It doesn't involve face, chest, and it is not happen in a closed space. And reasonable distance to burn service means so that patient can safely transfer. So airway burn or relational injury, should all patient intubated? This published Columbian Journal of Anesthesiology say if face or head neck burn or relational injury, patient unconscious, patient GCS less than 8, airway obstruction sign, major burn, hemodynamic stable, all patients should be intubated. Immediate patient should be intubated. Otherwise, if patient raises head, supplement, only give supplement oxygen, basic monitoring. Now what we should do? We are seeing patient from outside. Now we should see patient from inside. Means we should do laryngeal examination. If laryngeal examination is normal, patient not needed intubation. But if moderate laryngeal edema, patient needed intubation. This is one of the guidelines came that airway burn or initial injury we have to rule out. Clinical evaluation of oropharynx by ENT or by laryngoscopy by anesthetist, or with flexible bronchoscopy, we should see larynx and trachea, or at least nowadays ultrasound, we can identify airway edema. And if we found this, we should intubate all these patients. Otherwise, there is no need. This is the algorithm that we see standardizing and diagnosing of inhalation injury. It is descriptive score based on mucosal injury criteria. They say that this is the criteria of inhalation injury grading on endoscopy or bronchoscopy. And depend on this, if we are finding the three things, in ENT, mucosal edema or hyperemia, larynx injury like this patient needed, this is a ENT 1 grade. Otherwise, if mucosal edema, hyperemia, erosion as seen in the B to the tracheobronchial injury, this is TB1 plus SP. This is also indication for intubation. And C, presence of mucosal hyperemia, edema with soot expanding to the peripheral bronchial tree until the carina is shown in the C. This is a definitive indication. These all three grading, patient should be intubated. So besides seeing from the outside, we are seeing from the inside. This also published in Airway Management of Patient with Smoke Inhalation. Altered mental status, intubate. Large body surface area, more than 40%, intubate. Symptomatic burn to the face, neck, and the chest, prophylactic, intubate. Otherwise, do laryngoscopy and fibroscopy, and depend on the grading, we should intubate. We are very for years we are learning anesthesia for wound debridement and grafting in these burn patients. We know that we either we use as ketamine or regional anesthesia, TIVA or national anesthesia for wound debridement and grafting. We examine airway. If it is means the mouth opening, severe tightness of lips or pharyngeal tissue, patient is cooperative. Awake, flexible bronchoscopic intubation is choice. Patient is uncooperative, induction of anesthesia, preserving assisted ventilation or spontaneous ventilation, then do the fiberoptic bronchoscopy, and we can, if successful, we can give a short technical accent or long acting, depend on our protocol. Moderate tightness of lips and intraoral, induction of anesthesia with airway testing before administering neuromuscular. So neuromuscular blockage is a big no initially. Keep your patient in spontaneous, otherwise video laryngoscope or awake flexible bronchoscope is a choice. This is also said by give proper sedation, topicalization, oxygenation, and performance for awake tracheal intubation as per the DAS guidelines that you can undergo very well. It is given in text in 2020 it comes. So these are the method used, topicalization or local anesthesia block for awake fiberoptic intubation or video laryngoscope use. So key learning point in the acute burn, that burn injury are directly linked to the extent of inflammation. Airway can become obstructed not only from direct injury, inhalational injury, but also from massive edema because of this inflammation. Edema is typically not present immediately, and signs of obstruction may initially be subtle until the patient in the crisis. So in contrast to risk station of other type of trauma, in burn trauma, it required to replace the ongoing loss from capillary leak due to inflammation, means we have to take care of C after we are taking care of airway and breathing, and with a patient should have a good urinary output. Fresh burn is a clean area, so must protect patient from contamination, give antibiotic prophylaxis broad spectrum, and follow this airway as a predict difficult airway. Follow all the guidelines that is given by IDA or the DAS. Awake fiber optic tracheal intubation with bronchoscopy or video laryngoscopy is the choice. So thank you so much, and we can welcome for the questions.
Thank you, Professor Sahu. Thank you all the speakers, Professor Devetia, Professor Raj, and Professor Sahu for interesting session. Many key messages and important carry-on points were there for this. So we have one question. It is to Dr. Raj. In case of difficult airway for the procedures that you talked about, is the single lumen tube for one lung anesthesia possible if nasal route is used for intubating this patient? Dr. Raj.
If you have an anticipated difficult airway and if you're going to deal with bronchopleural fistula, you need to look at not only on the difficult airway but also on protection of the contralateral lung or the healthy lung. So this becomes an absolute indication, and a double lumen tube is mandatory. Even if you want to intubate, I will do an oral intubation of topicalization, and then change it to a double lumen tube if at least 1.5 centimeter mouth opening is there. That would be my way of looking at it. If at all possible, I will put a double lumen tube in somehow.
I think we had a very good discussion yesterday when we were talking about the one lung ventilation, and all those strategies were discussed in detail, that what are the strategies in difficult airways when we are looking for one lung ventilation or lung separation strategies. We have to use various options in case the placement of DLT is not feasible or failed in because of the difficult airway. We could have options where we can use the airway exchange catheters. We can use the LMAs to put up an airway exchange catheter and then railroad the double lumen tube, or fiber optic guided double lumen tube, or in some certain circumstances, we can even think of things like bronchial blocker. So, Dr. Divitya, can I just ask you one question, sir? Sometimes when we are talking about the anterior mediastinal masses, like even including the thymic surgery, they create a capnomediastinum. So it's a closed structure. So sometimes the tube tends to get shifted to some other places, and there could be airway obstruction. So what are your suggestions, sir, in these patients so that our airway remains secured while they are doing some dissection in the anterior mediastinum, or they are creating the capnomediastinum, sir?
So essentially the question you are asking is, you've got a narrowed airway and your tube has somehow overcome the obstruction, but then there is danger of the tube shifting, so that you can now. So again, again, it depends on the situation. One is you have to always be vigilant and aware that your tube can shift and that you can get intermittent obstruction. Not only because the tube is shifting, but even if the surgeons are dissecting and handling the trachea and around the tumor, so you can get intermittent obstruction. You need to be vigilant and tell the surgeons to be this thing. If you're doing a wax procedure, you will hopefully have a tube which is going into one of the bronchi, and then that can overcome the problem of a low tracheal obstruction if you are able to push a tube into one of the bronchi. But I think at the end of the day, you need to be aware that even if you've got a tube in place and which was okay initially, and but as surgery progresses, whether you do a capnothorax or whether the surgeons are handling the airway around the tumor, and there could be handling of the trachea or the bronchi themselves, you can get periods of intermittent obstruction. And so I think the bottom line is that once the tube is in and everything seems to be okay, it's not necessarily okay till the end. So it's like in cricket, it's never over till the last ball is bowled. So
it requires, as you rightly said, sir, it requires a lot of vigilance throughout the surgical procedure, because they will be handling at the same site internally as well as externally. So we had a couple of times, because especially when robotic surgeries have been done in the anterior mediastinum, the robotic arm is again near the face and the airway structures. So while they are moving the robotic arms, even the tube may get disconnected or it may get kinked also. And similarly, when surgeons are doing something there, it's already draped fully. So also again, the disconnections and the kinking of the tube can happen. As Dr. Divitya mentioned, we have to be very, very cautious looking for our parameters on the ventilator, that all these things should be taken care of, that such type of airway mishap does not happen. Coming to Dr. Sahu, Dr. Sahu, you were mentioning about the post-burn edema and all those things happen. So with your experience, do you think what should be the right time for securing the airway in these patients? Should we do prophylactically tube these patients when they come with burns, or we need to assess something before we say, no, the airway may become critical in coming few minutes or few hours? we can go ahead or we need to wait? Any parameter, any assessment, your experience?
Boss, you rightly said that like in India, we don't have everywhere the facility. So in periphery, if there is a severe one and you are thinking that is a lower airway, one patient having stridor and inhalation injury, if we are suspecting, we can very well intubate this patient, no harm, because extubation can be done later on. But if we have facility, like we are suspecting upper airway edema, then video laryngoscope can help us. If we have suspecting lower airway edema, then flexible fibroscopy can definitely help us to make a definitive criteria or diagnosing that what level of injury the patient have. So I think this should be used for clinical decision.
I think you very rightly mentioned the key point from your talk and from this discussion is that we have to preempt that the difficult airway can happen and then it becomes a disastrous event. So we have to prophylactically at times, depending upon the initial assessment, the area of burn, the area of injury to these patients has happened, we can secure it because these patients will get edema, they will be dehydrated, they will be having cardiorespiratory compromise, and then it becomes an issue. We were discussing in one of the yesterday's workshop also. So when we talk about the airway management for any such conditions, we should also look for the cardiorespiratory and other events also. Because if a patient is having hypotension and other things, then the respiratory component becomes a little more of a concern because there will be no compensation happening. So it decompensates very fast. So
definitely, boss. If problem in B or problem in C or problem in D, it's itself indication that we should take care a airway early. Because these we all this teach in ATLS as we know to others. Thank you.
Dimitya sir, just one query from my side. I just want to clarify from you how commonly the use of rigid bronchoscope is in our anesthesia practice for anterior mediastinal same. We usually talk of that rigid bronchoscope should be available in these patients, especially if patient is under GA. So how commonly we should get our expertise for using rigid bronchoscope in these situations, sir? You're muted, sir. You're muted, sir.
So whether the question, if I understand it right, Dr. Rakesh, is that whether we as anesthetists should be trained in use of the rigid bronchoscope as a rescue if we land up in such a situation.
Exactly, sir. Exactly, sir.
Let me put it this way. In all these years, I have never had the occasion to use a rigid bronchoscope either, or have had a rigid bronchoscope to be used. It's always been there in the OT, but I can't recall at least any dramatic case where we had to use it as a dramatic rescue, as a last ditch sort of thing. It may have been used for assessment, it may have been used for something, but not really as a rescue. So I think as long as you've got a good surgeon or a good endoscopist, anyone who can do a very quick expert rigid bronchoscopy if the time comes, I think as of now that should be good enough. It's not so frequent that you have to be able to do it yourself at any point in time. I mean, if you're doing a mediastinal mass, it's going to be in a theater where there's expertise of thoracic surgeons and so on. The one caution I would like everyone to exercise is that very often you get children who have a mediastinal mass, known or unknown, who comes for say a cervical lymph node biopsy or a peripheral procedure, and that child requires general anesthesia. And sometimes that attitude, chota procedure, we have to take out a small lymph node from the neck, we need a little short GA, just go ahead and do it. If there is a mediastinal mass, you have to be really, really careful and treat that with respect. And there you need to make sure you've got a expertise for even a rigid bronchoscope available with you, right? So I think that caution must be there. And if you're trying to make an analogy, like we should know cricothyrotomy because we could get that situation, I think the chance of lining up with a failed intubation and a failed complete ventilation failure is probably much higher with standard sort of anesthesia techniques than we've experienced so far, because probably we select our patients well. We are anyway more careful when we have patients with mediastinal tumors. We do risk stratification. So I think, so in my opinion, no, not yet.
Very well said. You said a very important point. The preparation and assessment is one of the key that you are not landing in this situation, because Once we are prepared, our surgeon is ready, I think, and it happens to our clinical experience. Once we are ready with plan A, plan B, and plan C, very smoothly we convert from plan A to plan B in case we are stuck up. So your point is absolutely very, very important for us. Be prepared, have a good assessment, and conduct in a controlled environment, as most of the guidelines says for management of these patients. So I think we are almost at time. So I again thank you so much, the organizing committee of NAC 21, to take up this good session, and special thank to all the three eminent speakers who has given us a lot of very, very important points, learning points from their clinical experience, from their own experience, and it would definitely be helping us to have a safe and better airway management in these special situations. Thank you so much once again, and over to organizers.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for such a wonderful session. Moving to our next session, that is on airway management disasters. I would like to invite our chairpersons, Dr. Pankaj Kundra sir. He is Senior Professor in B. Jupmar, Puducherry, Dr. Rakesh Katwa, Chief Anesthesia Consultant in Kailash Cancer Hospital and Research Center, Vadodara, Dr. Sumilata Shetty. She is Professor in K.S. Hegde Medical College. Also, she is General Secretary of IDA. Dr. Shilpa Goyal, she is Additional Professor in the Department of Anesthesiology and Critical Care, AIIMS Jodhpur. I would like to all the chairpersons to come forward and take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We come over to the topic now, and the topic would be about missed esophageal intubation. The speaker is Dr. Barry McGuire. He is a consultant anesthetist at Nine Wells Hospital and Medical School, Dundee, Scotland, and he is current president of the Difficult Airway Society, United Kingdom. Over to Dr. Barry.
Hello, my name is Barry McGuire. I'm going to speak to you today on missed esophageal intubation with the adage, no trace, wrong place. I'd like to thank Sheila Mehta for asking me to join you today. Delighted to be here, Sheila. Hopefully we can meet up in person quite soon. I'd also like to thank Professor Tim Cook, who's helped me with some of the slides for this talk. As far as I'm concerned, Tim is the world leader on the issue of missed esophageal intubation. And I'd asked you to be respectful for these real cases that are in the public domain in the UK. So I'm going to give you a bit of historical context and then speak about some clinical cases before summarising the actions and the learning. The issue of capnography really became highlighted first in 2009. The Association of Anaesthetists released a statement in relation to its continuous use in all patients sedated or anaesthetised with an airway such as a supraglottic or an endotracheal tube in all parts of the hospital. But then unfortunately in 2011, we had NAP4. Well, not unfortunately it was published, but unfortunately it revealed 9 cases of esophageal intubation in the NAP4 data. That's 1/20th of their cases. And 6 of those ended in death, sadly. 1 brain damage and 2 prolonged ICU stays. So serious mortality spread across ICU, intense emergency medicine and anaesthesia. And here's an example of one of the cases, an asthmatic patient with latex sensitivity who had a fairly uneventful anaesthetic induction, but it was followed by impossible mask ventilation, hypoxia, cardiac arrest and suspected anaphylaxis. Intubation was difficult and did not produce a capnograph waveform, but this was ascribed to the lack of cardiac output and the severe bronchospasm. At that stage, and most importantly, no action was taken to actively exclude esophageal intubation. The cardiac output was restored with adrenaline, but the flat trace remained, and the patient was re-intubated. This was done successfully, but the saturations remained very low, and unfortunately the patient suffered a persistent vegetative state. And here are some of the NAP4 conclusions in relation to the capnography. Excuse me. That capnography should be used in recovery in all patients with a decreased level of consciousness to exclude airway obstruction. And it would have done so in several cases in NAP4. And then, more relevant to what we're talking about today, failure to correctly interpret capnograph trace led to several esophageal intubations going unrecognised. And that a flat capnograph trace indicates a lack of ventilation to the lungs, an absolute one. An effort should be made to actively exclude the diagnosis of it being in the wrong place or complete obstruction. And that this applies equally during cardiac arrest when CPR has been performed. So that was 2011. Here's an example of a small article in Anesthesia, just highlighting the importance of capnography in intensive care, but also in recovery, and for the nurses to understand the different shapes of capnography. The worst one, of course, being the flat trace, potentially indicative of esophageal intubation. There were editorials published, such as this one in 2011, stressing the importance of recognizing that you got a trace of some form during cardiac arrest if the tube's in the trachea. And then we move forward to 2017 and the sad publication of 2 cases of missed esophageal intubation. The first one is Sharon, a mother of 4, who's having laryngeal polyps removed. And following extubation, she suffered severe laryngospasm, hypoxia, and was reintubated in the esophagus unrecognized and suffered hypoxic brain damage and death. The coroner's report suggested that the initial tube was put in the esophagus, and this was only recognized during insertion of an orogastric tube. The patient was then reintubated, and this was subsequently checked with a bronchoscope. Unfortunately, the tube was again found to be in the esophagus. The coroner stressed that this case was attended by 4 consultant anaesthetists and 2 other doctors, so a very experienced, significant team. And their matters of concern were that there was an absolute lack of appreciation of what the capnograph was showing. But there was also poor human factors behaviour, lack of coordination, situational awareness, and that the senior staff underperformed in the crisis situation. The coroner recommended that all staff locally should be trained in simulation suites, and this time should be protected, and they should have regular refresher courses to improve performance. But also that nationally, it's very likely that this similar sort of training was required. Sadly, there was a second death the same year. This time, male patient, again obese, a total knee replacement, and during mask anesthesia, he regurgitated, was intubated. He was intubated in the esophagus. It was unrecognized again, although one of the theatre members did stress that they thought the tube was in the esophagus. Again, there were several senior anaesthetists present, and again, the patient died. Another coroner's report stressing misunderstanding of physiology by the clinicians. And this misunderstanding led to misinterpretation of the capnograph trace. And this coroner stressed this was despite the report of NAP4 stressing this condition of missed esophageal intubation. Again, training was discussed, and there was a lack of widespread, regular, mandatory, ongoing training for dealing with crisis situations such as missed esophageal intubation, and mention of these human factors, weaknesses, task fixation, and confirmatory bias. And again, a reliance on clinical signs rather than monitoring was stressed. The Royal College of Anaesthetists and DAS responded to that coroner's Section 28 in terms of capnography, its use and its training, and then also in terms of teamwork, human factors. And the Royal College stressed that they hope these actions would satisfy the appropriate organisations that actions were being taken to minimise the chance of this ever happening again. So the campaign was no trace equals wrong place for capnography during cardiac arrest. There was a video produced by Professor Cook, and that's still available on the websites, although there is a new one coming. And you can access it there, YouTube, or via the Royal College of Anaesthetists or the DAS website. And there were several actions taken nationally, locally, nationally through airway leads. There was a re-stressing of the need for universal use of capnography during airway management, or certainly within the unconscious patient. There were also recommendations with regards to design solutions that might minimise the chance of this happening in the future. And then other aspects such as human factors training, universal use of video laryngoscopy, perhaps reducing this risk and improving team performance in airway management. And other training aspects were discussed. And airway leads in the UK were tasked with sharing this information through all airway managers, anaesthetists, intensivists, emergency physicians, and so on. And the information was available and still is available, as I've stressed. And it was encouraged that airway leads did local presentations to all the relevant parties. So this message was agreed and passed on. It's an example of an editorial published soon afterwards by a mixture of people, myself included, in relation to the No Trace Wrong Place campaign. So during cardiac arrest, if the tube's in the trachea, you will get a capnogram trace. And if you don't, the first assumption must be that the tube is in the wrong place, until proven otherwise. So until proven otherwise suggests there are alternative diagnoses, and of course there are. And bronchospasm, as we've mentioned, is one potential alternative diagnosis. Complete obstruction of the tube or the breathing circuit, a blocked capnography line, foreign bodies. But the most important thing is to exclude esophageal intubation actively before making one of those diagnoses. In the UK, the following year, it became a never event. It was recognised nationally that missed esophageal intubation should not occur, and that it was being missed because capnography was either not being used or it was being misinterpreted. In the 2019 DAS guidelines, again, this issue is mentioned, and that lack of capnograph waveform was indicative of the tube being in the wrong place until proven otherwise. Sadly, we get to 2020 and we have another missed esophageal intubation death on a relatively fit woman, Glenda, straightforward case, low risk surgery, and again, missed esophageal intubation resulting in prolonged hypoxemia and death. Again, the misdiagnosis was anaphylaxis, and there was a serial acceptance of the clinicians present that anaphylaxis was the diagnosis. And there were minimal attempts to confirm the tube was in the correct place. Even one doctor misinterpreted the pressure waveform trace, which is the top one here, as a capnograph trace. There will be a response in the next few weeks from the Royal College of Anaesthetists in conjunction with others, including DAS, in relation to the coroner's report from this case. There'll be a new video and more recommendations coming. But the basic message is that capnography must be the gold standard for diagnosing missed esophageal intubation. Its use is mandatory, and if there is no capnograph trace, you have to actively exclude that your tube is in the wrong place. There are many other aspects we could speak about in terms of human factors and design engineering with regards to minimizing this risk. Video laryngoscopy promotes team airway management and improves the quality of view. Better training, again, team training should smooth out the hierarchy within airway management and allow people to speak up and express concern that there may be a mistake taking place, which we know has happened in these cases. Monitoring goes without saying. We must have waveform capnography in every airway management area. Use of checklists, appropriate environment for working to maximize team performance, anesthetizing all patients in theatre in a familiar environment where teams can work together. So these factors may also improve or minimize the risk of missed esophageal intubation. So just to finish up and repeat myself, if you get a flat trace during in airway management, you cannot assume that this is due to cardiac arrest. Even after CPR is stopped, you'll continue to get a capnogram trace if the tube is in the trachea. And if you have a flat trace, until proven otherwise, you must assume the tube is in the esophagus. And management would include removal of that tube, reintubation, ventilation by other means, excluding block tubing and block circuit and so on. Esophageal intubation is avoidable and is fatal unless rapidly detected. It should be a never event and probably will be again in the UK. Correct interpretation of the waveform capnography is the primary tool for diagnosing this condition. No trace equates with wrong place. We must improve training and awareness and empowerment of the whole airway team to maximize performance. And perhaps other factors, including video laryngoscopy and a better safety culture, will also help with this. The life of each patient with an artificial airway is entirely dependent on our actions and attention. We do have the tools to eliminate undetected esophageal intubation, and as a profession, we can and must do better. Thanks very much.
Thanks. So we'll take up the questions at the end of the session. So we'll be coming to the next topic on complete ventilation failure by Dr. Amit Shah. Amit Shah is a chief anesthesia consultant at KCSRC Vadodara and director at WINS. Over to Amit, Dr. Amit.
At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Bhatia, Dr. Rakesh, and Dr. Sheila for giving me this opportunity to speak in this prestigious NANSE 2021. And I'll be speaking about complete ventilation failure and airway disaster. Greetings from Vadodara. Now, to understand this topic, let us look at the scenario. Let us look at the scenario. One, there is one adult patient for abdominal surgery to be done under general anesthesia. You have done a pre-oxygenation, but you're not able to intubate. You've done your best 3 attempts. You tried supraglottic air, not working. You're not able to ventilate with mask, and saturation is dropped to 85%. Now, what will you call this situation? Now, this situation, for many of you, will term this situation as a can't intubate, cannot intubate, cannot oxygenate situations or CICO situation. Let us look at this scenario in a slightly different way. You've done a pre-oxygenation, you're not able to do airway maneuvers which are required as in scenario 1, but since you are now giving apneic oxygenation, you're continuing your nasal oxygen 15 liter, your saturation is 92. Now, what will you call this situation? Will you call it cannot intubate, cannot oxygenate now? we are not sure. Cannot intubate, cannot oxygenate situation or the terminology is very difficult. Like we have a difficulty in understanding what is can't oxygenate. Is it oxygen delivery to alveoli, blood or tissue, which is identified by inability to achieve EtCO2 trace or a saturation fall or a bradycardia or arrhythmia? What do we call alveolar oxygenation? A physiological status of maintaining high oxygen concentration or process of delivering fresh oxygen to the alveoli? And on top, at what saturation you will say it is can't oxygenate? At 95, at 92, 85, 80, 70, we are not clear what level of saturation drop we should consider that you cannot oxygenate. So this is an important critical language, a critical situation where you are not sure what to do. In fact, the earlier version of CICO was CICV. It is an airway emergency which is dreaded by every operator where one is unable to provide oxygen delivery despite of its best effort by use of follow-up per airway maneuvers and devices to ventilate them. And then Andrew Hurt converted it to CICO. The idea behind converted to CICO was to change focus from tracheal intubation, which has actually led to several problems, to oxygenation, which is more important. So we accepted that. So now CICO is a dominant terminology, but still, if you ask many anesthesiologists who are not updated, would still say CICV. So both coexist, but CICO is a dominant terminology. Another problem with CICO versus CICV was CICO can be abbreviated. And then once abbreviated, it can be pronounced differently, like you can pronounce Kaiko, Kiko, and so on. So this also creates confusion, the various way we can pronounce the abbreviated form. Also, another problem in both these terminologies, still it includes can't intubate. Now, can't intubate is not necessary. There are two reasons. One, we already failed, and second, the tracheal intubation is not only means of ventilating the patient. You can put supraglottic air, you can do proper mask ventilation. So it is not necessary at this juncture in this particular definition. So what we should have is to have a concise, precise, critical terminology that cannot be abbreviated and should be universally understood. Now again, when we think about both this scenario, there are two things. One, situation is same, not able to ventilate by any means. In second scenario, you are not sure what to call that particular situation. Now saturation is normal but eventually drops. So action taken has to be similar in both the scenario. So human factor will also be different. Once the saturation is dropped, is normal and you have to perform some actions, you are much more comfortable. You're not having tachycardia, you're sure your team works better. So human factor will be different. So it is important that what you call, how you call, what you call up a situation, how you and your team members react to the situation has impact on the outcome. So important consideration in deciding terminology to denote emergency and action proposed are the critical language and human factors. So what is critical language? It refers to a standardized communication in which the specific terms or phrases have a clear, mutually agreed meaning. It is employed in the healthcare and other high reliability industry to avoid ambiguity, flatten hierarchies, and improve team situation awareness. And it should not only improve clarity of communication, but also trigger the further actions, cognitive links to key priority and actions required. So what should be an ideal critical language? Again, identified in this article by Dr. Sheila Maitra and team, that ideally critical language during an emergency should be simple. so that it can be easily recalled, articulated, and understood easily. It should be concise and precise. So it should be specific to the technique which you are likely to, which the situations you are likely to in, and then the technique should be specific to what you are going to perform. It should be easily articulated by everyone. It should be understood by all clinicians, including those without prior experience, so that whatever you speak should be very clear that, okay, this is the situation. It should be more memorable. It should not be non-intimidating. That means, suppose if you add word surgical to some situation, then it is intimidating for an anesthesiologist to perform a surgery. The term should not pose a psychological barrier to the action, and it should be consistently used and readily understood by team members. Also, adding an anatomical or a physiological word in terminology further aids understanding of an emergency situation. Also, the human factors which are important in such scenarios, if there is a confusion in definition of the situation, or if it is ill-defined trigger, it adds to a cognitive barrier to initiate a rescue intervention, and which you delay, and little delay can also create more problem. Such airway rescues are challenging once in a lifetime situation, and the procedures which you are supposed to perform in these situations are never or rarely performed on the patient. You might have been exposed to this in a simulation scenario, but you have rarely performed on the patient. And this includes your team members. Also, they are not exposed to the situation many times or a procedure. And if simultaneously, if the saturation is also falling in such airway scenario, you know that you have a very, very limited time to perform further procedure. So ideally, when you should initiate airway rescue following inability to ventilate the lung, while oxygen saturation is preserved, or when oxygen saturation start to fail. So you should not wait till oxygen saturation start to fall. So with this concept of factors determining the critical language, to decide when to initiate rescue airway procedure, whether saturation is falling or when it is stable, and what procedures to be recommended. Here, IDA did survey of more than 1,000 anesthesiologists across India, and many were still considering tracheostomy as an appropriate procedure. So with this background situation keeping in mind, AIDA, All India Difficult Airway Association, in 2016 develops its guidelines for the management of unanticipated difficult tracheal intubation. I'll briefly go through the situation. So the step one is a laryngoscopy and tracheal intubation, where you are unable to intubate during your first attempt at any form of laryngoscopy. The first thing there are more important consideration before these steps, which are clearly mentioned in the entire document, and you must go through this to avoid this particular situation. Proper assessment, preparation, pre-oxygenation, positioning, various induction agent, neuromuscular blockage, and so on. So you must go through that before attempting an intubation. Once you fail to intubate, the first thing you do is call for help. At every step in this guideline, we have emphasized that there should be continuous apneic oxygenation. Nasal oxygen using oxygen flow at 15 liters should be continued. Further 2 more attempts, so totally not more than 3 attempts. And you should try to change operator, device, or a position and maintain depth of the anesthesia during this procedure. If it is confirmed, if you are able to successfully do it, you confirm with the capnography, that is very clear. But if you fail to do it, then you declare it as a failed intubation, resume mask ventilation, and go to step 2, which is maintenance of a ventilation or oxygenation with the help of supraglottic airway. Again, nasal oxygen to be continued and not more than 2 attempts at second generation supraglottic airway. And if you succeed, you have multiple options to go through, and you can decide depending upon the clinical situation, experience, and the surgery to be performed and the risk involved. So you decide whether you wake up the patient, you may continue, you may intubate through supraglottic airway, or if situation demands, you may do tracheostomy. If you fail to do it, you declare this as a failed ventilation through supraglottic airway and perform the last rescue face mask ventilation. Again, emphasis on apneic oxygenation and adequate neuromuscular blockage. If you succeed, you wake up the patient, but if you don't succeed, now you are staring at a situation where your intubation has failed, your supraglottic airway ventilation has failed, your face mask ventilation has failed, and there is no option for wake up of the patient. You declare this situation as a complete ventilation failure. So what is complete ventilation failure? It denotes ventilation failure by all means. It does not depend upon saturation to fall. The next procedure or the rescue procedure to be done, even if saturation remains normal because of apneic oxygenation, may maintain your saturation, but it is finally likely to fall. And you don't want to wait for saturation to fall, because once it starts falling, there is a rapid decline of the saturation and your performance of the rescue airway procedure may suffer. So complete ventilation failure accurately reflects the nature of the situation, convey a sense of urgency, and suggest an action sequence. Also, though I'm speaking about complete ventilation failure, I would like to emphasize the terminology which is used for the airway rescue. What we have termed it as an emergency cricothyrotomy because it is simple, easily understood. It is specific to the technique which we are likely to use, easy to articulate by everyone. It is understood by all clinicians whether they have a medical background or non-medical background, or prior exposure is there or not. It does not include surgery, so it is not intimidating, and has anatomical or a physiological word which aids in an emergency situation. So that is why we have chosen emergency cricothyrotomy and multiple options, since our airway survey identified that people would like to go for the airway procedure which they are comfortable, confident, and the resources available. So CVF denotes a critical situation in unanticipated difficult airway algorithm, suggesting a failure of all maneuvers to maintain the airway, and you should go for airway rescue even if saturation is not fallen. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Good evening. We have with us Dr. Massimiliano Sorobello, who will be speaking on cricothyroidotomy, the best friend you never want. He is with us with almost all our National Airway Conference from the last 2-3 years. Welcome to you, Dr. Sorobello. Over to you, sir.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure to be here with you, despite virtually, and I really hope that soon we will have the opportunity to meet again face to face and to enjoy some good time together. I'm here today to talk about cricothyrotomy, the best friend you never want. So let's start immediately our lecture. I have a lot of conflict of interest, but no one of them will influence my talk today. Let's enter into the point immediately, and let's think of emergency airway management whenever we have a critical oxygenation impairment, means whenever any other mean of managing the patient's airway has failed. So the only option that we have is the cricothyrotomy for the cannot intubate, cannot oxygenate, or better, cannot intubate, cannot ventilate scenario. In this perspective, I like to depict this scenario with two of my colleagues here in my hospital. So whenever we have the failed intubation, the failed subarachnoid ventilation, and the failed mask ventilation, we are in a critical condition in which we need to oxygenate the patient as soon as possible. In this perspective, I may ask you, which is your idea of cricothyrotomy? Let me say that the very first idea was the one from Vesalius, who was talking about an opening to be performed into the trachea to insert a tube from reed. So to blow and to give back strength to lung and heart. This is not feasible, especially in operatory room, so this is not the option. And we may say that the option is not the one supposed and suggested by Brantigan and Grow with a restaurant tracheostomy using a knife and the barrel of a pen. We know today that this doesn't work, so you better avoid a restaurant who is named like that. Or if you really want to perform it, then you can take a look at eBay and maybe you'll find some devices like this. The other option is emergency surgical tracheostomy, but even in expert hands and having a surgeon who is expert and wise with this is not so common. It will take not less than 3 to 6 minutes to be properly performed. And this means too much time and enough time to have hypoxic damage in our brain. Percutaneous tracheostomy, despite I love it, is not at all the technique of choice for the asphyctic emergency because it takes time and it's fiber optic control, and it could have even serious complications if we choose it as a rescue technique. And probably most of you will think of the cricothyrotomy like they will never do cricothyrotomy, thinking it's an invasive procedure. It's something which may produce a big damage to the patients, including anesthetic scars and so on. But definitely we should change our mind and think of cricothyrotomy like something which may change the patient life or which give back life to the patient. So let's restart our brain, let's reset it completely, and let's take a look at the issue of cricothyrotomy with the 5 W's like a journalist. So where we perform it, which we perform, when, why we perform cricothyrotomy, and who has to perform cricothyrotomy. Let's go with the first point. So where, and there's no option, is the cricothyroidal membrane. This is because it's definitely the most superficial tract of the upper airway. So it's where the lower distance between the skin and the trachea, and this is where we have to puncture. This is also because this region is mostly avascular, or in 63% of cadavers, according to a recent paper, we may find a small superior artery, cricothyroid artery, which originates from the left superior thyroidal artery, and this small vessel always lies in the upper part of the cricothyroidal membrane, which is why we should always puncture in the lower border. The last reason is because this site is safe, because this is the only complete ring in trachea. So even if we go too much deep with our knife or with our needle, there will be always a protection for the posterior wall with no risk of lesion for the esophagus or the other neck structures. So definitely what we have is a small area which is comprising the cricothyroidal membrane, which is no more than 8 per 8 millimeter diameter, which is also a reason why we should never introduce any tube or any device which is more than 8-9 millimeters outer diameter in order to avoid any damage in so delicate structures. And we should also remember that one of the most critical issues with cricothyrotomy is decision to perform it. And one of the most important reasons for delay and failure is difficulty to find the landmarks. So we should be familiar with all of these. We should identify the cricothyroidal membrane in all patients which are undergoing our anesthetic evaluation on one hand, so that we can have a landmark in case we need it, but above all to become familiar with the procedure, to become familiar with the identification of these structures, which is not always easy, especially in thick necks and in women more than in men. So starting from this point, it's very important that we become familiar with landmarks and with structures. Then it's the moment to say which technique is the best. The original cricothyrotomy was a standard surgical cricothyrotomy in 5 steps with skin incision, bone dissection, incision of the cricothyroidal membrane, insertion of the cricoid hook, dilation with the trousseau forceps, and then insertion of cannula. We also have a 4-step surgical technique, which is less passage, which is should be or is supposed to be a little bit faster. And then we have the three-step surgical technique, which is the surgical cricotheotomy as we should perform it. So finding cricothecal membrane, providing an incision, which should be vertical or horizontal, if you remember about the vessel, and then blunt dissection using a forceps or whatever, and insertion of a stylected endotracheal tube. This is an absolutely important option because this may be performed with the tools that we have in every operatory room, so we are free and independent from any dedicated kit. A variation for this technique is the three-step surgical technique using a bougie, so the so-called bougie scalpel technique, which has been found to be shorter in terms of time to oxygenate, faster. It may allow insertion of a larger bore in the tracheal tube with a lower risk of displacement. These are the reasons why it has also recently proposed and emphasized in the Difficult Airway Society guidelines in 2015. We also have the so-called needle cricotheotomy, which is based upon devices of small diameter, mostly needles or cannula, which should be inserted in the cricothecal membrane. Their performance has been established to be very poor. Sometimes it's not enough long to reach the trachea. It may undergo kinking or whatever. And anyway, the diameter is definitely small to provide adequate ventilation. So we may have some kind of rescue oxygenation. We can use it as a bridge technique, and it works better, or it works only if we have a high pressure oxygen source working with it. On an alternative has to be found because NAP4 clearly showed the failure of almost the majority of the needle cricotheotomy. So we tend to abandon this technique today. And this is true even if we have some alternatives and some devices which may improve the performance of flow through small bore cannulas. So let me say that the needle cricotheotomy technique is not at all the technique of choice today. We may look at non-Seldinger cannula cricotheotomy, so with dedicated devices which allow insertion and dilation at the same time with a single gesture. It has been supposed to be faster. It has been recommended for CPR because of ongoing cardiac massage, but also in this case, it has some pitfalls and may depend on the kit that we are using. On the other hand, probably the best technique, at least based on experts' opinion, is the Seldinger guided cannula cricotheotomy, which allows separation of identification of the trachea and finding of this structure using a syringe filled with saline, and then introduction of a guide wire, which makes our hands free and allows us insertion of the following device, which is a cannula, an dilator, or whatever, inside the trachea. This is basically a technique that, as anesthesiologists, we are very familiar with because it provides something which is very similar to central venous cannulation, to arterial catheterization, and so on. And it's a technique which has the big advantages of freeing our hands, because in the moment when we find the trachea and then we locate the guide wire inside the needle and inside trachea, basically we get hands-free. And this could be of some help, as you see in this video, when you have one broken arm and you may be called to perform a cricotheotomy. Do we have a best technique? Basically, the answer is no, because we mostly miss data. We don't have enough data, we don't have enough studies, we may never be able to provide randomized controlled trials on these issues. So we need to rely on what we know and on experts' opinion. And luckily, what we know is really not enough, because basically we estimate the incidence of current intubate, current oxygenate on the number of cricotheotomy that we performed, while we should make it on the number of cricotheotomy we should have been performed, which is really difficult to obtain. So in lack of such data, we need to rely on experts' opinion, and we need to think also in different perspectives. One of these is the surgical technique. It has been strongly addressed with DAS guidelines based on the result of the NAP4, based on the results of a lot of medical studies which don't bleed. And it has been suggested like a first choice technique. This could be true, but this could also light a paradox, which I call the surgical paradox. Because the surgical technique is probably a simpler task, it can be performed with device that you find anyway. It probably performs better if compared with other technique because it's faster, whatever, despite we don't have enough proof. But the scalpel is more frightening than the needle. It's something that anesthesiologists are less familiar with. So despite being faster and easier, we may have some reluctance in performing it and delaying accessing the procedure. So from any side or from any perspective, we take a look at the problem, we need to become familiar with the technique. And this is something that we understand only with passing time. So based on experts' opinion, we should abolish surgical tracheostomy in favor of whichever cricothyrotomy, abolish needle cricothyrotomy. We may rely upon the fact that surgical is faster, but we should better address the scalpel bougie technique or to the Seldinger technique, which is safer, easier, and we are more familiar with it. And definitely, I may say that the instrument is not important, but decision to perform a cricothyrotomy, as Alexander the Great showed, opening one of the soldiers' neck using his sword without any dedicated kit. Timing of cricothyrotomy is very important, and I always like to say that the best way to perform a cricothyrotomy is to avoid it. But if you have to do it, we need to do it early. Close claims show that 2/3 of cricothyrotomies were performed too late to change the outcome, so we should avoid the situation of this accident. If you can read these, you just had an accident. We should think of cricothyrotomy before heavy desaturation, and we should probably change our perspective. We should move from a concept of a saturation-based or saturation-addressed decision to an awareness-based decision. So not when saturation falls down to 20 or 30%, because otherwise when we finish, there will be already some damage. But we should start a cricothyrotomy even with 80%, 70%, knowing or being aware that there's no alternative. And in this perspective, any procedure which leads to cricothyrotomy should start with difficulty sharing so that the whole team is ready to work in this perspective to activate the so-called fauna priming, which could be opening the kit, putting on the patient, identifying landmarks while we are still attempting intubation or ventilation, and finally performing frontal neck. Why should perform this technique? Because basically there's data showing that we are using less than we should use some devices like the supraglottic airway devices, which may save us from life-threatening scenarios. And on the other hand, because developing this skill is very easy. Many studies show that less than 6-7 attempts are necessary to become proficient. And once we get proficient, we can perform a cricothyrotomy in a mannequin in less than 1 minute. This means that probably in real life, it will take 1 or 2 minutes or even 3 minutes, but it will be anyway faster than any other technique. And this has been shown also in this recent paper in which you see that the group which is taking the longer time to perform a cricothyrotomy, which was a Melker cricothyrotomy, which is around 150 seconds, were totally untrained medical students. So this is something that as anesthesiologists, we may be quite fast and good to perform. And if you get trained and retrained, even 6 months later, we can keep the skill and perform it in less than 60 seconds. Who should perform cricothyrotomy? Basically, anesthesiologists. This is a nice paper showing that even if you have a team, probably not all surgeons are familiar with tracheostomy, with emergency tracheostomy, or with surgical cricothyrotomy. And probably, even if they know to perform an emergency tracheostomy, this would take anyway too much to rescue a critical oxygenation situation. So theoretically speaking and in practical, we always should look at front of neck access of cricothyrotomy as a skill which is life-saving and which must be part of our core skills. And definitely surgeons are for the scalpel and anesthesiologists are for the needle, so probably we should be really familiar with the needle-based technique other than the scalpel technique, so that we may also say that those made anesthesiologists so that surgeons can have their ears too. And in this point of view, in this perspective, even if a cricothyrotomy may occur only once in a lifetime, only once in a career, that time could change our life and patient's life forever. So we definitely need to become familiar with this point and to enter in the paradigm shift that no patient die because of missed intubation, but because of missed oxygenation. Going to this point, I go with my take-home messages. So what is very important, get trained, know at least one technique. Remember that the best technique is the one that you succeed not to perform, and always try to identify your patients in advance. Always think to do it as soon as possible, and remember it's a mandatory skill that you have to know. And in this perspective, remember that the human factor is the most important issue regarding cricothyrotomy. Most of the cannot intubate, cannot oxygenate scenario are the one that we produce as doctors. So in this perspective, I like to put this example. If you were flying with a a plane between 59 and 61, you had high chance to fall down with your plane. And if you were walking around in this institution between 92 and 96, you had a high chance to be given a cricothyrotomy. What changed with aviation? In this period, no computer, no radar, nothing, but simply checklist, which is addressing the human factor. And similarly here, the number of attempts or the number of cricothyrotomies declined immediately as soon as a comprehensive difficult time program was started and shared with the whole crew. So remember, and this is what's important, training with both technique, so the surgical and the percutaneous is extremely important, and appropriate decision-making, availability of equipment, but above all, human factors are important to avoid cricothyrotomy or to perform it in the best way. Inexperience cannot be called a justification like the first night of wedding, and above all, consider cricothyrotomy like an airbag. You don't get out of home every morning thinking to having an accident just because you have an airbag, but think of cricothyrotomy like the best friend you would never want, but you can do unless of. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Solfano. It was a great presentation.
Hello, everyone. Now I would like to invite Dr. Yasmin Enlicht to deliver her talk on anesthetic airway incidents in Australia and New Zealand. She is a senior anesthetic consultant in Royal Adelaide Hospital in Australia. Please, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Dr. Yasmin Endlich. I'm the current chair of the Australian and New Zealand Airway Special Interest Group. It is my huge pleasure to be here today, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. Before I start, I would like to also thank Dr. Martin Carwick, who is the medical director of WebAIRS, who has been substantial in creating this talk. And I would also declare that I've got no conflicts of interest in regards to this presentation. So a little bit of background information first. Anesthetic incidents in Australia and New Zealand are collected via WebAIRS, and WebAIRS is the web-based anesthetic incident reporting system from the Australian and New Zealand Tripartite Anesthetic Data Committee, which was founded in 2005. So any anesthetist who is registered with one of the parent organizations is invited to log in and to submit any incidents that have happened during their anesthetic care. You can see here the web page, so that's a snapshot from Saturday, the 9th of October, so fairly recent. And you can see that currently we have got 225 sites registered and more than 9,000 incidents that have been reported to WebAIRS. Reporting is completely de-identified, it's completely voluntarily as well. This is the current WebAIRS data dashboard where the incident categories are listed, and you can see that respiratory and airway incidents have been the most common reported incidents ever since. So today I would like to give you an overview about this project. So that was a prospective 6-month audit of airway incidents across Australian and New Zealand tertiary centres. This project was a collaboration between the Airway Management Special Interest Group and WebAIRS. So over 6 months in 2018, we collected data from 12 contributing centres across both countries. And during that time, we had more than 130,000 anesthetics that were reported and 111 incidents that were collected. So for this project, we created an airway-specific data capture set. So this is the first page with the narratives where the reporter could describe in their own words how that incident happened, what they considered were the contributing factors, and also what they considered were the lessons learned. And for the majority of the remaining data, the data was mainly collected via tick boxes. So here in this slide, you see the airway assessment side and the airway examination side, where the reporters basically just had to tick and report their findings that way. Over the period of the 6 months, we also collected denominator data, which included the number of cases, their ASA status, the type of anesthetic, elective or emergency procedures. So good news first. It seems that airway events in anesthesia across Australia and New Zealand hospitals are fairly rare. So the denominator data during the time was 131,233 anesthetics that were performed during that 6-month period, and there were only 111 airway events reported. During the time, there was only 1 death reported. However, collecting the nominator data for this time period across all sites was not as easy as we expected it to be. So you can see in the table here, we got fairly complete numbers for the ASA status of the patient, for the anesthetic type. But the further down the column we go, especially with BMI, we can see here that 60% or more than 60% of the data was missing and was unable to be retrieved from the contributing hospitals. So we thought that was quite unfortunate, because if we look at the results here, so these are the 111 reports, and of these 111 reports, 45% of the incidents occurred in patients with a BMI that was higher than 30%. If we were now to compare that with the data published by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare during that time, the number of men and women in Australia who were obese during that time, so with a BMI of higher than 30, was about 28% only. So if this was the prevalence in our audit as well, then obesity would be an important risk factor for airway incidents. And if you like to play with numbers and compare results, then you can see here that for NEP4, we had the same percentage. So 45% of the patients that reported they had an airway event during that time were obese. Same number of percentage that we had in our data. As a first step in the analysis, all investigators read through each single narrative independently and separately of each other, and then they could categorize each narrative to one of these categories. And what we all agreed on was that area assessment and the resulting strategy played a role in the majority of these incidents. So if we then compared that with the tick box analysis, we could see that the majority of reporters reported that they did a formal assessment. But then when we look closer into it, not all of these assessments were very comprehensive, or as comprehensive as we would wish them to be. So a formal area assessment was ticked to be made in 96.4% of all incidents, while EMPATHY score was only recorded in 87% of the incidents, and the prognation test was only done in about a third of the incidents. So we also looked at advanced airway assessment techniques, and I will just present you an example incident that was reported during that period. So this was a patient who had follicular cancer. He was an ASA-free patient, was a heavy smoker, and the procedure that was planned was a pen endoscopy and biopsy. So preoperatively, this patient was assessed. So this patient had a nasal endoscopy by the ear, nose, and throat surgeon, where the report described an SCC that was filling the vallicula. And the anesthetist on the day performed the flexible bronchoscopy and equally noted the lesion and only noted a partial way of the epiglottis. And at that time, also then considered doing an awake intubation technique based on these findings. However, there was also some time pressure, so it was a busy list, there were many cases on it. The anaesthetist felt that they did not want to hold up the list by going through the trouble of setting up an awake flexible intubation, and thought that they might get away by sliding the bougie past the lesion. Unfortunately, that did not go as planned, so the laryngoscope did not sit well due to the location of the lesion. The anaesthetist was faced with a grade 4 view, then converted to a video laryngoscopy where the view was equally poor, attempted the blind bougie technique, which was unsuccessful, and they were only managing face mask ventilation just. So as a next step, they called for help. They administered a muscle relaxant, and during the time a skilled second anesthetist who was senior and experienced arrived. And then together these two experienced anesthetists managed to put in a laryngoscope, put in a flexible scope, and managed to guide the tube into the position. if we now reflect on that incident, we see that it was a near miss, but it was still an incident that reached the patient. And even though there was no harm that resulted to the patient, it was a fairly unsafe condition to be in, and it could have ended very differently. So I have color-coded the specific parts of the events correlating to this bow tie diagram. So I've put the events that happened during this case, so from the beginning where the patient was assessed until the end where the reporter can reflect on the outcomes into this bow tie diagram. In the middle you can see the top event, so this is where things went wrong and not according to plan. On the left side everything that happened before, and on the right side in blue and grey everything that happened after the event. So bow tie diagrams have been used in high-risk industries for a long time before they made their entry into medicine, and also recently into anesthetics. So if you're interested in health quality and safety analysis, then I would encourage you to read this article of Dr. Carwick et al., where the bow tie diagram for anesthesia has been described nicely. So if we come back to the incident that I described to you before, there are a few points that are worthwhile discussing, and there are findings that we found before. So this patient and this procedure was a head and neck procedure, and this has been described in the past, not only in NAP4, that they have a higher risk of airway incidents and things going wrong. In addition, system factors played a role in that incident. So there was this perceived time pressure. It was potentially an overbooked list, but it created enough pressure for the anesthetist considering a technique and then not doing it, which was the awake intubation. So they considered doing an awake intubation. That's what they wrote in the narratives. But then they felt, based on how the theater planning was done for that day, that they could not progress with their chosen technique. This equally was a finding in NAP4 before. So one recommendation or one comment in NAP4 was that flexible intubations or awake intubation processes were not done when they maybe should have been done. And the findings are very similar in this audit. So the most common surgical procedure during which incidents occurred were head and neck procedures, more than 40%. And even though we don't have sufficient denominator data for the type of surgery to calculate the statistical relative risks, it is very unlikely that 43% of all procedures were head and neck procedures. And this suggests that head and neck procedures represent a higher risk of airway incidents. Of this 43.2%, 20 of them were ear, nose, and throat procedures. 7 of them were maxillofacial procedures, and others were thyroid, cervical spine procedures, and excision of plastic lesions. What is of note as well is that during that audit, at that time, we had 8 front of neck accesses, of which 3 of them were real emergency front of neck accesses after upper airway attempts had failed. All of these front of neck accesses occurred in head and neck procedures. So that makes 8 out of 48, which may also make 7.2% of all reported incidents. High flow nasal oxygen administration has created quite a lot of interest in anesthesia in the recent years, and has also been described in this case series. So they were mentioned in 27 of 111 of the reports. 17 of those were emergency cases, the remaining were elective cases. However, they did not always create the desired effect, and a patent upper airway cannot be underemphasized as an essential prerequisite for high-flow nasal oxygen administration. However, there were also other incidents where high-flow nasal oxygen was not used, but potentially should have or could have, and could have been beneficial. So this slide here presents the reflections of the anesthetist in one of the incidents where high-flow nasal oxygenation did not go according to plan. So they referred to clinical intuition and were reflecting on use of awake tracheal intubation techniques, because this is what they initially wanted to do. And they also reflected that respiratory comorbidities might decrease the efficacy of high-flow nasal oxygenation. So their patient had complex respiratory complications and comorbidities, which made the high flow nasal oxygenation as pre-oxygenation device and then as apneic oxygenation device inefficient. And their plan was to use a video laryngoscope, which unfortunately failed. And that is something to keep in mind as well. None of our devices is full and fail-proof, unfortunately. So if we look at the timing of the incidents, it's not surprising that the majority of them occurred during or within the first 10 minutes of induction, which accounted for half of all the incidents reported. And of these 56 incidents, 55 of them were sleep inductions and nearly half of them were head and neck procedures. Only 10 cases in our cohort had an awake intubation technique, and 5 of them were awake tracheostomies performed by ENT surgeons after the airway got assessed and was considered too high risk for a supraglottic attempt. And it seems that there is a reluctance in performing awake flexible intubation techniques, something which was already mentioned in NAP 4 10 years ago. And the reason might be various. It might be limited exposure to awake intubation techniques. It might be that we are too comfortable using our video laryngoscopes or that we rely too heavily on them. So while the long-term outcome of most incidents in this audit was no harm or only temporary harm, the immediate and final outcomes of all incidents often involved extra medical treatment, extra interventions, cancellations of the case, higher acuity post-operative care, and prolonged hospital. There was only one death during the audit period, which involved a patient with a complex medical history where it is unclear how much the airway difficulties really contributed to the passing of this patient. So in summary, the incidence seems to be low, but if I can remind you of the Webber's data dashboard, airway and respiratory events are still the most commonly reported incident type, at least in our database. BMI availability for researchers has been incredibly hard to get BMI data, and I don't think it should be that hard because it's important for us to know if a high BMI really plays a role in difficult airway management or not. Airway assessment, we still have a while to go. Advanced airway assessment techniques might play a bigger role than what we think. And advanced techniques, video laryngoscopes, adjuncts, they might fail. And while in recent years we've focused a lot on human factors, on system factors, decision-making processes, I think technical skills has been shown something that we need to focus on as well. So thank you very much for listening, and thank you very much again to the organizers for inviting me. And lastly, I want to thank all the Australian and New Zealand anaesthetists who have been reporting incidents in anaesthetic practice since 2009 and continue to report. Without their information and their data, we would not know today what we do. Thank you.
Good noon. Yes, it's a very excellent lecture from all the faculty. Before starting or opening up our discussion session, I would like to congratulate Jodhpur IDA team because there are more than 1,200 delegates online seeing at the NEC 2021. Now it will session is open for a question and answer discussion.
So let us start with Dr. Berry. I think he was the first one to start the session. And as of now, if I look at the chat box, I don't find any questions there. But just a comment to make, if Dr. Berry is there, that missed esophageal intubations, despite being labeled as a never event, still occurs. And it is often noticed it is because of a human error or misinterpretation. What is the way forward? Capnography has been one of the gold standards to identify for a long period. And I believe all of us are trained and all of us do train everyone to make sure that they follow the capnographs so that these kind of misadventures do not happen. Somehow I think there is a confusion to the sense that people tend to not look at the clinical signs. A lot of them do not carry their stethoscopes. And there is over reliability onto the monitors rather than looking at the chest expansion, hearing the breath sounds. And most of the time, the common error which I have encountered is that the patient is put on a ventilator and then they try to hear for the breath sounds. On the contrary, when you take them on manual ventilation, it becomes more obvious because you will not be able to ventilate. And if even you think you are able to ventilate a bit, the breath sounds will not be heard at all. So somewhere I think there is, we need to relook at the training which is being imparted. So Dr. Berry, your comments, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, it's an excellent point. My opinion is that it has to be a multifaceted approach and that one single thing won't work. There is quite a lot of opinion, and I think I back it up. I would agree with it, that monitoring is still probably superior to clinical findings. I agree that both are relevant, but there have certainly been cases where people have listened to the chest and confirmed breath sounds when the tube has been in the esophagus. So misinterpretation of clinical signs. I absolutely agree that that should be a manual ventilation under reasonably high pressure and not an assisted ventilation breath. So my opinion is that it has to be multifaceted to try and reduce this incidence. First of all, recognizing that this is a problem. It will be a problem worldwide. It's going unrecognized, it's going missed, and these deaths are so avoidable. It's the least exciting talk in this meeting, I suspect, but it has to be one of the most important, because even though we can all do very fancy airway management techniques, missing esophageal intubation will be fatal very quickly. So I think capnograph use is mandatory. We all agree that. The second thing is its interpretation, and that's human factors as well as technical. So don't ignore it and interpret it correctly. I agree listening for clinical breath sounds is relevant, but in my opinion, capnography is more relevant. And then training disseminated in all our local sites. We've done it in my hospital already. We've had this discussion and said, these people are still dying and they shouldn't be dying. We must remind everyone on how easy it is to misinterpret in a stressful situation a capnograph trace and assume it's to do with bronchospasm or cardiac arrest and not actively exclude esophageal intubation. So I think it's a multifaceted approach, both during the scenario itself, but also in terms of training, education, simulation, and lots of human factors.
Thank you, Dr. Berry.
Yeah, Dr. Berry, it was an interesting insight on the missed esophageal intubation. And you have clearly mentioned that if there is a no trace, means it's in the wrong place. Now what next? My query is now what next? Should we pull out the tube immediately, or should we wait to rule out the causes why it has happened, other causes? And if you are waiting, how long we should wait before pulling out the tube?
Obviously, every scenario is context specific, but my opinion is if there's no evidence of ventilation from an effective capnograph, so the capnograph is not blocked with secretions, if you have to quickly change the sampling line or get a new capnograph, but if there's any doubt that this tube may be in the esophagus, I think you need to remove the tube immediately and ventilate by whichever means possible, including front of neck access if that's required. Now, obviously, it is possible that the bronchospasm is so severe that the tube is in the right place and there is no ventilation because of such severe bronchospasm. But I think the important message is you need to exclude esophageal intubation. And the only way to exclude it, I think, is either a bronchoscope or removal of the tube and re-intubation. So in answer to...
Yeah, I understood. But suppose we are suspecting that it's esophageal intubation. So should we remove the tube immediately? That's as per you have given the answer. But should we check before removing it, or should we remove under the vision?
I think, I take your point. I think if you've got a video laryngoscope there and you can put the video laryngoscope in the mouth and look at the screen and share the findings with everyone present, so a team approach, and announce, does everyone agree that this tube is anterior to the arytenoids? It is in the trachea. Yes, we all agree that's what it is. And then if that's the case and it's clearly visualized, then you may be able to say this is bronchospasm or an obstruction somewhere else. But the obstruction could still be in the ET tube itself, and therefore taking the tube out, if there's like a cap or something in the tube that's causing an obstruction, that still needs to be changed. And there's a danger of confirmation bias. So as a senior consultant, and you say to everyone in the theatre, are we all agreed this tube's in the right place? And everyone nods and says, yes, it's in the right place. And it's not in the right place. So there are dangers with, you must have a go for a team approach, but there are dangers with that if everyone just agrees with the most senior person.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Berry. And now a simple, not a question, it's just explanation to Dr. Hamid. So you clearly differentiate or define the trigger point as complete ventilation failure for cricothyrotomy. But many people are not able to understand what is severe and how it differs compared to CRC. Already you had mentioned in detail in your lecture, but can you explain it again in a short?
Please unmute yourself, Dr. Amit.
These are different terminology used probably for the similar situation. Only point is that it is never explained that what do you mean by cannot oxygenate. Whether it is oxygenation, whether it is absence of CO2 or so. And if oxygenation at what saturation, you should initiate the trigger for CICO. So that terminology is not very clear. Versus complete ventilation failure denotes failure of three maneuvers which we have already done: intubation, ventilation with the supraglottic airway, and ventilation with the mask. So failure of three maneuvers rather than a saturation point. Saturation may be normal, and it is advisable to go ahead and perform, if patient's wake-up option is not available, to perform neck rescue or airway rescue procedure is more advisable in when the saturation is actually towards the normal side rather than very low. So it is basically failure of a three clinical maneuvers which is clearly identified, and then you may perform airway rescue even if saturation is normal. That is what is complete ventilation failure.
So in short, complete ventilation failure is oxygen independent terminology.
Yes, it is oxygen independent. Definitely, it does not depend upon oxygen saturation. Even if your saturation is normal, if you're filled with these three maneuvers and wake-up option is not there, then you should definitely go for airway rescue, identifying this as a complete ventilation failure.
Thank you, Amit. So, Dr. Sorbello, it was an interesting presentation from your side. Suppose it's a hypothetical situation. You are handling a case in the OR and you are not able to ventilate. You are not able to ventilate with the tube. You are not able to ventilate with the supraglottic airway. You are not able to ventilate with the face mask ventilation. But you are able to maintain the oxygenation. So at this point, what will you do? You will go for a cricothyrotomy, or you will wait to saturation to drop down and go for a cricothyrotomy?
Well, as I clearly stated in my talk, I believe that the best cricothyrotomy is the one that we do not perform. So exactly how Barry said, also for CO2 or for all this scenario, the point of the human in there. I believe that most of the counter-intubate, counter-oxygen scenario is something that we create with some misleading. I believe that we should abandon definitely the idea of saturation as a trigger for cricothyrotomy. I strongly believe that decision to perform a cricothyrotomy should be made on the awareness that you don't have other alternatives. And probably I would also accept to pay the price of giving a cricothyrotomy, even if it is not 100% needed, rather than not giving one when it's needed 100%. What I mean is, if we get well prepared, if we go with a team approach, as Barry said, I mean, the cannot intubate, cannot oxygenate scenario is something which enters in steps. It's not something that happens all at once, if not in extremely rare case, like the anaphylactic shock in the emergency department or the foreign body or something like this. So the best approach is steam. The best approach is priming the airway. So preparing for cricothyrotomy while you are attempting your intubation or ventilation, and never forget that people die because of missed oxygenation, not mixing intubation or supraglottic or whatever. So whichever the mean, we should keep oxygenation going on. And definitely, yes, if you have to perform a cricothyrotomy, we need to perform it early. Because there's a friend of mine who used to say cricothyrotomy is something that they should perform on a living person, not on a cadaver. So if you start your cricothyrotomy on 30% or 20%, providing that you are really good, you may already enter in the zone of brain damage or whatever. So you should decide, you should perform it earlier. And that's why the second thing that I say is that it's not performing a cricothyrotomy, which is difficult, but taking the decision to perform is even much more difficult. And this is where we have to work. So awareness, not the saturation, and decision to make it rather than technique.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, Dr. Swarup. Yes. Sir, what is your take for cricothyrotomy in children and the success of the procedure in children and what age group?
Cricothyrotomy in children is, let me call it disaster, real disaster. The good news is that it's very rare, because if you are an expert with pediatric airway, you know that we don't have the same, let me say, variation of difficult airway in children. Children are either easy to intubate or very difficult to intubate. And if you're an expert in the field, all in between you can manage. This is the good news. The bad news is that if you enter the cannot intubate, cannot oxygenate, it's a real disaster. In small children, there are basically only two techniques available, which is needle cricothyrotomy, so puncture of the trachea with a needle, and the other one is surgical technique, surgical tracheostomy technique, because you know the larynx is in the upper part is cephalad if compared with the adult. Landmarks are almost really difficult to get, and the cricothyroidal membrane surface is smaller than rabbit in a child. So definitely, I believe this field is the one where we should invest more in the preventing cricothyrotomy rather than trying to attempt one. And that's all.
I think we should prefer surgical tracheostomy in such conditions if we enter into CICV situations in children.
You know, there's a lack of dedicated sets for emergency cricothyrotomy in children. We don't have a small size of this set, if not smaller size from adults, which may be adapted. So basically, the literature suggests either a needle cricothyrotomy or a surgical technique. Surgical technique, as suggested for the adult guidelines, is really, I want to say, is almost impossible to be applied in children. So the cadmium membrane and enter with a bougie or whatever is really difficult. So there's some suggestion in literature to go with surgical technique, standard surgical technique, while trying to deliver anyway some oxygenation.
Thank you, sir.
I have something to ask you, Dr. Sarvello. When we conduct the cricothyrotomy workshop, there are a lot of delegates who come in, and it could be juniors or seniors. But then actually, does it manifest into actual practice is a question. And you said the analysis should be the cricothyrotomy that should have been performed and was not performed. So could this awareness of complete ventilation failure and CICO for your this thing, would it increase or cause increased number of cricothyrotomy, which may or may not be indicated?
It's a good point. Basically, what I mean is, we have some figures for incidence of cricotherotomy, and incidence of cricotherotomy was 1 in 1 million according to all the Venom of data. NAP4 showed us that it may reach up to 1 in 50,000 in head and neck, and we know that in emergency department it can be up to 1 in 1,000, so it can be more frequent depending on setting. Given this premise, these figures may underestimate the reality because they take account of cricotherotomies who were performed. While I'm sure that there are a certain number of patients of near miss or patients who anyway died and didn't enter the account that were cricotherotomies which should have been performed. So probably the incidence of a complete oxygenation failure is higher than we know. And basing on this, I believe that this data should address all of us towards the awareness that cricotherotomy is not like a last resource or whatever. We should anticipate the timing of thinking of cricotherotomy. I like the idea of anticipating this timing before anesthetic evaluation. So if you touch the neck, if you find difficult landmarks or whatever, plus another predictive indexes of difficult ventilation, prediction of a difficult cricotherotomy should be one more indication to go for an awake, spontaneous breathing technique. And knowing that you may run a cannot intubate, cannot oxygenate, or cannot intubate, cannot ventilate, or complete oxygenation failure, call it however you want. Knowing that this may happen should also trigger a decision in the team of moving with the concept that I like so much, which is priming the airway. So while you are doing ventilation, you prepare laryngoscopy. While you are attempting laryngoscopy, you prepare supraglottic. While you attempt supraglottic, you already look for the landmarks and open your cricoset. I mean, this being prepared, this sharing information, this anticipating is much more important. Probably you won't need cricotherotomy, but if you don't think of it, you will be even much more reluctant in performing it.
Thank you. This is in league with what we were talking about in yesterday's complete ventilation failure, where we were saying that cricothyroid membrane should be identified in our pre-anesthetic checkup itself, routinely, as we do a Malampati class, mouth opening. Similarly, we should feel and know where the cricothyroid membrane is so that it can facilitate our later problems, where we can handle it easily. Thank you, Dr. Cerebello.
Just a final comment. If you ask me, I believe that puncturing a central venous or placing a central venous line may be even much more challenging than performing a cricotherotomy. My first central venous line, I was able to perform an hydrohemopneumothorax. Okay, so this was my first central venous line. Basically, you place a central venous line in a normal patient or in a breathing patient, no problem. So you may really have serious complications in there. If you think of a cricotherotomy, well, the patient is going to die if you don't do nothing. So you don't have side effects. And I agree with you. One of the most critical issues with cricotherotomy is finding the landmarks and identification of the cricotheroidal membrane, because all of us anesthesiologists are very familiar with the Seldinger technique or with this approach. So it's not difficult to perform the cricotherotomy on the technical point of view. The real issue is the decision to make it. And I believe that we should strongly emphasize the need of for data collection, as Yasmin showed us, because the more we know, the more we get aware of these issues, the more we can get prepared. As I stated also in my previous panel section, si vis pacem parabellum is from Julius Caesar and says, if you want the peace, you need to be prepared for war. So the more we think of this, the more we will do our best not to perform a cricotherotomy.
Thank you.
Completely understood. You need to prepare for what is going to happen. The important thing is very rarely performed procedure. And if it is performed, it's performed in the emergency. So at that time, there is no time to teach the students. So, and considering the problems related to the cricothyrotomy, you had a problem, difficulty in locating the cricothyroid membrane or technical issue, which type of a robust training system we should have?
Which kind of
training system we should have for a cricothyroidectomy?
Training. Very good point. I don't know. There's a friend of mine used to say that you may train on your mother-in-law, but I don't like this approach. And basically, what I think is we need to make a difference. We need to get trained in finding the cricothyroidal membrane, and this we can perform in every patient. Whenever we go for an aesthetic pre-evaluation, whenever our patient has a lip, we need to look and find the landmarks. This will make our fingers more sensitive, exactly like happens with the spinal anesthesia. When I started spinal anesthesia, I was spending half an hour finding the right place. Now I can do it blindly. So this is the first training that we need. The second training that we need is a mental training. So entering in the human factors of the cricothyrotomy, which is preparation, priming, avoidance, whatever we want. The last issue is the technical training on the technique. And there are many papers. There's one from Wang, which was published years ago, and many other papers which show clearly that if you get a mannequin and you perform a Seldinger technique, you will be able to perform a cricothyrotomy in less than 1 minute just after 5 attempts. For surgical technique, there are similar figures. So the technical gesture is not difficult. Where we really need to train is identification of the cricothyroidal membrane. And second one is a mental training. Do your best to avoid cricothyrotomy. And if you have to do it early. These are the two critical points.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I'm not seeing the more questions from the audience side. So we can conclude the session. Thank you all the faculties for joining this session. And thank you, my co-chair, for joining me. Thank you.
Thank you all. It was great as usual, and a big hello to all friends around the world.
Moving on to the last session for the day, which is a panel discussion on role of airway societies in improving airway management. I invite Dr. V. Ramkumar, former professor and head of anesthesiology, current trustee of Mission Smile, KMC Manipal, and Dr. J.V. Divatia, professor and head of Department of Anesthesia, Critical Care and Pain, Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai. I now request the chairpersons to kindly take over the session.
Thank you. Welcome to this very interesting session. Just to check whether I'm audible, please.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. Right. So I think this is a great opportunity where we have, the representatives, the leaders, the presidents of 4 different societies from all over the world, all on the same forum. And what better opportunity do we have than to iron out or find out how different airway societies all over the world tackle problems related to the airway and the airway management. So I don't know whether Jiggy, you have the slides to be projected. Otherwise, I will just go ahead. The way we thought we would do this was, we know that what should I say? The standard of anesthetic care and again, the standard of airway management may vary from country to country. And therefore, the role of the airway society is to kind of make sure that whatever the people in their country do is done to the best of their ability and the standards available in their societies or countries. So keeping this in mind, we have 4 experts. Dr. Barry McGuell, who represents the Difficult Airway Society from the United Kingdom. Dr. Philip from the Society for Airway Management from the United States. Dr. Sorbello from the European Airway Management Society. And Dr. Sheila Maitra from the All India Difficult Airway Association. And helping me to take these 4 experts through the various questions that we have in mind is Dr. Jiggy Divatia, who's a professor of anesthesia at the Tata Memorial in Bombay. So we could probably go on to the first question, and that is there a need to create country-specific guidelines? And the background for this question was again that countries are very different in the way they approach medicine itself, medical, the delivery of medical services, be it anesthesia, be it intensive care. And obviously the facilities available and the kind of people you come across, anthropometrically speaking, are also different from country to country. So obviously there would be a reason for us to look at it from a country angle. And I would ask Dr. Sheila to maybe take this question of, is there a need to create country-specific guidelines? They are available, and let's have Sheila's opinion on this question.
Thank you very much, Professor Ramkumar. I think this is a very interesting question. And for me, being a part of leading the Indian guidelines and also being part of the project for universal management of the airways, this question is really very relevant because I still feel that though we are looking at project for universal airway management and we're looking at universal guidelines, I still feel it's good to have country specific guidelines. As you rightly said, there are specific needs and situations in the country. So it's nice to have a local guideline, and something like a universal guideline can sort of help you and, in a way that it can, augment this, help those nations which don't have their own guideline. We don't have to wait till every country has their own specific guidelines. So I think I look at the universal guidelines as more of universal principles, which will help, only complement the local guidelines that are available and not something that is in contradictory to it. And being on both sides, I would say that the project for universal management of the airways is more universal airway principles, and which can provide guidance to any airway manager. So I would think it's not mandatory that every country should have their own guidelines and go ahead, but definitely should adopt the universal guidelines. And if they have their own guidelines, they should use it as something that will complement their guidelines. So I don't think they are in conflict with each other, but rather should complement each other.
So Dr. Sheila, so that's, now you are associated with the universal management, the project for universal airway management. And like you mentioned, you still, if you're going to have universal guidelines, I mean, are there some specific situations or specific considerations which would make our country have their own national guidelines? And what sort of examples could you sort of give for having country-specific guidelines while probably retaining or the flavor of the universal principles of airway management?
Right. So as I mentioned, the Puma is more about the principles. So for example, I will say that DAS has recommended the scalpel bougie technique. And this is based on the data from the NAP4 project. Whereas in India, the setting is different because very few people proceed to neck rescue or have the training or have attended workshops or are familiar with any technique. And as Professor Sorvello rightly said today, the decision to do one is the most challenging. And I think in this kind of scenario for us, what's very important to focus is on, transition to a neck rescue, transition to do it. Think about this, and whatever technique you are familiar with, use that, but make sure you do something. And make sure you're, so we'll never have a randomized controlled trial. We'll never have very robust data. So in our setting, this is very applicable, that we emphasize not any particular technique. While we encourage everyone to learn surgical, the scalpel bougie technique, we say use whatever you're familiar with, but train in one and make sure you do it in emergency. So this is just an example. But this is what I mean. And again, being part of Puma, I can say that we put all the international guidelines together. And we've reviewed all of them. We've gone through each of them, and no statement that we've made is in contradiction to any of the broad principles that have been outlined. So it's more like a kind of broad guidance to airway managers as to how they could manage an unanticipated difficult airway better.
Any of the other panelists would like to take the same question, Dr. Maguire?
Sure. Briefly, I agree with Sheila's points. I do believe that national guidelines have a place because they can be context specific and resource specific. I'd like to think they would be consistent in a lot of ways, and I do accept that there is potential for confusion if there are several different guidelines around the world saying very different things. But as Sheila says, it'd be nice to feel that most national guidelines would be fairly consistent in their generic principles, and Puma would very much advocate that. But I do think that local or national guidelines have a place within individual countries so that they're relevant to the workers and for the techniques that they would likely use. And that is resource relevant as well. So some countries will have a lot more video laryngoscopes, for example, or may have an attitude to cricothyrotomy, as Sheila's mentioned, that will be different in another country. So I do think we need both. We need international discussion and guidance on the major principles, but I do think we also need national guidelines that are context specific.
Great. Thank you. Dr. Sorbello, you wanted to comment?
Well, I must add a comment because I share some destiny of Sheila being part of my national committee and part of the PUMA and also ASEAN. So I think that this session is the answer to the question. Who is sitting here is the presence from different airway societies. We are very good friends. We share the same concepts. All of us are devoted to grant safety in airway management. We may adopt a different way to communicate this. We may adopt different guidelines, different tools, but we have a common objective. So I believe that the idea of having a kind of a universal document, I don't want to call it not guidelines, not nothing. It's simply developing an attempt to speak the same language. So we will have the same language, the same terms, the same referral points, and then each country will adopt their own guidelines based on the common principles. So I think this is a great idea because it's not substituting but complementary. I think this won't be the end, but it will be the beginning of new way of discussing exactly like we are doing. And if I'm an Italian, so I can do unless to make an Italian example, which is cooking. No? So all of us we eat, all of us we need to eat to survive. In Italy, we survive and we also enjoy food. Okay, it's a difference. But what I mean is, all of you eat, but all of us we eat in our own way. So basically, the principle is you need to eat to food, maybe Barry and Felipe say, all of us, if we share the receipt, we can make it in a very good way.
Okay. So can I just come in on one more thing? Now Dr. Barry spoke of resource settings, the resource list. So, for example, when we made the guidelines for IDA, we recommended that you must use capnography to confirm tracheal intubation. And a lot of people resisted that. They said, we don't have capnographs in so many theaters, in resource poor and small, in interior and small theaters, we don't have capnographs. So the question is, should guidelines follow practice, or should practice change to follow scientifically laid down rational guidelines which promote safety? Dr. Maguire and maybe Dr. Philippe can take that.
I think that's an excellent question, Jiga. I think the guidelines should follow the recommended practice, and I think you're right to include capnography, but perhaps you did acknowledge that that resource may be an issue. So as long as the guidelines are clearly stated that this is guidance and that we understand that strict adherence to these guidelines may not be physically possible, but we should still be striving to reach that point. So in a hospital that has some capnographs, but not universal capnography, it's a bit like in the UK, we have some hospitals have universal video laryngoscopy, other hospitals have a number of video laryngoscopes. And what is your standard of care? It can be debated. So I think capnography scores very highly in my eyes as an essential bit of airway kit. But if the hospital cannot afford it and cannot get these devices in sufficient numbers, then I think we have to accept that. And that's the nature of guidance. It's just that, it's guidance. But certainly, if you don't put it in the guideline, then airway leaders are not going to be able to go to their managers and say, these experts recommend that we must have capnography. And that's why I think it should be in the guidance, and you did the right thing in your guidelines. Thanks.
So if I could just sum up the thoughts of the experts, I think what we're saying is that we do need to have a broad guideline that will take us through. However, I think we do also need to give cognizance to the fact that every country is different. And in fact, in India, it's even more different. Every state within the country is different, and every hospital within the same city is different. And we have very different standards, and that is the problem. That's the crux of the problem. And having said that, capnography is now available in many centers, not universally. But that's just one very good example that Jiggy has spoken about. But I think eventually our practice has to change, and I think it's up to the airway experts or experts in any field to bring about that change. So thank you for,
I think Prof. Philippi wanted to comment on that.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me here. It's an honor to be here. I just wanted to say that, number one, I think it's what we're talking about is very important about having the universal guidelines, but not being part of that team, as far as I'm concerned, they have not been released yet. So we don't know exactly what they're going to be like or what the meaning is going to be like. So that's number one, I would like to say. I think having both, is actually very important, because I think one of the things is, and I would like to take a step backwards and say, what do the guidelines really want to say? Because the guidelines get confused with an algorithm for the kind of dealing with a difficult intubation, for example, which has been basically the crux of the problem. But I think guidelines should be a lot further than that. It should actually deal with resources, human resources, plans, teams, et cetera, et cetera. So as long as we have, and I think that's what the team, and like I said, once again, I'm not part of it, but I think this group is going to be fantastic because of that. They're taking a broader picture of it. And as long as they paint exactly what we need in order to be better, because they're taking about 40 years worth of experience, and I'm talking about just from the time the first original guidelines came out, but they're taking 40 years worth of experience, and they're taking experts that have tremendous years of experience, and they've taken it a step further. So I think it's going to be very important.
If I may just add a comment to what Professor Maguire said about whether or not to include things like capnography. If I may just add a comment, is that okay? So I just want to say that it's not about equipment just for resource limited, when there's a resource. Sometimes it's also about awareness. So I think, like he rightly said, these are guidelines. These are not the law. So unless you make them evidence-based and of high standards, it's very difficult to convince administrators that you need this equipment. Just to give you an example, the analysis of the NAPBFOR data for the intensive care unit actually showed increased morbidity and mortality when capnography was not used in the intensive care unit. And I think these findings were very relevant because in India, we have ICUs that are not run by anesthetists, but also pulmonologists, physicians. So there it was not a question of resource. It was a question of just not having awareness about the importance of capnography. So in these kind of settings, having this kind of data really helps us, convince administrators that this is required. This is very important. And we need to have this not only in the operating room, but also in areas outside the operating room where airway management is performed.
Thank you, Sheila. That was a great point. So, Dr. Ramkumar, so can we move on to the next?
Yes, go ahead, Jiggy. Yes.
So, I mean, it's one thing to have a guideline, but I think what's even more important is how do we disseminate those guidelines? There's no point having a group of 10 people sitting and making nice, lovely guidelines, but no one else knowing about them. So how do national societies help and disseminate the guidelines as well as the skills and knowledge and training that's required? So how do we go about it and make sure that the good stuff gets to all the people who should be using it and knowing about it?
Could I ask Dr. Sorbello to take this question, please? Primarily, you could, Dr. Sorbello, and of course, everybody else will also give their opinion later.
Thank you. I think it's a good question. And if you ask me, I believe that every national society has the duty to promote dissemination, knowledge, culture, and training. Because national societies are those places where most of these guidelines are conceived. Scientific societies are the basis of these guidelines. And so I think that this is probably the most challenging part of the game, because we have data from wherever we want. Just to mention one, the INTUBE studies, which we call, together with Sheila is here, clearly showed that 50% of ICU which were giving data for the interim studies had a guideline, while the other 50% either did have it in place but did not use or didn't have any guideline. So this is a very important finding. It highlights the need that producing a guidelines is probably the minor effort when you're working on this. The largest part is implementation and penetration of these guidelines in clinical practice. And as seen from the PUMA perspective, this was one of the reasons why, apart from the working group, there's also an advisory group which has been selected with people coming from every country, from every national societies, so to promote translation, implementation, workshops, and diffusion of this knowledge. So the role of national societies is crucial, and I think it's a duty for each of these societies to promote safety through teaching and knowledge of airway management.
Yes. Would any of the other panelists, Dr. Philippe, would you like to add something to what Sobelo said?
Well, I think Max actually phrased it really well. I agree with what he said, and I think that unfortunately we still have a problem about the fact that people like to learn knowledge by accidents, and what we're trying to do is to avoid that. And so one of the things is if you go to a conference and you hear experts talking about it, is we don't want to learn safety by an accident, and that's kind of the thing that we want to actually share and convey. And so I think that we actually not only should say that this should happen, but we should also then establish the interval of time that is recommended before people start retraining, et cetera, because skills get faded with time. So I think we should try to, at least, it's very difficult to do, of course, and it has not been done, but at least we should establish the minimum that this thing should happen.
So the question I would really want to ask in different other parts of the world is, we can make the guidelines, we can write them, we can conduct workshops, but a country like India is a huge country. America is a huge country, and how can we sort of, if we don't have some backing, like, for example, I think in the UK, the Royal College says that these are the guidelines which they are backing. And so probably almost all the anesthesiologists would sort of conform to them, at least in spirit, if not in letter, all the time. I don't see that happening in India, because there's no, someone say, okay, who's Ida, who's Sheila Maitra, who's Dr. Ram Kumar, and how can they tell us what to do and that sort of stuff. So how does a national association, which has X number of members, when there are 10X anesthesiologists outside the association, so how does that percolate down to the general body of anesthetists or practitioners of airway management?
Before we ask the panelists, I'd just like to add another perspective to this. Particularly in India, we do not have any regulatory bodies. Once you've done your post-graduation, you become an anesthetist. There's nobody who checks your credentials after that. You just have your degree and you can practice for any number of years. Unlike many other countries where you need to periodically update your knowledge and you have to prove that you have professional competence. So this becomes a particularly difficult task in India, where there is no regulatory body, as Jiggy was saying, which looks at your professional competence. And that is important for you to continue practicing your field of expertise. So I'm sure that's not there in the countries where our experts come from, but it's a huge problem in India. So I just want to put that perspective through too.
So I think Sheila can take.
Yeah, so I think both of you have raised a very, very important point, and this was really a challenge that we faced. For example, countries like, for the ASA and for the DAS, it's about updating their guidelines. Whereas a country like India, for the first time coming out with their own national guidelines in 2016, it was a real challenge, because people would question, why should we follow this? We've already been following other guidelines. So it was even more difficult for us to get this, disseminated nationwide. And as Professor Sorbello has said, this is not just, it's not just about making guidelines and then just publishing it. It just remains as a publication. There is a responsibility for the society to promote this. And I can tell you that we left no stone unturned to do this nationwide. And even during the COVID times, in this very challenging situation, through online lectures, webinars, etc. And I think when you formulate the guideline itself, involving all the stakeholders, how you're going to make it, because people are not going to follow it if they think it's not good. So all this is very important, who you involve. And there'll always be resistance when you try to disseminate or you try to convince people. But getting them there is a process, and finally they will accept if they understand your reasoning. Even getting across a terminology like complete ventilation failure, making people understand that why it was important. These are things that you should be able to convince. And I would say you have to go ahead with it as a mission, and only then you're able to complete the full circle. And coming to your question, we have to lobby with the Medical Council of India. And we have to make this as part of the curriculum. And unless you do, we work at that level, people will, maybe 80% will follow us, but 100% won't. And coming to Professor Ramkumar's talk, yes, we don't have re-evaluation for professionals, but at the same time, we have something like you have to attain so many CME credit points. So, if your airway courses and, workshops are popular, people will attend that. And that itself will update their knowledge about the current guidelines. So these are some ways forward, at least in India, that we can follow to make sure we can disseminate our guidelines and people can take us more seriously.
I think, Sheila, you made a very important point. I think a national association can lobby well with government agencies, with other regulatory agencies, because their word should carry much more weight than of an individual anesthetist, of an individual group of people. And I think that's where the role of a national association comes in, I think definitely in India and probably in other parts of the world. Max, what is the experience in Italy or in Europe?
Well, also in Italy, we have some difficulties in implementing that. Some messages. We have a really highly variable situation with not only with devices, with how hospitals are arranged, but there are also some minor differences in regulation. So, yes, basically, this is an important problem, and this is where we need to place the most of our efforts. As a national society here, we have a group which is devoted for airway management, and we have a rigorous teaching plan. So we run a certain number of courses. We are also promoting a kind of qualification. So we are in that need to fulfill the empty spaces left by the postgraduate course and the missing of some core skill definitions. We have them at the European level, but they are not yet implemented in clinical practice. So I believe definitely we have a lot of duties, and I like how Professor Mayata called them, it's a mission. Definitely it becomes a mission, and because we have evidence everywhere, that we have guidelines, we have any kind of tool. So if there are still accidents due to airway management, it's just because they are not enough implemented, because the culture of safety, of planning, of preparedness, or whatever is still to be implemented by a lot of colleagues all around our country, but I believe all around the world. And once again, these opportunities where we sit and talk is also the opportunity to share knowledge, to share ideas, to find new way to promote this culture. So I can't say how happy I am to be here, just to see a lot of good friends, but also to get knowledge, because whenever we are sitting here, we get knowledge from each other. We find out new way to do things better.
So Dr. Barry, yes, I was just going to ask you, Barry, you raised your hand at the same time. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Fascinating points made by everyone, and I agree with everything that's been said. In a UK perspective, DAS very much tries to liaise with the Royal College of Anaesthetists, a much greater body, obviously, and a much slower moving body. But I absolutely agree with the sentiment that if you want to change practice in most anaesthetists or airway managers in your country, you have to look beyond the select group which we're in, as in the airway enthusiasts, because if you look at these missed esophageal intubation deaths still occurring, it's evident that educational packages and messages that we thought were very clear are still being missed. And so we mustn't underestimate the size of the task ahead of us.
I absolutely agree with Max. It's not about writing the guidelines. It's about sharing the messages and the learning and getting other people enthused in what we're talking about, because it's quite easy just to ignore it and say, I'm a vascular anaesthetist or an obstetric anaesthetist. I'm not too bothered about the difficult airway. So we need to try and bring in the colleges, the associations as much as possible. And that takes time. You need to knock on the door and then knock on the door and then knock on the door. Yeah. And the first response you'll get is, look, there's not a problem. We don't need to improve airway management in our airway managers. They're all excellent. They can do front of neck access. You just have to keep arguing with them, I think. But you also have to be realistic and accept that we are a skewed group of enthusiasts and that many other airway managers are not quite as evangelical as us. And we have to try and bring them on side and try and accept different levels of interest. So I think it's a really important question. We need to keep doing webinars. We need to keep reviewing courses and recommending techniques, technical, non-technical. We need to keep speaking about guidelines, but we need to be realistic and involve as much as possible the governing bodies in our countries.
Okay, great points. But I think mission and passion sounds better than evangelic.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think on question 2, to answer the question, I think I'll borrow from Max Sobello, stating that it's our duty. It's not a role that we play. It's our duty to disseminate these skills and knowledge. And I think the office bearers of the All India Difficult Airway Association now have a clear message that we need to lobby with the powers to be to try and change our practice. So question 3 is on for us now. And like Dr. Philippe to address this question first, how does one assess or ensure that this dissemination is actually happening? Dr. Philippe, please.
Yes, well, I think one point that we have not addressed, and I don't know exactly how it is because every country will be different, is we cannot just basically focus all our guidelines or efforts to anesthesiologists, because airway is not just practiced by anesthesiologists. And I think we need to be a little bit broader, and we need to start speaking the lingo of other specialties. And I think one of the things that that I've learned, or that I think that we started to speak the same kind of pattern and language, which goes along with what we have been speaking about, is when we started talking about the protocols for example, for handling COVID patients, we all started kind of doing the same kind of protecting and limiting the number of people in the room, et cetera, using perhaps indirect laryngoscopy, which is more effective. So the whole point is, if we make our efforts a little bit more, not just place a complicated algorithm with 50,000 arrows and pointing up and down and going backwards and loops and all that I cannot, they look to me like electrical circuitry more than anything else. I think we need to make it kind of a palatable so that anybody that is going to be managed or that can be in charge of the airway then can actually assess it. Or can actually digest it. So I think that's very important. And unfortunately, if we don't do that, then something is going to happen, which is going to be tool seduction. People think that having a device will compensate for having the training that it takes to actually do the device. And I think we need to actually be mindful that if we don't do our job, this is what's going to happen. I hope I answered your question, by the way.
Yes. So, Jiggy, we do seem to be running out of time. So should we ask just one more of the panelists for an opinion on this question and then go on to the next one? Maybe we'll leave Sheila aside. Dr. Sobello, please. Max.
Okay.
I don't know well enough to call you Max. I'm calling you very formally Sobello.
No, it's okay. It's perfect, Max, even because my name is quite difficult for non-Italian speaking people. So Max is brilliant, and we are first of all friends here. So I'm really happy with that. So how to assess and ensure dissemination of knowledge is happening is a very good question. I mean, if there's something that I really envy from UK is the way they perform the National Audit Project. I mean, they have a great ability in measuring, and it was Galileo Galilei many years ago here in Italy to state that nothing can be improved if you can't measure it. So I believe the first effort that we should promote also as national societies is I don't want to say developing a common registry of highway accidents, but it would be really great to know more about what's happening in our respective countries. And I believe this would be the first step. So if we create awareness of how many accidents are going on or what's going on one hand, we have an idea if our dissemination efforts are working. And on the other hand, we can generate or we can trigger in people also the awareness of need to get trained. So I believe this could be a very important approach. The other one, I think that we may try to reproduce the debriefing process that we all know from simulation. I mean, it would be great of courses, and this is what we try to do, in which we draw a kind of extended feedback. So we have questions before, we have questions after, and then we ask a feedback 6 months after. So for example, we teach fiber optic intubation, and then we ask our colleagues, did you get something from this course? This will change your practice. And then we ask them to provide us in 6 months, kind of proof, but it's not for the proof, but just for the idea that they performed a certain number of fiber optic intubations so that we know that the message was implemented. There are probably many other ways, but I believe this is one of the most important.
Yeah, Max, I think this will probably work very well in in institutions, academic institutions where you have the same residents with you for 3 years. But then when you go into society and the so-called private practitioner, that's where we run into trouble. But I must thank Max for not only leading us onto the question number 4, and also giving us a lead that Barry should be the one that should be answering question 4. So question 4, I think, is what is your opinion on creating a confidential database? You refer to the NAP4 project, and the question is there for us. Maybe Dr. Barry can take this question, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I think hypothetically, creating a confidential database of airway mishaps or airway events is absolutely what we should be aiming for. I think the reality, however, is that this would be incredibly difficult. NAP4, I wasn't a primary author on NAP4, but it was a huge amount of work for 1 year to collect the data. It's referenced, of course, and quoted all over the place in airway talks because it's fantastically useful data. And as Max says, there's nothing that's better than real data to inform opinion. But I would have concerns that this isn't really going to be deliverable. And secondly, I'm slightly aware of the concept of looking at mishaps rather than looking at airway events that we can learn from in general. Because as soon as you give it a negative slant, you're going to get underreporting hugely. You're going to get lots of defensive discussions and presentations, and it may not have the impact you would actually like it to have. In the UK, we're about to embark on essentially a mini NAP4, which is going to be an ePhona database, so emergency front of neck access airway, an emergency front of neck airway database, hopefully starting the beginning of 2022. That may be for a year, or it may go on for 4 or 5 years. And that will hopefully inform one process, i.e. that of emergency neck access, in terms of successes and failures and features that might improve our performance there. But looking at all airway mishaps, I think that's a very, very big ask. And so hypothetically, absolutely, I would support that. But in reality, I'm not sure it's really deliverable within a country.
Dr. Felipe, in the US, do you have any system for reporting airway mishaps? I know you have these insurance, the claims database to look at airway accidents and disasters, but do you have something like a NAP4 on a small scale? Or do you think instead of a registry of all the airway mishaps, a one-day or a point prevalence study or something would help large societies with large number of members sort of know what's happening about airway management and disasters that are happening?
Actually, I happen to agree with Barry on this one. This will be logistically kind of very impossible to do prospectively. And I think, unfortunately, we take a glimpse by what you mentioned, which is the closed claims, which is basically a snapshot of what happens. And we don't know that the problem with such an approach is that we miss the ones that did not end up being terrible and can teach us a lot of things. That's the problem with such a database. But I think, honestly speaking, do you need it? That's the question, because yes, for presenting it and publishing important, but every person that has handled an airway has encountered difficulty. And if you don't follow good practices and good manners, et cetera, you're going to encounter difficulty. Why? Because A, is not easy, number one, and B, our population is getting sicker, more obese, more obstructive sleep apnea and all that. So I think that such a thing will be impossible to do, and I think we already have information about that, in my opinion.
So are we saying that, it's not necessary to show that guidelines improve practice or that guidelines reduce mishaps? Because if you don't have track of mishaps, you won't know whether the guidelines have been followed or not followed. So so should we just focus on making good guidelines, making sure they're disseminated, and and then hope nature takes its course, so to speak?
Well, I think your point is well taken. I think the problem is the practicality or the ease of doing what you request is very difficult. So I'm just taking that kind of pragmatical approach. It would be ideal to have it, but in practice, it will be very difficult.
I just have a comment to make, if I may. We tried to do this with IDA, but it like both Professor Maguire and Professor Donati have said, it's really it's something almost impossible to achieve. And I really congratulate UK for being able to do this. Because people are very afraid to report, they don't want to, there's a lot of underreporting, and you don't get the kind of data you're expecting like with the NAP4. But I would say short of this, we are looking at, making guidelines, we're disseminating guidelines, but we can go one step forward and see whether this has actually changed their practice. So, even conducting surveys, giving clinical situations, and what would you do in this setup? And that will help you assess if not only the dissemination of the guidelines, but whether people are actually following sound evidence-based practices. Of course, the best would be, to see, how many mishaps there are and try to learn from it. But I think this would be a kind of a next best thing, which may be easier to do, to see whether the guidelines have actually influenced people's practice. The hypothetical case.
I had a quick point to make. Yes, please. Max, please come in.
Basically, I agree with all the discussion, and I also see the big difficulties that Felipe is foreseeing. We were trying to set up a kind of registry in Italy. We were lucky also with the acronym because it was Airway Italian Registry, so it's AIR, which sounds also good for the topic. But the first point we had to fight with was the issue of privacy. So privacy from patients and everything. So it's really difficult on whichever point of view you make it, on bureaucracy, above all on reluctancy from colleagues, because there's still that culture that a failure is seen as something you should be ashamed of, that you should try to cover and everything. But I believe that a process to be defined like this needs to have a basic idea, which could be the guideline, and then a proof that this idea works. I believe that NAP4 was one of the most important papers we ever had in airway management, because it was the way that theory moved from guidelines to clinical practice. And I believe that one of the most important papers was also the really great paper by the group of Karen Domino, which was published as a subside analysis of the closed claim, where they compared how claim changed before and after introduction of ASA guidelines. I think that we need these tools to measure the efficacy and the performance of the system. So I would do everything to have this data, for example, from Italy, because I believe this is also the best way to convince administrations and whatever that we need or what we need. But I completely share the thought from Felipe that is so hard to make. I'm really jealous on how UK did it. And I'm sure, and I think it was also in the words of Tim Cook, that what they got was a snapshot which was anyway underestimating reality, because I'm sure that a part of accidents or whatever, they were still uncovered. So I'm confident that even knowing that we have 5 accidents means that we know that there were at least 15.
Yeah, so I think NAP4 was was UK's gift to the world as far as airway management is concerned, and huge difficulties which they managed to surmount. Not perfect, but nothing is ever perfect. But I think it's a fantastic piece of work that we all appreciate, and I think we'll all remember for a long, long time. So, last sort of question, Dr. Ramkumar, can we move ahead?
Yes, please. So yeah, so this question stemmed from the fact that we have, 4 world experts sitting on this panel, and whether I know Sheila already alluded to this when she started talking about the Puma. It's already societies are talking to each other, but how in a smaller way can individual societies kind of talk to each other, interdigitate the way they work, and pass on information and experience as to how we can do things better. Well, actually, this question can be answered by should be answered by all 4 of you, so it can be in any order. So we'll start with Max, since on my screen he's right on top in the gallery. So we'll start with Max.
Basically, I think that the answer to this question is what we are doing, and it's obviously big yes. If I have to make a single complaint, is that it would be even much better to make it face-to-face and live, so that we could also share our thoughts in face of some good food, some good wine or whatever. But basically, yes, the idea of the Puma guidelines, the idea of such meeting or whatever, I think it's a fantastic way to share knowledge, to define common points, to help each other, and to get good ideas from other people. It's a synergy. It's a brilliant, and I believe that knowing what happens in other countries can open our minds. We can get good ideas. We can see what might be happening because of a change or a missing change. So definitely, this should be something that we should place on our calendars regularly, kind of update of where we are moving. And it's fantastic that wherever we come from, so it's Italy, it's USA, it's India, it's UK, but wherever we come from, we all stay under the same umbrella of patient safety, and we speak the same language, which is fantastic. So definitely, yes. I'm romantic, I'm Italian. Huh?
Right.
Felipe?
Yes, please.
Well, I think just the fact that we're here again, I think it proves that we are doing it. And I think that one of the amazing things that we have now is that we have ways to communicate with one another on a snap. Basically, we all have our contact information, emails, WhatsApp, Zoom, et cetera, et cetera. So we all have it. But I do like the fact that we are diverse in a sense that not just different points of view and all that. I don't like when people have common points of view, because it seems like it's minimalistic or there's not a different way of looking at it. I would love it when people contradict and you say, well, maybe he's right, because this is not such a black or white topic or anything like that. So I would not like to have a common thing that we all follow, because we all remember what happened with the Tower of Babel. So I don't want to do that.
Last word from Sheila. Do you think it's time for a warm-up?
Yeah, I agree with what the previous speakers have said. I have a little, a different take on it. I think all the airway societies are doing the best that they can, but we're all working in silos. And what I have seen from my experiences with interacting with other societies, with individuals, has been such an enriching experience. It's been so much of learning. And why should we just restrict this? I think we should have airway societies of our own, of course, but we should all be together on a common platform. To address, so airway management, I mean, the airway is not different in United States or in India. The problems that we face are common. So I think there should be, and like Professor Felipe said, there's, community, the world has become a small place. Communication has become very easy. And I really feel if we speak as one voice, people also take you more seriously. Being on the World Federation of Society of Anesthesiologists, I've realized what tremendous power it gives these societies for advocacy, to engage with all the people who matter. So I think this will be a strength. I'm not saying that we should just have one airway society, but we should work towards like a world, like an WFSA for airway management with all the airway societies, so common problems can be discussed and we can all share our knowledge and experiences on a common platform.
Right, we are lucky to be on the last session for the day. So Barry, you can have a couple of minutes to wind up.
Thank you. I probably just need 1 minute. It was just to mention the concept that really has been slightly delayed by the pandemic, which is the World Alliance of Airway Management, WAM. There have obviously been 2 WAM International Airway meetings so far, and there'll be another one in 2023. But the World Alliance might be that common platform. I'm sure Puma has a role to play, but the World Alliance in Airway Management might be that common platform. So I agree that everything's that's been said. We need to collaborate as much as we can. It's always good fun. It always feels like an advance to learn from from individuals from other countries. But perhaps an overseeing body might be of use. And so watch this space as the world comes back to normal.
I think on those very hopeful words that the world comes back to normal and we'll all be together, and maybe we can have wine and pizza and pasta together all over again. I think, and maybe a bit of curry as well. So, so thank you very much for joining us for this session and for joining our meeting from wherever you are. You having your coffee, your lunch, your breakfast. So while we are having evening tea. So thank you very much for joining and for this very interesting session.
Thank you. A big hand to all the panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Thank
see you
you.
also.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Just hang on for a quick picture if we can. Okay. Smile, everyone.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Great meeting.
Bye.
With this, we come to an end to today's wonderful session. There is going to be a general body meeting of IDA now, which is going to be followed by a cultural evening. We request all of you to kindly join in for the cultural evening. Thank you so much.
It all began on a sunny September morning in the year 2010. A group of committed anesthesiologists in Mangalore, brought together by Dr. Ravindra, set up the All India Difficult Airway Association, the first Indian association to promote airway management techniques. AIDA is a non-profit voluntary organization constituted by academicians from the fields of anesthesiology, intensive care, and emergency medicine, all with a common interest in airway management. It all began on a sunny September morning in the year 2010. A group of committed anesthesiologists in Mangalore, brought together by Dr. Ravindra, set up the All India Difficult Airway Association, the first Indian association to promote airway management techniques. AIDA is a non-profit voluntary organization constituted by academicians from the fields of anesthesiology, intensive care, and emergency medicine, all with a common interest in airway management. It all began on a sunny September morning in the year 2010. A group of committed anesthesiologists in Mangalore, brought together by Dr. Ravindra, set up the All India Difficult Airway Association, the first Indian association to promote airway management techniques. AIDA is a non-profit voluntary organization constituted by academicians from the fields of anesthesiology, intensive care, and emergency medicine, all with a common interest in airway management.
Feathers in its cap.
It all began on a sunny September morning in the year 2010. A group of committed anesthesiologists in Mangalore, brought together by Dr. Ravindra, set up the All India Difficult Airway Association, the first Indian association to promote airway management techniques. AIDA is a non-profit voluntary organization constituted by academicians from the fields of anesthesiology, intensive care, and emergency medicine, all
I wish all the best
airway management.
feathers in its cap,
It all
namely
began on a sunny September morning
but I am
in the year
sure that
2010.
soon
A
it
group
will
of
join
committed
back the
anesthesiologists
journey
in
of
Mangalore,
all India
brought
national
together by
conference
Dr. Ravindra,
all the best
set up
of
the All India Difficult Airway. In its earlier years, AIDA was committed to disseminating and training doctors in airway management skills. The leadership shifted to Mumbai in 2014. Dr. Jiggy Devetia, who took over as president of AIDA, meticulously built on the initial momentum provided by the Mangalore core. AIDA became better known and accepted nationally and internationally. Under the chairmanship of the founder president, Dr. Ram Kumar, a 14-member team was created to formulate the Indian Airway Management Guidelines.
In the middle of 2015, AIDA decided
In
to
its earlier
publish
years,
and prepare
AIDA was committed to
guidelines on difficult
disseminating
area
and training
management.
doctors
We
in
therefore
airway management
assembled a
skills.
committee
The
and
leadership
prepared
shifted to
5
Mumbai
guidelines
in
on
2014.
unanticipated
Dr. Jiggy
difficult area
Devetia,
management
who
in
took over
advance,
as
management of the
president of AIDA,
unanticipated
meticulously
difficult
built
area
on the initial momentum
pediatrics,
provided by
management
the
of tracheal
Mangalore
intubation
core.
in
AIDA
ICU,
became better known and
management of
accepted
indefinite
nationally
trachea
and
extubation.
internationally.
After robust
Under the
process,
chairmanship
these
of the
guidelines
founder
were
president,
analyzed and
Dr. Ram
published
Kumar,
in the
a
Indian
14-member team was
in
created
the
to
2016
formulate the
December.
Indian Airway Management
There were several
Guidelines.
remarkable and unique in the middle of 2015. We emphasized
In
the
its earlier
observation
years,
on points of
AIDA was
active
committed to
observation throughout the
disseminating
area
and training
management.
doctors
We
in
therefore
airway
coined the
management
term the
skills.
committee
The leadership
a complete
shifted to
25
Mumbai
guidelines,
in
rather
2014.
than cannot
Dr. Jiggy
intervene, cannot
Devetia
manipulate,
took over
because we
grant me my wish of witnessing IDA reach even greater heights.
The annual National Airway Conferences started in Mangalore in 2010. Subsequently, it was held in Delhi, Belgaum, Siliguri, Mumbai, Srinagar, Vadodara, Delhi, Calcutta, and now in the decennial year, it has come back to where it all started, Mangalore. Dr. Sheila Maitra took over as president of IDA in 2017. Under her dynamic leadership, IDA cemented its position in international circles, with the IDA guidelines gaining recognition in the United States of America, in the United Kingdom, and in European countries.
The National Difficult Airway Guidelines is a showpiece of IDA. It is the first time that any association had simultaneously published 5 guidelines. The next big challenge before IDA was the dissemination and implementation of these guidelines. And I'm very proud to say that the merit of our guidelines has been acknowledged not only nationally but also internationally. To give you an example, the PUMA project, which is a project for universal management of the airways, is a group of 13 international airway experts, of which I am a member, which is coming up with a universal algorithm for the management of difficult airway. And I'm very proud to say that all our guidelines have been included for consideration, and some aspects of these guidelines have been incorporated in this universal algorithm. The next big dream of IDA was to have its own journal. I am proud to say that last year we introduced the journal Airway, and this is the first journal in the world dedicated to airway management practices both in the operating room and outside the operating room.
IDA also released the first issue of the Airway Journal in December 2018. This journal is brought out thrice a year under the guidance of a 12-member editorial team from within and outside of India. NAC 2019, the 10th in the series in as many years, is being hosted by Mangalore. The wheel has gone a full circle and the decennial celebrations are being flagged off at Shema, where IDA was conceived and born. The Nitte oration has been a part and parcel of every NAC since 2010. The present leadership of IDA has placed the association on the world map. As we flag off the decennial celebrations, we believe there is nothing that we cannot achieve. With the help of IDA members, only the sky is the limit. It all began on a sunny September morning in the year 2010. A group of committed anesthesiologists in Mangalore, brought together by Dr. Ravindra, set up the All India Difficult Airway Association, the first Indian association to promote airway management techniques. IDA is a non-profit voluntary organization constituted by academicians from the fields of anesthesiology, intensive care, and emergency medicine, all with a common interest in airway management.
Dear friends, warm greetings from Brunei Darussalam, where I am working now. Now it's the time for the National Airway Conference 2019, which is going to be started day after tomorrow, I guess. It's the annual national conference of All India Difficult Airway Association, which is the first scientific body of our country dedicated to the airway management, the science and art of that. It's a matter of great pride that the idea originated in my erstwhile department, or I can still say that our department, that's the Department of Anesthesiology at KS Hegde Medical Academy, nearly 13 years ago. Now, within a short span of 9 years of its existence, IDA is proud of several milestones with several feathers in its cap, namely the production of guidelines or presentation of the guidelines, which are being quoted worldwide, the national conferences every year what we conduct across the country, and most significantly the first ever airway journal, the Airway. So thanks to the support of all our well-wishers, colleagues and the known and unknown people who have worked hard to achieve these milestones, we are here as an association, as an Airway family. I wish all the best to these National Airway conferences, which I am going to miss badly, but I am sure soon I'll be joining back the journey of All India Difficult Airway Association. All the best again. Thank you.
In its earlier years, AIDA was committed to disseminating and training doctors in airway management skills. The leadership shifted to Mumbai in 2014. Dr. Jiggy Devetia, who took over as president of AIDA, meticulously built on the initial momentum provided by the Mangalore group. AIDA became better known and accepted nationally and internationally. Under the chairmanship of the founder-president, Dr. Ram Kumar, a 14-member team was created to formulate the Indian Airway Management Guidelines.
In the middle of 2015, AIDA decided to publish and prepare guidelines on difficult airway management. We therefore assembled a committee and prepared 5 guidelines on the unanticipated difficult airway management in adults, management of the unanticipated difficult airway in obstetrics, in pediatrics, management of tracheal intubation in the ICU, and management of the difficult tracheal extubation. After a robust process, these guidelines were finalized and published in the Indian Journal of Anesthesia, the 2016 December issue. There were several remarkable and unique features of these guidelines. We emphasized pre-oxygenation, but also apneic oxygenation throughout the intubation period. We coined the term complete ventilation failure rather than cannot intubate, cannot oxygenate, because we believe that complete ventilation failure precedes oxygenation failure and should be the cutoff or the threshold at which a surgical airway should be performed. As far as the surgical airway was concerned, we recommended emergency cricothyrotomy as a term to be used because it is precise and conveys a sense of urgency. We also recommended that any technique of cricothyrotomy that the anesthetist was familiar with should be used. As far as number of attempts at intubation and supraglottic airway insertion was concerned, we set a threshold SPO2 to decide the number of attempts at which the cutoff should be made.
What more could one ask for? 10 years of growing with the organization. 10 years of being a part of AIDA's journey. As a founder member, it has been a heartwarming experience seeing AIDA grow into a strong organization. The past few years have made AIDA a force to reckon with in the international arena. First, through the Indian Airway Guidelines, and later through the launch of the Airway Journal, the only journal in the world that is fully dedicated to the airway. The journal just celebrated its first birthday when it went online in August this year. I pray that God will grant me my wish of witnessing AIDA reach even greater heights.
The annual National Airway Conferences started in Mangalore in 2010. Subsequently, it was held in Delhi, Belgaum, Siliguri, Mumbai, Srinagar, Vadodara, Delhi, Calcutta, and now in the decennial year, it has come back to where it all started, Mangalore. Dr. Sheila Maitra took over as president of AIDA in 2017. Under her dynamic leadership, AIDA cemented its position in international circles, with the AIDA guidelines gaining recognition in the United States of America, in the United Kingdom, and in European countries.
The National Difficult Airway Guidelines is a showpiece of AIDA. It is the first time that any association had simultaneously published 5 guidelines. The next big challenge before AIDA was the dissemination and implementation of these guidelines. And I'm very proud to say that the merit of our guidelines has been acknowledged not only nationally but also internationally. To give you an example, the PUMA project, which is a project for universal management of the airways, is a group of 13 international airway experts, of which I am a member, which is coming up with a universal algorithm for the management of difficult airway. And I'm very proud to say that all our guidelines have been included for consideration, and some aspects of these guidelines have been incorporated in this universal algorithm. The next big dream of AIDA was to have its own journal. I am proud to say that last year we introduced the journal Airway, and this is the first journal in the world dedicated to airway management practices both in the operating room and outside the operating room.
AIDA also released the first issue of the Airway Journal in December 2018. This journal is brought out thrice a year under the guidance of a 12-member editorial team from within and outside of India. NAC 2019, the 10th in the series in as many years, is being hosted by Mangalore. The wheel has gone a full circle and the decennial celebrations are being flagged off at Shema, where AIDA was conceived and born. The Nitte oration has been a part and parcel of every NAC since 2010. The present leadership of AIDA has placed the association on the world map. As we flag off the decennial celebrations, we believe there is nothing that we cannot achieve. With the help of AIDA members, only the sky is the limit. It all began on a sunny September morning in the year 2010. A group of committed anesthesiologists in Mangalore, brought together by Dr. Ravindra, set up the All India Difficult Airway Association, the first Indian association to promote airway management techniques. AIDA is a non-profit voluntary organization constituted by academicians from the fields of anesthesiology, intensive care, and emergency medicine, all with a common interest in airway management.
Dear friends, warm greetings from Brunei Darussalam, where I am working now. Now it's the time for the National Airway Conference 2019, which is going to be started day after tomorrow, I guess. It's the annual national conference of All India Difficult Airway Association, which is the first scientific body of our country dedicated to the airway management, the science and art of that. It's a matter of great pride that the idea originated in my erstwhile department, or I can still say that our department, that's the Department of Anesthesiology at KS Hegde Medical Academy, nearly 13 years ago. Now, within the a short span of 9 years of its existence, IDA is proud of several milestones with several feathers in its cap, namely the production of guidelines or presentation of the guidelines which are being quoted worldwide, the national conferences every year what we conduct across the country, and most significantly the first ever airway journal, the Airway. So thanks to the support of all our well-wishers, colleagues and the known and unknown people who have worked hard to achieve these milestones, we are here as an association, as an Airway family. I wish all the best to these National Airway conferences, which I am going to miss badly, but I am sure soon I'll be joining back the journey of All India Difficult Airway Association. All the best again. Thank you.
In its earlier years, IDA was committed to disseminating and training doctors in airway management skills. The leadership shifted to Mumbai in 2014. Dr. Jiggy Devetia, who took over as president of IDA, meticulously built on the initial momentum provided by the Mangalore group. IDA became better known and accepted nationally and internationally. Under the chairmanship of the founder-president, Dr. Ram Kumar, a 14-member team was created to formulate the Indian Airway Management Guidelines.
In the middle of 2015, IDA decided to publish and prepare guidelines on difficult airway management. We therefore assembled a committee and prepared 5 guidelines on the unanticipated difficult airway management in adults, management of the unanticipated difficult airway in obstetrics, in pediatrics, management of tracheal intubation in the ICU, and management of the difficult tracheal extubation. After a robust process, these guidelines were finalized and published in the Indian Journal of Anesthesia, the 2016 December issue. There were several remarkable and unique features of these guidelines. We emphasized pre-oxygenation, but also apneic oxygenation throughout the intubation period. We coined the term complete ventilation failure rather than cannot intubate, cannot oxygenate, because we believe that complete ventilation failure precedes oxygenation failure and should be the cutoff or the threshold at which a surgical airway should be performed. As far as the surgical airway was concerned, we recommended emergency cricothyrotomy as a term to be used because it is precise and conveys a sense of urgency. We also recommended that any technique of cricothyrotomy that the anesthetist was familiar with should be used. As far as number of attempts at intubation and supraglottic airway insertion was concerned, we set a threshold SPO2 to decide the number of attempts at which the cutoff should be made.
What more could one ask for? 10 years of growing with the organization. 10 years of being a part of IDA's journey. As a founder member, it has been a heartwarming experience seeing IDA grow into a strong organization. The past few years have made IDA a force to reckon with in the international arena. First, through the Indian Airway Guidelines, and later through the launch of
Shekhar, please start.
humdrum of life. After all, as Pablo Picasso said, art washes away from the soul the dust of everyday life. We will start with an invocation of the God of good beginnings, Ganpati Vande.
Ajam nirvikalpam brahmakaramekam niranandam anandabadvaita purnam. Ajam nirvikalpam brahmakaramekam niranandam anandabadvaita purnam. Param nirgunam nirvishesham niriham. Param nirgunam nirvishesham niriham. Parabrahmarupam Ganesham bhajema. Ganesham bhajema. Ajam nirvikalpam akaramekam niranandam anandam advaita purnam. Param nirgunam nirvishesham niriham. Parabrahmarupam Ganesham bhajema. Ganesham bhajema. Gunatitamanam chidanandarupam chidabhasakam sarvagamyanugamyam. Nityayamatajarupam paresham. Nityayamatajarupam paresham. Parabrahmarupam Ganesham bhajema. Ganesham bhajema. Jagat karanam karam dhyanarupam suradim sukadim Ganesham gunesham. Jagat vyapinam vishwavandyam suresham. Jagat vyapinam vishwavandyam suresham. Parabrahmarupam Ganesham bhajema. Ganesham bhajema. Ajam nirvikalpam nirakaramekam niranandam anandam advaita purnam. Param nirgunam nirvishesham niriham. Parabrahmarupam Ganesham bhajema. Ganesham bhajema.
We would be remiss if we didn't welcome you all, watching from all over the country, to Rajasthan, a land of rich and vibrant culture. Atithi, Kadharo Mhare Des.
तरसावे हो मन सकल दिखाओ जी हर शरारत सब जानू मैं चौधरी हर सले मन बंगाली में कह लगे मर बड़े में जागी तो धनी चंदा में थारी चांदनी मन दामन में बाकी कुसीरे झुम 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 झुम
उलझी Watch how our residents learn how to tackle a merciless, difficult airway. It's the new residents' first day. They are excited to learn anesthesia the right way. Professor Pyarelal is taking a class. Difficult airway guidelines, you shouldn't ever give a pass.
So students, let me tell you what happened when I was a JR, so that you know how important difficult airway guidelines are.
Come, let us give you a peek today of Pyarilal's leave day. Walking into the OT today, he thought, intubation is child.
You give propofol, Fentanyl and rock in one go. And you watch me intubating like a pro. Laryngoscope. This is the unanticipated difficult airway. Now, who will come and save the day?
तेरा बाप आया
What's the case? Let me see. Have you tried the trusted bougie?
No.
Just get me the bougie.
When intubation fails, remember.
One position.
2. External laryngeal manipulation.
3 bougie.
दिखाओ करेक्ट ये दिखाओ 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 कहाँ है कुछ नहीं दिखाओ oh it's failed again this intubation is such a pain
Let me see. Please change the blade. Actually, change of blade and operator can increase the success rate. That's why. Okay. Meanwhile, get the video laryngoscope, please. Call Dr. Taleva. Jaldi.
don't panic we have plan B get the engine ready
Get the tube in seconds. Get the face mask out. Put the airway in and ventilate throughout. Sorry.
There is a chest rise. It is your graph is coming. Now patient is ventilating. Oh doctor, you are so wise. Now patient is ventilating.
सांस में तेरी सांस मिली तो मुझे सांस आई मुझे सांस आई मुझे सांस आई.
What have you learned today?
Plan A, intubate to the best you can.
Plan B is supraglottic airway. Face mask is the next plan.
Last there is Pona, here to stay.
Dance!
Is a fabulous rendition of Bharatnatyam where the present meets the future. Is an effortless rendition of Rajasthani folk dance by the residents of SN Medical College, Jodhpur.
Thank you.
Next, we have the highlight of this evening, a Kalbelia dance performance. Kalbelia is a traditional folk snake dance from Rajasthan that is bound to leave you mesmerized. Watch this hypnotic performance by traditional artists as we close this evening.
Avoni padaro mare desh de, avoni padaro mare de, kesariya balam ho jani ranola, avoni padaro mare desh de, avoni padaro mare de, avojiya desh pararo, avojiya desh pararo. Kesariya balam ho jani ranola, avoni padaro mare desh de, avoni padaro mare de, avoni padaro mare de, avoni padaro mare de. ना जाओ
Start.
मौला और दिल्ली तो दुल्हन बनी और दूल्हा निजामुद्दीन सारे हिंद के बादशाह मोरे ख्वाजा मोइनुद्दीन हो लाली मोरी पत रखियो बला झूले लाल